And sometimes they fashion these like weapons out of bottles. I've seen that a couple of times. So they literally wee and poo into bottles, let them fester so they become even more disgusting, and then they sort of try and squirt you out of their hatches. But we suspect that he had these like paranoid delusions about facial expressions. So literally if somebody looked at him in a certain way or raised like one particular eyebrow, in his deluded mind he thought that they were trying to kill him, so he thought that they were assassins. We had to sort of calm him down, and then he didn't actually physically hurt anybody, but he was like towering over us, and he had his like fists clenched, and he seemed to, for some random reason, really transfix on the social worker on our team, and there's no particular reason, he just saw him. I would argue that Hal Shipman was kind of a bit of an oddball, isolated, withdrawn, just an odd, bizarre man, whereas the Mccanns were, before this all happened, like normal, sociable people. It was in a foreign country, and there were reports of these like dodgy men being around before, like asking for money, and then he walked to the prison officer's room, placed the dagger on the table, and he said that the next roll call would be 2 people short, and they would sort of mark which one was his, and they would sort of take it in turns and make this little ritual out of it, like mixing feces in his food. And then he was complaining that it tasted weird, but I don't think he even knew what was going on. He committed offences against both males and females, committed offences against young to old people. I think his oldest victim was 75, and there's even accusations of necrophilia. But at the same time, at other points in his life, when he's developing his own sort of internalized persona, he's been told that he's amazing, that he's special. There's minimum a 10-minute window before any of it kicks in, and so if they're extremely violent, then they can cause a lot of damage within those 10 minutes.
All right, so we've got Dr. Sohom Das, part 3. He's got hundreds of thousands of views on the channel. He's become a co-host. Huge thank you to Sohom for coming back on time after time, and not just regaling us with his horror stories from Broadmoor and the case studies and the people who've turned their lives around and actually got out, who were in psychosis. Absolutely fascinating stuff. But also commenting on some of the big stories in true crime. And 2 of the biggest, if you've just watched the Netflix Savile documentary, we're going to be talking about Savile. We've got our Savile documentary coming out. There's going to be 2 waves of this. You've got the Netflix wave, the BBC wave. Everyone's going to be looking at these videos this year. And also Mccann. The Madeleine McCann stuff has been some of the biggest stuff on the channel. We're going to be getting to the Mccann story later on. We're going to be getting to the Savile story later on. And Dr. Das is going to give us his contemporary thoughts on both of those cases. And huge thank you to Jen for getting up so early today. And all of the links for everybody are in the description box below this video. So huge thank you for coming back, Dr. Das. Always a pleasure.
Sean, Jen, you know I love being on your podcast, yeah.
Oh, you're brilliant.
Congratulations on your new book, In Two Minds, coming out. Link will be in the description box as well. And, you know, people are extremely fascinated by your story because of your first-hand knowledge in particular, what you experienced. And one of the things you experienced was a suicide on your ward. Was that in Broadmoor?
No, so it wasn't on a secure ward for offenders. It was before I specialised in forensic psychiatry, just on a general adult ward when I was a junior psychiatrist.
Wow. And what were the circumstances of that case?
So this is one of those sort of few cases in a career where a psychiatrist has that kind of haunts you a little bit. So it was a woman who was in her mid to late 40s. And what's so shocking about this case is that she was absolutely fine only a few months before. So she didn't have much of a psychiatric history. I think there was a little bit of self-harming as a teenager, but that sort of passed. And to all intents and purposes, she seemed really settled. Then she developed this potential diagnosis of cancer. And she had a number of tests, investigations, and it was all cleared. But shortly after that, she developed a psychotic depression. So she was convinced that she had cancer, even though everybody, all the specialists told her she didn't, showed her the scan results. Tragically, she had 2 teenage twin boys and a husband, and everybody was telling her, you're fine, you're all right. But she couldn't get past this kind of obsession. Well, it was a delusion and this obsession. So she believed that she was dying. And I clerked her in, so there's lots of different sort of junior psychiatrists within the hospital, lots of different wards. This was in Edinburgh, by the way. And I was the one that admitted her, clerked her in, and spoke to her husband. And I remember saying to him that, we'll get her better and it'll be fine. She'll be able to be discharged. And then very shortly afterwards, only within a few days, she actually killed herself on the ward. So she was on 15-minute observations. And she'd obviously timed it so that when the nurses had come, she used the opportunity as soon as they'd left, and she got a kettle cord from her room and hung herself. And she died in the middle of the night. And I was also, by coincidence, I happened to be the doctor that was on call. So again, there's like 10 of us, but it happened to be me that was on that night. So obviously I got bleeped and came down to the ward. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and there was nothing we could do. She was dead.
Do you recall any specific conversations you had with her? Just to...
Yeah, she was really difficult to chat to because she was so sort of agitated and because of these delusions, and she was so preoccupied with this cancer diagnosis that even if you tried to steer the conversation away from that, it always kept coming back to that.
What started her believing she had a cancer diagnosis?
I think I think it was based on reality. So she did actually have a lump in her breast, and as I said, all the reassurances and all the scans didn't make a difference. Biopsy didn't make a difference. And I think she just developed a psychotic depression, which is really unusual. Well, first of all, it's a rare diagnosis, number one. It tends to happen earlier on in life. So it's really unusual for somebody to develop something like this in their 40s. It usually kind of starts in your late teens or your 20s and keeps relapsing and remitting. So it's unusual that it happens so quickly, so intensely, and was so severe as well. She just didn't get out of that belief. So she started having all these nihilistic delusions, which is really typical in psychotic depression. So she believed she was going to die. She believed the world didn't exist. So I think that all influenced what she did.
Is that extreme theory of hypochondria?
So nihilistic delusions are almost exclusive for psychotic depression, as opposed to things like schizophrenia or delusion disorder. And it is basically believing that things don't exist, or that you don't exist, or that you're dead, or the world's dead. So it's just like basically nihilism. It's like an extreme form of nihilism. But the thing about that case is that after I tried to resuscitate her, and obviously I couldn't, nobody could, I had to speak to her husband as well. So he came in the middle of the night, and usually it's the consultant that sees them. So I was only a junior doctor at the time, but the consultant lived too far away. So I was the first, when the husband was there, I was the only doctor on site. So I had to basically tell him what happened. And it was completely like, he knew that his wife was unwell, but he had no clue. Nobody had any kind of inkling that this would happen. So obviously it was a massive shock. So it was just really emotional to have to sit there and tell him. And I remember thinking in my head that I told him only like a week before that she was going to get better and that she was going to leave. And I felt really, I don't know what the word is, guilty, I suppose. Guilty because what I said
she
wasn't
believe
true.
that she didn't exist, or just the whole world didn't exist?
She believed that she was already dead, and it was just sort of like she was already dead, but the physical element of the death hadn't arrived yet, if that makes sense. So she thought she was psychologically dead and she didn't exist.
Like in limbo.
Yeah, exactly. But the physical symptoms of the cancer, she thought hadn't caught up with her.
She thought she was a ghost.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So she thought she was going to die physically within a few days. So she just.
So how would you try and rationalize with a person like that? What kind of things would you say to them?
You can't really ever argue against the delusion, and it may
can't.
No.
You have to play along with it.
So it's a really fine line. So you can't encourage it, but you can't argue against it. I mean, you can try and argue against it, but if somebody's got a true delusion, it's a mental illness.
So you have to change the subject.
Somebody hearing voices. You just have to try and reassure them around it.
So if she said, "I'm dead," what would you say?
I would. But she did say that to me several times. So I'd have to say, I know you feel like that, but as I've explained, I think it's due to a mental illness, and I think you can improve if you take these medications, and it's not going to be something that happens overnight, but you have to trust us. You have to carry on taking this medication for weeks, and then eventually these symptoms should disappear. And they probably would have if she, hadn't taken her life.
So when you said something like that, would she just go back to the delusion?
Yeah. At best, you could distract her for a couple of minutes, but she was so sort of preoccupied and obsessed with it that it would just come back around. It was just literally all she was thinking about, which is why I think she took her life.
And what sort of medication was she on at the time?
So for something like that, you use both antidepressants and antipsychotics, but they take weeks to work. So most antidepressants and antipsychotics take roughly 4 to 6 weeks to work. So the most important thing is to risk assess somebody. And there was no indication that she would take a life. I mean, she was agitated, but she never, obviously we asked her several times and she denied having the suicidal intentions. And you can't watch everybody all the time. There's just not enough resources. So you have to kind of prioritize who you think's the most riskiest. So we thought she was risky, but we didn't think she was an acute risk of taking a life. If we did, then she'd have been on like constant observations.
Good grief. So what happened with the catatonia cases?
So I've seen a couple of cases of catatonia. I think that's as a psychiatrist perspective, it's one of the most sort of unusual and unique presentations that we see. It's really rare nowadays. And I think it's rare because usually people have been really unwell for several months without any kind of treatment before they become catatonic.
Which means what?
So catatonia, it's an extreme form of either a mood disorder like depression or schizophrenia. And it's where it has two different presentations. Either somebody's really, really agitated and literally can't sit still. So for their entire waking hours, and sometimes they can't sleep because they're just constantly on the move. Or, and the one that I saw is the opposite of that. So they're completely still, like absolutely still. And they'll sit there and they have this thing called like waxy flexibility. So if you lift their limbs up into a weird position and let go, they'll literally stay there for hours.
Frozen.
So yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like, it's like a mannequin basically. No way. So I remember this guy in our ward and like, if you stood him up, he would stand up, and you'd have to literally lie him in bed when it was bedtime because he would stand there like for hours per day. So you lie him in bed. He was like spoon fed by the nurses for about a month, and he did get better, but again, it took like weeks of medication. So we had to he would, if you told him to do something, he'd do it. So he would sit there for hours, but if you said open your mouth, he'd open his mouth, so you could put medicine in. You could it's like a little baby, I suppose, like put water in his mouth, tell him to swallow, and he'd swallow. But if you didn't, he'd literally like dribble water out of his mouth.
Oh, wow.
So the reason that I think that it stands out in my memory is just because it's something that you read about in textbooks during your training, but you very rarely see. So a lot of psychiatrists will go their entire career without seeing somebody with
it's almost like it's paralysed, but yeah.
It's a bit like locked-in syndrome, I guess. I mean,
yeah. Agreed.
What is the fate of these people?
So it's not, the thing about catatonia is it's quite rare, and it is quite damaging or risky in that if they're not treated, if they're literally, so imagine someone like that was left at home, if he didn't have friends and families that picked it up, then he'd literally starve to death. Like he wouldn't have the impetus to eat when he was hungry. But if they're taken into hospital like this man was, and if they're given the right medication, they almost all of them do recover. So it's about 3 or 4 weeks of medication. Then gradually, it's a really slow process. I remember this guy, he could see in his face from like, not from day to day, but from week to week, that he would like start following people around the room or react to noise, but like really slowly. And he was just startled for a good couple of weeks. Like he didn't know what the hell was going on around him. He was just in this confused, perplexed kind of state. But with more and more medication, they can eventually get better. And that's what happens with him.
Oh, wow.
So they go from like being in a zombie-like state mentally to becoming fully aware again?
Yeah, that's right.
Is the degrees?
So it's both. So they do eventually do that, but it's a very slow process. So you see them sort of become aware of their surroundings really, really gradually, really slowly. Yeah.
And how does that start, that process?
It's quite hard to know how people get to that state because they're never in hospital at that point. And well, I rephrase that. So either they start becoming a bit perplexed and a bit confused, and they're beginning to become psychotic. And for 95% of cases, one way or another, they present to mental health services, either from their family or because people at work, or even just like seeing them in the street, are worried about them because they obviously look not right. So the vast majority of the time, they're treated before they get to full blown catatonia. So that's why it's so rare. So I think it's just a bit like them getting better. Them getting worse is a really slow process. So I think it happens over weeks.
So you came across dirty protests.
Oh, I wanted that question.
You can ask it if you want.
Yeah, dirty protests. I know what one of them is. I haven't seen one. So yeah.
I've seen an inordinate number of dirty protests in my career. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It just seems to be quite I mean, not like common like every day, but like
you track dirty protests.
Must be something about me. So I've only ever seen it in prison. Don't think I've ever seen it in, actually no, that's not true. I have seen it in psychiatric units, but not as often. So in prison, there's like most big prisons have a healthcare unit. It's a bit like a psychiatric ward inside the prison. So it's technically supposed to be a ward for anybody that needs hospital, but 90% or more of the patients are there for psychiatric reasons. And they tend to be quite psychotic. And one of the frustrations and one of the problems of prison psychiatry is that there's a really long waiting list to get people into hospital, into the medium and high secure units, because the turnover is so slow, because patients are in there for years. So they get discharged very infrequently. So the upshot of that is that when I was working as a prison psychiatrist in the healthcare unit, there'd be like 8 to 10 very, very unwell patients, and most of them are locked in their rooms, and some of them would do dirty protests. So they're agitated, they're angry, some of them don't believe they're ill, like have no insight into their symptoms, want to be freed or want to be in an ordinary location. And because there's not really a way for them to act out or to attack anybody, because they're literally locked in their cells, one of their only weapons is the dirty process. So that's either literally smearing their own sort of feces all over the walls. I've seen that a few times. And sometimes they fashion these like weapons out of bottles. I've seen that a couple of times. So they literally wee and poo into bottles, let them fester so they become even more disgusting, and then they sort of try and squirt you out of their hatches when they walk past. Yeah,
a friend of mine was on the cleanup crew for the shitslingers, they're called in Arizona.
Shitslingers.
Yeah, and he said there was one guy who made those weapons, and the guards came in and cleaned his cell out and put him in a dry cell, naked and handcuffed behind his back. And there was a hatch on the door where the guard looked for every so often, but they'd underestimated his resolve. So he shat on the floor, mouthed it, waited with his face at the hatch, with this just percolating and with his saliva. And when the guard appeared at the hatch, he went, blasted it in his face. Now, the guard had a protective shield, but he was so caught unawares, he went like that.
Oh, no.
And it went up into his mouth and his nose.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
So that must have happened fairly frequently for there to be a name, shitslingers, in the prison.
There's a whole run of them in Florence Supermax in Arizona where they put the shitslingers.
Yeah.
So these guys are just behind like plexiglass in these cells, and they very rarely get out of their cells.
Yeah.
But whatever they can get their hands on, they weaponize. I mean, the basic one is like chicken bone with poo on it, and you make a blowpipe and dart somebody going past your cell somehow. Yeah. And if it gets into your bloodstream, because a lot of people have got hepatitis and stuff if the dart gets into your bloodstream, the bloodstream transfers it throughout your body and it messes up your immune system. Yeah. But some of the slingers, they would leave bottles of poo and piss for days until mold grew on it, and it got even more.
That is disgusting.
Weaponized.
See, the thing is, it sounds insane to us, and it is, but if you're in that situation and there's literally nothing else you can use as a weapon, that's the only thing you can, because there's no objects in your room, and it kind of makes sense that you do that.
Is it mainly done for attention?
So in my experience, I've seen it mostly in relation to mental illness. So people have been absolutely psychotic, but I think in the case like Sean's talking about, it's people who, I wouldn't even say attention, it's just like absolute vile hatred towards the system, and you're willing to put your own shit in your mouth to try and get the guards, I guess.
There's that, and then there's the politics, isn't there? Some people who've considered themselves political prisoners, like some of the IRA guys have gone and done dirty protests and things like that. Yeah. And then there's the mentally ill, because you got people just like the cleanup guy was telling me there's people just like make little statues out of poo and like things like that, and just play with poo all day long.
Yeah, and write with it on the
I don't think we would have a chat about poo on a Sunday morning. No.
So there's a whole range of motivations, isn't there, behind it? Yeah. Because the cleanup crew guy said to me, the men like to resolve their disputes with their fists. So if you can't get out of your cell and you've got a problem with someone down the run, and that person's walking past your cell going to the shower, you can't punch him, but you can get your shit on him. Yeah, it's like one of the only opportunities you'd have. Right? Your little window, like a 5-minute window of your day. Or if they've got it in for one of the guards as well, and the guards will get something thrown on them. And they've got very little else to do or to preoccupy their minds, because to be in that situation in the first place, they're not allowed items in their cells. So they're probably they've got this hatred and they're just spewing over it like the entire day. So they work themselves up to their only window of opportunity. Yeah, it's disgusting. It is disgusting. So next up are gory assault stories that you've encountered, and including convict justice, I imagine, on a...
Yeah. So I've seen quite a few cases of people getting really badly targeted and bullying in prison, as I'm sure you have. And so one of them that really sticks in my mind was
let's call that person a peanut.
Okay.
Person a peanut.
Yeah.
An alleged peanut. So this is pre-trial. So as I'm sure you'll know more than me, Sean, that the prisoners make up their own mind. If somebody's got the charges, then they're kind of assumed to be guilty, aren't they? And he was targeted, beaten up, hit a few times, and then he went into the protective custody wing. And for about 2 or 3 weeks, unbeknownst to anybody, the other prisoners were putting feces in his food. So they would all have their food specially delivered to their wing, and they would sort of mark which one was his, and they would sort of take it in turns and make this little ritual out of it, like mixing feces in his food. And then he was complaining that it tasted weird, but I don't think he even knew what was going on. And then they got caught doing it one day by the prison staff, and they admitted they'd been doing it for weeks.
So firstly then, how did they know that this guy was a peanut?
I think because he was really, he was really reserved and secretive about his charges. So he didn't really say what he was in for and kept telling people it's none of their business. And then I think
do that, can you?
Yeah.
Because
people are going to assume the worst in prison, aren't they? And I think there was some press on him. So I think they had like friends on the outside who, because they were suspicious about him, they got to Googled him, research.
Got the info. Wow.
And then you said the prisoners got caught doing this.
Yeah.
How did they get caught?
I think just literally a prison guard was walking past while one of them was like...
I'm putting a bit of shit on them. Sprinkling.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
And I imagine that they got slaps on the wrist because the staff tend to conspire against the peanuts.
Yeah. I'm sure you've got loads of stories of
guards.
KOS.
We've had guys on here, the guards have had hit lists that they've given to the prisoners.
Yeah.
Yeah?
And said, here's that one and here's that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. And I mean, could that kill someone? Eating human shit after a period of time?
I think it could, but you'd probably have to have quite a lot. So you'd have to get some sort of really bad stomach infection. But I think they were just doing it because they wanted it to carry on sort of indefinitely. So they were doing it in little doses over a long period of time. And they were it was more about having a laugh at his expense than actually trying to kill him, I think.
Yeah, because they want to kill you, they put glass in it. They crush glass down.
So you have to check your food all the time in there then? Even if you're not a peanut?
If you've got enemies, it is, yeah, they can get you for your food. I know of a person who, I had a cellmate, he told me a story, Aryan Brotherhood story, and some guys, they did a peanut. They murdered a peanut, and it became a case. There was 3 of them. And then the AB offered them the patch, because they held their mud, they didn't snitch. They offered them the tattoo. But they told the Aryan Brotherhood to F themselves. They said, we don't want your tattoo. We don't want to be members. So one of them was in the chow hall and he was eating on his food and there was a hypodermic needle in it with, I think it had hepatitis C. I don't know if it had HIV. I think it was hepatitis C. But he contracted the hepatitis off it and he ended up suing the Arizona Department of Corrections.
Yeah.
It was a big lawsuit. They could cure the hepatitis now, but back then, I think this was before interferon, and it slowly kills you, doesn't it, by eating your liver up? Back then it did, at least, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that reminds me of another case that I talk about in my book, actually. So I actually saw a man who was suing the prison as well because he got beaten up for giving intel against this gang in prison who were serving spice to other people. And basically this gang was intentionally running up drug debts and beating people up, like really serious violence, such as fracturing bones, etc., if they weren't getting paid back. And this guy the victim felt sorry for a few of the people, so he reported this to the governors. And then I think he had like some sort of intel meeting where he was telling the prison officers, he was telling one of the chaplains this, and the chaplain had made some notes on a piece of paper, accidentally left the piece of paper like in the church. Another prisoner went and saw and basically like got all this information about this guy snitching, told everybody else, and he was just like heavily targeted. I don't think they put shit in his food, but they certainly beat him up. And then he went to the vulnerable ring, still got a tat, changed prisons a couple of times, but that sort of label of being a snitch just followed him around.
Just followed him.
Yeah.
Snitches get stitches and poo their food.
Is that the last of the assault stories?
The other one that really sticks out in my mind was I didn't see this happen, but I saw somebody who had like a melted side of his face.
Oh, I'm getting jugged.
Yeah.
Jugged, yeah.
So boiling water, sugar, so it sticks on your face. And I think that was over a drug debt. He didn't snitch, so nobody fully knows what it was about, but it was highly suspected.
Wow.
So what about the paranoiac in Broadmoor who made the shiv?
So he eventually went to Broadmoor, but he was in a medium secure unit when I saw him. So the people that come through those units that I'm very used to working with tend to be quite paranoid. They tend to have committed assault. So his presentation was fairly typical, but he wasn't getting better with medication, even though we tried different combinations. And unlike most of our other patients, he was so guarded and secretive that he wouldn't tell us what was going on in his head. But we suspect that he had these like paranoid delusions about facial expressions. So literally if somebody looked at him in a certain way or raised like one particular eyebrow, in his deluded mind, he thought that they were trying to kill him. So he thought that they were assassins.
What, like Wildman used to
It probably worked. It was well now.
Yeah, because his eyebrows used to go like, was it like that?
One. Just one.
Just one?
Just one.
I don't know
Who's going to harm someone? Just one eyebrow would go like that. The other one stayed right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe this guy wasn't delusional. Maybe he just met Wildman.
Yeah.
So what he'd done is, again, this happens a lot in prison. Doesn't happen so much in hospital, but he fashioned several weapons that we didn't know about out of like toothbrushes and the little blades that you get to make these like shivs. And he had about 3 or 4 hidden in his room that we didn't know about, and he just went around slashing other patients and attacked a member of staff because he genuinely thought that they were trying to harm him. So he ended up in the seclusion room, and while that happened, the staff searched his room and found all the other weapons. But when he was in the seclusion room, seclusion rooms are a bit like what people think of as a padded cell. So it's where you put the patients who are the most agitated. And unlike prison, the SEG unit, it's all about treatment and rehabilitation. So you don't put them in for punishment, you put them in for protection. Probably feels the same for the individual, but that's the ethos behind it.
Sorry, I'm about to have a cough fit.
So these paranoid people...
Sorry, Sean.
It's all right. These paranoid people, do they like have delusions about people hurting them? They don't get hurt because it's a delusion, but then they lash out and hurt other people because they feel they got to hurt those people before they get hurt themselves.
Exactly,
Is that...
Yeah.
Do you see that
it's like,
repeating over and over?
Yeah. So it's like preemptive kind of violence. So paranoid delusions, there's very sort of common presentations of them. So one is X and Y is trying to kill me. People are following me. The FBI seems to be one that comes up a lot.
Even in the UK?
Watching me. Yeah, even in the UK.
Is it?
Yeah. I think because, this is my theory, is because a lot of people watch American TV, and I think that when you become mentally unwell, sometimes you absorb everything around you that you see. So I've certainly seen people who believe that they're characters in particular films, or that films, like even American films, or even films that are filmed, on the other side of the world, that they're somehow connected to them, or that they're like a member of that.
Any memorable films that you can...
Yeah, actually, I was going to talk about this one in the cases later, but what I think is quite interesting is The Matrix has come up about 3 or 4 times in cases that I've seen.
I do think we're living in the Matrix, yeah.
You do?
Sorry.
Okay. Might have to section you, Jen.
Definitely.
About time.
And it kind of makes sense to me, because the whole background story of the Matrix fits in really well with paranoid delusions. So if you think that there's something going out on that, there's a huge conspiracy that you know about but most other people don't know about, that's like classic schizophrenia, basically. So I'm sure Matrix wasn't designed to be that, but it happens to fit in really well. So I've seen like at least four completely separate patients who've never met each other, who believe that they are a character from the Matrix, or that the Matrix exists.
Which character? Like Neo?
I think mostly at least 2 people have told me that they believe that they're Neo, that the Matrix was made for them, and it was like a message to them. It was like the Matrix itself trying to get in contact with them, and that they're supposed to be Neo.
It's funny you say that. I had 3 guys in school growing up. They were in I was in year 7, they were in the top year, who would walk around in those ridiculously long leather coats, dressed like the fucking Matrix, act like the Matrix. So I definitely believe it's a thing. No, but not for me.
Well, they were quite stylish, those coats.
Yeah. They were. It was just like floor length leather, black.
Not very comfortable in summer, but
pull out the mini machine gun. How do you talk to someone then who thinks they're in the Matrix?
So I suppose when you're doing the assessment, so there's 2 reasons that you need to talk to somebody in that kind of situation. Number one is the assessment. So the assessment, especially what I do as a forensic psychiatrist, is have they got a mental illness? What are the specific symptoms? And if they've committed violence, are they criminally responsible? So it's a kind of a weird situation because, as I was saying before, you can't really be agreeing with them or encouraging them because that can just make them worse. But at the same time, there's no point arguing with them because they're not going to believe you. If they're truly delusional, you're literally wasting your breath. So it's a kind of, you're in the situation where you're trying to extract as much information as you can. I don't know if tricking is the right word, but you're certainly enticing them to share as much as they can without encouraging, without disagreeing. So it's more of an inquisitive, like, can you tell me more about this? This must make you feel like this. Have you considered, what would you do? You know, so one of the things I have to decide is whether they're risky and whether they might commit further violence. So I would ask them a question like, I understand that you believe you're in the Matrix. So if you believe that somebody was like an agent or somebody to come and harm you, how would you react to that? So I'm looking for whether they're going to say, I'd be really annoyed and I'd run away. Or if they were going to say something like, well, I'd get my knife and stab them. And obviously the second one puts them in a very dangerous potential category.
I mean, what sort of things did they say?
So they... everything.
They're running away from that main agent.
Yeah.
What was his name? That main agent?
Agent Smith.
Agent Smith. Oh, he was creepy, wasn't he?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Oh, brilliant.
But the other element that's necessary for that kind of assessment is to see if people are getting better. So the initial assessment, it's important to decide whether they're criminally responsible, whether they go to prison or a psychiatric unit. If they go to psychiatric unit, what type? Low, medium, high secure. So high secure, like Broadmoor, as you'd imagine, there's only a limited number of beds, so they have to be of a certain degree of danger to actually get in through the gates, but also to see whether they're getting better or not. So that's why it's important to have that conversation over and over again. So you give them medication, and then every few weeks you have to try and do it subtly, because if you go like, I'm the doctor, I think you're crazy, tell me about the Matrix, then obviously they're not gonna reveal their thoughts. So you have to kind of sort of entice it out of them by being sort of friendly and inquisitive to see how fixed their beliefs are, and you challenge their beliefs. So you say, like, 3 weeks ago you said that you believed that you were in the Matrix and you believe that these people out here were trying to kill you. How do you feel about that now? And if they mention individuals, you just kind of explore what their intentions and their thoughts are to see whether they're getting better.
Imagine if, like, at medication time, you brought them like a blue pill and a red pill. The brains would just go.
I think most antipsychotics are white.
Okay. Quite goodness.
So next we've got a hostage situation.
I thought.
Which was you.
Yeah.
You got taken hostage.
Yeah, so I thought that might be interesting for you and your viewers. It wasn't like I should make this clear. It wasn't like a gun to my head, I need a helicopter kind of hostage. It was more of we weren't allowed to leave the room. So it was during a ward round.
What year? What prison?
So this was it was a medium secure unit in East London, and it would have been 2012, I believe. So yeah, quite a while ago. So I was a registrar, which is a middle grade psychiatrist. So consultants at the top, registrar, then house officer. And it was a young man who was potentially quite dangerous. So he was in there for an alleged sexual assault charge. He apparently assaulted somebody, a random stranger, at a party, although the charges later got dropped. But he had schizophrenia and he was becoming quite psychotic. And also he was a semi-professional MMA fighter. So he was quite young. I think he was only 19 or so, but he was on his way to becoming like a proper cage fighter. So obviously potentially quite dangerous, like a really big sort of imposing guy. And he was psychotic, and we treated him with lots of different medications and nothing was really working. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes you have to trial 3 or 4 different types before you find one that works. And each time it takes 4 to 6 weeks. And his brother died quite randomly and quite quickly from cancer. And we told him this in the morning in a ward round. So ward rounds, a bit like you get in hospital. So the patient comes in the room and then you have like a couple of doctors, the consultant, the nurses, the social worker, blah, blah, sit around, they discuss the progress. And when we had to break this news to him, and it all happened very quickly, like his brother became ill within the space of a couple of months. There was very little sort of warning signs. And in his psychotic state, he was convinced that we had somehow killed his brother. So he was standing up there and he's standing next to the door, and he was like you could see he was really struggling to process the information. And he kept asking questions like, why did you do it? Or what did you give him? So he was obviously, accusing us. And then we had to sort of calm him down. And then he didn't actually physically hurt anybody, but he was like towering over us, and he had his like fists clenched, and he seemed to, for some random reason, really transfix on the social worker on our team. And there's no particular reason, he just saw him, and the social worker was black and he's making all these really racist comments towards him. You could tell he was confused because people would calm him down, and then he kind of apologise for a bit and sort of shake his head and sort of say sorry and sit down, and then within seconds he'd just stand up again and like we were probably in the room for about a good 45 minutes asking him to leave and just saying, look, you're Johnny is what I call him in my book. Johnny, you're obviously unwell, and I know this is a shock. I think you need to sort of process it. I think you should go and sit down. And he would kind of agree, and then he would start to walk out, and then he'd turn around and sort of tower over us. And he was a scary dude. Like, he was, huge and obviously a fighter. And it was weird for me because I'd literally just joined that team. So we changed placements every 6 months. So I'd never actually met him before, even though I knew his case. It's the first time I'd ever met him. So I didn't know whether I could speak to him or not, because it's not like, I'm not like the doctor who'd known him for years who has some sort of relationship with him, and he's already really paranoid. So and he could see me, but he was kind of ignoring me, but I didn't know whether to speak up or not. But eventually the social worker pulled the alarm. So all the emergency nursing team came running in, and it could have kicked off massively, but they managed to convince him to calm down and go to the seclusion room.
I mean, what sort of treatment do you give someone like that?
So in the long term, you treat them with antipsychotics, and sometimes, as I said, you have to cycle through different medications. For somebody who's that agitated acutely, you can give them a sedative. So if they'll take a tablet, you can give them something like lorazepam, which is a strong benzodiazepine. But it takes like half an hour or so to work. So there's like still a half an hour period where they could still be violent, and you can inject them with similar kind of medications. Unlike what they depict in films and stuff, they don't work instantly. So in your film, you inject them and then they sort of almost faint within seconds. That doesn't happen in real life. It takes at least sort of 10 minutes to get into the bloodstream. So even with the most agitated patients, when you inject them with strong sedatives, there's minimum a 10-minute window before any of it kicks in. And so if they're extremely violent, then they can cause a lot of damage within those 10 minutes.
So you were able to determine what led to that mental state? Was drugs, alcohol involved, things like that? For that particular case, I mean, he had a long family history of schizophrenia. So his father was also in and out of institute. So I'm sure a big component for Johnny was genetics. And I think drug use was also part of his history. But he was still psychotic in hospital months after being in hospital for months. So presumably he didn't have access to drugs within those months. So I think drug use might have triggered it. But I think there's an underlying psychosis behind it all.
Sad.
So what is your theory then of the disappearance of Madeleine McCann?
I'm looking forward to this.
So I just wanted to talk about this just because I've researched it a little bit, because I was asked on another podcast to give my kind of psychological theories. I suppose what makes this different from other cases that I assess and talk about, like on my channel, is that there's no known perpetrator, so you can't really psychoanalyze the perpetrator. But what I do think is interesting is the theory that the parents were somehow involved in it. I personally don't believe that theory. I suppose, I mean, they're both doctors. That in itself is not a protective factor, is it, when you look at someone like Hal Shipman? But I would argue that Hal Shipman was kind of a bit of an oddball, isolated, withdrawn, just an odd, bizarre man, whereas the McCanns were, before this all happened, like normal, sociable people. So I personally don't think it's them, because if it was them, then why would they do it in a foreign country? So surely there's so many, if they were doing it intentionally, there's so many kind of unknowns and variables that you can't prepare for. There is a theory that it might have happened accidentally, because I think they sedated a couple of their kids because they basically wanted them to sleep so they could go and have their dinner. And is that
a fact, or is that an allegation that they sedated their kids?
It's something I've read. I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to say something that's incorrect.
Let's just say they allegedly.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Sorry. They allegedly. Yeah. I think they found sedatives within the bloodstream, or it's alleged, of the other kids. So in theory, it could be that they over sedated her and she ended up dying by accident. But again, I personally don't believe that, because for one of them for this to have all happened and them to go to dinner with all these other people, for one of them to be like complete psychopaths to the degree they don't react is unlikely. But for both of them to be able to do that, it doesn't make sense to me.
No.
Plus, like, if that did happen, presumably there'd have been some commotion initially when they tried to resuscitate her, because they wouldn't have just decided immediately, let's cover this up. There would have been like a bit of a fracas of deciding what to do. So it doesn't sit right to me. But I think that I don't want to be sort of victim shaming in any way at all, but I think there's no argument. You can't really argue that what they did wasn't irresponsible. It was completely irresponsible.
Going for dinner and leaving your kids alone.
Yeah, I've got kids, and I can understand. I've met up with mates in big house parties and had them asleep, and it's quite a relief, especially when your kids are young, to just have the freedom. So I can get why they'd want to do that, but every time I've done it, it's been inside a locked house where nobody else can get access to, and they're literally, you know, upstairs. Whereas what the McCanns did, it was in a foreign country, and there were reports of these like dodgy men being around before, like asking for money, and just I think they were kicked out by the resort staff. So I just think it's quite a dodgy situation to be leaving your kids in a room which is unlocked. One thing that I thought was quite interesting about the case was that a lot of people are saying that because they didn't seem guilty, or they didn't seem distressed enough, that in itself is proof they might have something to do with it.
That's quite sad, because they were basically saying the media shamed them and saying they weren't crying enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think
so who do you think did take Madeleine McCann?
I think that's ridiculous. I don't have the answer to that, I'm afraid. I think if I had to, my best speculation would be one of the dodgy men that were around before. So there were dodgy men around asking for money. There's rumours that some of them were connected to some sort of criminal gang. So I think the most likely explanation is that she was probably trafficked. But I do think it's really unfair to blame the parents for not being emotional enough, because nobody knows how you're going to react in that kind of situation. And sometimes it just takes a while for reality to settle in. And like, some people are just stoic, and some people just because they don't outwardly seem distressed doesn't mean that they're not going through turmoil. And I think they were probably stunned, like for their daughter to disappear. Obviously that in itself is pretty mind-blowing, and then that's in a foreign country, then you're a suspect and there's media around you. I suppose the point I'm trying to make is I don't think anybody can judge and say they didn't act in the right way. And what that really reminds me about is the case of Amanda Knox. So if you remember, I think it was 2007, she got accused of killing her flatmate Meredith Kircher, I think was his name, and everybody was convinced that she was guilty because that she didn't seem distressed enough or upset enough or traumatized enough. And people were absolutely convinced, and she was, you know, arrested in police custody for a long time. Then eventually they found the real culprit through fingerprints, and then afterwards everyone was like, oh, you know, accepted that she's innocent. But she was acting a little bit bizarrely in the police station, Amanda Knox. She was kind of, you know, doing yoga, and she was seen she's photographed smiling and joking with a boyfriend. But my point is that doesn't mean that she wasn't distressed. It's just people can giggle or laugh when they're sort of embarrassed or they're awkward or they feel upset. I don't think you can predict what anybody should react like in extreme trauma.
So you got all these kids disappearing all the time, tragically. None has had the spotlight on them like the Madeleine McCann case. What separates this case from all the other cases that, you know, this is a daily thing?
Yeah.
Why is there so much focus on it?
That's a good question. I think there's probably quite a few different factors. I think the fact that she's white and middle class compared to something that might happen in more deprived areas. So I'm sure around that time there was another case, I can't remember her name, of a young black girl that went disappearing in London and got nowhere near as much as media attention. I think her parents have really continued their efforts to try and keep attention on it and to promote it. So they never gave up, really. They were just like constantly trying to put it into the attention of the media. And I don't know, I suppose it's a bit like something going viral, isn't it? Sometimes these cases are not necessarily that unique, but they just stay in the public consciousness. And I don't think we really know why or how some videos become viral versus others. And I think it's a bit like that, this case.
Because they were getting loads of funding, weren't they? And I think that's why obviously the Shannon Matthews case happened, is because obviously they were trying to do the same thing and get the pennies.
Yeah. And I suppose even just with the parents being accused of being involved in it, which I don't believe is true, but I think it just puts another twist in the tail, and people like true crime and they like things that are uncertain and have like different conspiracy theories, I guess.
Have you watched the various documentaries on the McCann case?
I did years ago, shortly after it happened, but not recently, not in the last few years.
Did you watch that one where they brought the investigators in and they unearthed that ring, and even though they hadn't found Madeleine, they found loads of other kids, and they had to contact the parents and say, look, your kid was advertised on this website, basically, here's what's happened. Right, yeah, did you see that one?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it was heartbreaking. I can't remember, I must have watched that one about 4 or 5 years ago now. I can't remember which one it was.
So they'd taken those children already, are you saying, and then advertising on websites?
They brought these investigators in to try and unearth what had happened to Madeleine McCann. They didn't unearth what had happened to Madeleine, but they did unearth this massive European ring.
Yeah.
And they were advertising kids on the web. So
They'd already taken that.
That had already been dead, but were missing. So this is where those photos ended up. The investigators found them and had to contact the parents and say, "Look, here's where your kids ended up."
Wow.
Yeah. So how
did they manage to rescue some of those kids then?
No, they were gone.
They were gone.
Yeah.
How old were they?
Just little kids. Yeah. Just
terrifying, isn't it?
Sold on to these people. So we've had, I think it was Mark Williams Thomas came on, and he believed that in the abduction theory. David I believed in the abduction theory, and he believed that she is deceased, Madeleine, because of the abduction, the abuse, and then whatever happens next, and then they terminate the victim. Do you think that there's any chance that she will ever be found? Here's a message from our sponsor. So, Jen, have you ever signed up for a gym or something or other, and then they just keep taking this money out of your bank?
Yes, it's really, really frustrating. If you want to cancel straight away.
Do you know why free trials renew without your consent? It's something that drives me mad.
Absolutely mental.
Of course, it's a business scam out to get you. Don't let greedy corporations pocket your money. Download Truebill to take care of your subscriptions. Truebill is the new app that helps you identify and stop paying for subscriptions
That you don't need, want, or simply forget about. On average, people save up to $720 a year with Truebill.
which is approximately 500 quid. Because these damn companies make it hard to cancel your subscriptions, Truebill makes it incredibly easy to cancel. Just link your accounts and Truebill will make it easy to cancel your subscriptions in one tap.
And your Truebill concierge is there for when you want to cancel any unwanted subscriptions.
So you don't have to.
Stay on top of your spending with Truebill. Get an effortless breakdown of your finances to see where your money is going and how to improve. Truebill will notify you of important events that need your attention so you're never caught off guard again. Like Jennifer B, who says, with your help, our family has saved $587 this year on unnecessary subscriptions. I really didn't understand how Truebill could help me until we decided to save for a very large home purchase. So don't fall for subscription scams.
Start cancelling today at truebill.com/Sean.
SHAUN. So go right now to truebill.com/Sean.
It could save you thousands per year. Thank you for supporting our sponsors. It's very important for the podcast production. And the links, as usual, are in the description box below this video.
It's a really difficult question to answer. I think I wouldn't profess to know as much about the case as your other guests who've obviously looked into it. But just logically speaking and trying to take emotion out of it, I would have personally thought that if she was going to be found, it would have happened by now.
Yeah.
So
Especially with the eye thing.
Yeah. So if she's not been found for such a long period of time, I don't see how things are suddenly going to change now.
And how far away were the parents when she was abducted?
I think it was a couple of 100 yards. So it was
Yeah,
in the
in a
same
restaurant,
complex. It was in a restaurant in the complex, but I believe the actual villa was on the other side of the complex.
So could you expand on the dodgy people that were seen in the area?
That's all I know, really, is that there was a few people, they were begging for money, and I think, I'm trying to remember this now, this is all from memory, I think one of them even made some inappropriate comments towards another young girl, or was inappropriately hanging around the area of another young girl in that resort on the day before the night that she disappeared. And then either people were making complaints or the staff themselves felt uncomfortable and they asked these people to leave. But for me, just the existence of that would make me feel quite uncomfortable with my family being there, and I certainly wouldn't be leaving my kids alone.
Did they make any arrests of suspects at the time?
I don't know any more details, I'm afraid, Sean.
They did have a suspect, didn't they? And they took him in, but he had an
He was
alibi.
completely innocent, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I'm trying to remember why they pulled him in now.
because he looked dodgy. It was.
But he had something to do with them.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen any of these McCann documentaries?
No?
Have you seen the Netflix one? Who were the suspects that they pulled in? The German guy.
Yes, the German guy.
Wasn't the guy who made a website or something? There was a web guy, a younger guy. He helped in the search. That's it. Yeah.
You are a fountain of knowledge today, mate.
So what about the lead detective then? He didn't he write a book on it and stuff?
I don't know, Rachel. I
Okay.
don't know much
He
about
did.
the case.
Yeah.
Because he was blaming the parents, I think, wasn't he, the lead detective? That's the whole other side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Robert Wardsley.
what's that? Your writing is
We'll
so
go
bad.
there. We'll go there at the end. We're going to go to Savile after we've done these ones. Robert Wardsley.
Maudsley, yeah. I'm going to read through my notes if you don't mind, Sean, because I've got some stuff
please
I
do.
want to talk about.
And all the links for Jen's organic cotton clothing. And Dr. Das's YouTube channel. Come on, let's help him get up to 20,000 followers here. He's
Oh,
almost there.
congrats. 20,000.
No, 13.7 now. But
Whoa.
We're going to help him get to 20,000.
so I'm going to tell you a bit of background about Robert Maudsley, and then I'm going to tell you my psychoanalysis of him because I think he's a really interesting character.
Yes, please.
So he is an English serial killer who went to Broadmoor Hospital. He murdered 4 people in the 70s. And what's quite unique about his case is that one of them was out in the community and 3 of them were after he was locked up. So of those 3, one was in Broadmoor and one was in HMP Wakefield. So his first victim was a man called John Farrell in Wood Green in 1974. And Maudsley was working as a sex worker at the time. And this man showed him some pictures of children that he'd abused. And then straight afterwards, Maudsley garroted him to death. And I think there's a reason for that, which I'll come back onto. And then Maudsley himself turned himself into the police and said that he needed psychiatric care and he was found unfit to plead. And then he went to Broadmoor. And then whilst he was in Broadmoor, he killed a child molester in 1977. So Maudsley and someone else locked themselves in with this child molester called David Francis. And they tortured him for over 9 hours and then eventually killed him. And then he was convicted of manslaughter and sent to Wakefield prison. And that's quite interesting in itself, which I can come back to about why he was first deemed not fit to plead and sent to Broadmoor, which is a hospital, and then later sent to prison within a short space of time. That doesn't make sense. And then in 1978, Maudsley killed 2 fellow prisoners in the same day. One was Soundley Darwood, who was convicted of manslaughter of his own wife. And he invited him to a cell, garroted and stabbed him, hid his body under his bed. And then he tried to lure in other prisoners, but they said no. And then he found a second victim called Bill Roberts, and he hacked his skull with a makeshift dagger, struck his head against the wall. And that man was serving 7 years for a sexual assault of a 7-year-old girl. And then he walked to the prison officer's room, placed the dagger on the table, and he said that the next roll call would be 2 people short, which is pretty gangster. And then in 1983, he was deemed too dangerous for a normal cell. So there's a special unit in a basement in Wakefield Prison, which is where he is right now.
He's still alive.
Yeah.
Didn't he try and eat one of them or eat the brains of one of them or something? Am I getting mixed up?
I think that's somebody else. So what's interesting for me about Robert Maudsley's case, I think that it's all connected to his background. So
I'm going to guess that he was a victim of a peanut.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So that was only one thing. So he was one of 12 children. Then his parents gave him up for care. So he was sent to a Catholic orphanage. Then he was taken back by his parents when he was 8 years old. Then he's physically abused by his parents. Then after that, he was a victim of a peanut, as you say. And he became like a drug addict and a sex worker. So the reason I'm mentioning all of this is because I think it all ties in with his psychoanalysis. So I think he must have had this huge inferiority complex. So his core belief was, I'm not lovable, nobody loves me. Then he gets this like really mixed, inconsistent message about love and support from his parents. So he's rejected, then accepted, then abused, then rejected again. And then he becomes like what I imagine from his perspective is like one of the dregs of society. So, his sexuality, being a sex worker, being a druggie. So I think this all added to his huge inferiority complex. And the reason I think this is all relevant is because I think that it reflects on his victims. So he intentionally, like the first person he killed was a peanut, and of the other three, another two of them were also peanuts, and one was killed his wife. So I think that because he sees it, because of this inferiority complex, and because he sees himself as like the bottom of society, these are one of the only few people that he's allowed to judge from his own perspective. So his morality in his mind is more secure and more solid than those people who have done more horrible things. So I think that explains why he picked his victims, and some people even kind of see him as a hero, to be honest, because of
Well, yeah, he's on a crusade, isn't he, against people who harm women and kids,
Yeah.
which under the convict code is an admirable thing.
Yeah.
So he's still in Wakefield now, in
Yeah.
the basement,
Yeah.
on his own.
I'll have to write to him.
So next up,
That'd be interesting to get a letter from him, wouldn't it?
what would you ask him?
I'd just ask him if he's ever thought about getting his story out there. Because I think it's fascinating, because when you look at serial killers, quite often their victims are sex workers.
Yeah.
But this is the opposite, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the fact that he's on, in his head, is a noble crusade against people who harm women and kids, I think it's got something that the public would be really fascinated by, the aspect, and a lot of people would say he's a hero,
Yeah.
even though he's a serial killer.
Yeah.
Does he qualify for serial killer status?
Well, I think it depends how you define it. I think to be a serial killer, you have to kill at least 3 people in different times at different contexts. And it's usually because there's some sort of like compulsive urge or sexual urge. So I think if you define it like that, then I suppose he's technically not really a serial killer.
So what's he like? Not a spree? What is it?
It's just killer.
Like a multiple murderer. I
Multiple
guess.
murderer,
Yeah.
multiple homicides.
Yeah.
Right.
But what makes him quite unique is that he killed, of his 4 victims, he killed 3 of them whilst being detained, which is very unusual.
Yeah. So what kind of sentences would he have then? Just life, never getting out?
Yeah. But what I think is quite interesting about his case is that the very fact that he was sent to Broadmoor means that at some point they thought, because he did like hear voices at times, and he did have like depression and suicide attempts. So I think he did have some elements of mental illness. But what's interesting about his case is that he was very first sent to Broadmoor because he was unfit to plead. And that threshold's quite high. You have to be pretty unwell to be found unfit to plead. So you're not even well enough to understand your court case to enter a plea of guilty versus not guilty. So you could barely make most decisions, I'd say. You wouldn't have the capacity to make most decisions. But then after the first killing in Broadmoor, within a short period of time, he's deemed fit to plead because he was sent to prison. And it's possible that somebody could be that unwell and be, as it was about a year, I think, altogether, that their mental state can improve in a year. It's possible, but it's quite unlikely. I think and this is speculation, but I think there's a chance that it might have been a political decision rather than a clinical one. So they might have thought, this guy's an absolute handful. He's too dangerous to be here, and we can't have people killing other patients in Broadmoor and not be seen to be doing something about it. So
Is he a powerful guy physically?
I don't think so. No, I've seen pictures of him. He looks fairly average, I would say.
He must be getting on a bit now.
Yeah. So next we've got H.H. Holmes.
Yeah.
Can I hear about? I don't have a clue who that is.
Again, I'm reading through my notes, if that's all right. So
Yeah.
I'll tell you a bit about his background, then I'll tell you my thoughts. So he's actually born Herman Mudgett, and he's born in 1861. So this is a long time ago in Pennsylvania. And he was a con artist, but he's thought of as being America's first known serial killer. And he confessed to 27 murders initially, although afterwards he confessed to 130 in total. So he was born into a wealthy family, and he was actually quite highly intelligent initially. He was interested in medicine, and he used to trap animals and perform surgery on them. So that's...
A lot of serial killers start by killing animals, don't they?
Yeah, so there used to be this theory, this sort of triad of torturing animals, wetting the bed, and starting fires. That there used to be a theory that predicts when people become serial killers, but it's actually not true. So they've done studies that shows that people are disturbed, but there's no higher incidence of them going on to being serial killers. But it certainly shows that they're psychologically disturbed, right, if you're doing those kind of things. So he went to medical school actually, and he was a mediocre student, but he didn't graduate because there'd been accusations of him from a female that he was making false promises of marriage to her. Then he moved to Chicago in 1886, and he got this pseudonym of H.H. Holmes. So he's known as Holmes, even though his actual birth name is Mudgett. And he started killing people regularly in order to steal their property. So what he would do is he would seduce women, become engaged to them, and then kill them and take their life savings. And he even had people working for him, and he would get them to get out life insurance policy and ended up killing them. So he was like really, really sort of quite cunning and manipulative, I think. And the other thing that really stands out about him is he had this property that was found out after his arrest, which is known as Murder Castle. So he had this like mansion that had these secret passages and trapdoors and soundproof rooms, and like rooms that could be locked from the outside, and even like kilns to cremate bodies. So this is something that obviously took a lot of pleasure and thought and organization into his actions. And then there's another twist of this, is that he had this good friend called Ben Pietzel, and they started committing fraud together. So they defrauded an insurance company by faking Pietzel's death, and they traveled around the states together. And I think we have to remember that this is like in the 1800s, so it's a lot easier to change your identity and to kind of disappear, and you can't be tracked as easily with the police. But he ended up killing his own co-defendant for the money. So he killed Pietzel. It gets even worse. Convinced his widow that he was still alive, and got more money off her. And then he killed 3 of the kids because they started asking too many questions. So Pietzel had 5 children, and he killed 3 of them. And then eventually he was caught for insurance scam in Boston, and he was sentenced to death by hanging. And apparently even up until minutes before he was about to be hanged, he was like completely calm and didn't show any kind of emotion or like fear at all.
Wow.
Bloody hell. What story?
So he's a bit of a swindler.
Yeah. So that's the background. And
Have they made a movie about Holmes? There needs to be one.
Yeah, maybe we should make one.
Wow. Well, I don't know why they didn't call it Murder Mansion instead of Murder Castle.
Yeah, maybe it looked more like a castle than mansion. I don't know. But so what I think is interesting about him is that, a bit like the Robert Maudsley, he is technically a serial killer, but he's very different from other serial killers, because most serial killers have, like what I was talking about before, this bloodlust and this urge and this craze, and it can be quite traumatic. I don't know if traumatic is the right word, but it's quite uncomfortable for them. So this rage sort of builds and builds and builds, and they can only relieve it by going out and killing somebody. What I think is different about Holmes is, I would even class him as a con artist who kills rather than a serial killer. So he just got rid of anybody who's inconvenient. Like if anybody knew too much, or if there was some financial motive, like a life insurance, or if he's engaged to them, to get rid of him, he just did that. So it's his motivations, I guess, is very different.
Very calculated.
Yeah.
Did you say he came from a wealthy family though?
Yeah.
What did he need the money for then?
I think because he failed at medical school, so I think he
just
and probably greed, as well.
Everyone
and the other thing
that
really stands out about me is his absolute lack of empathy. So you could argue that most serial killers do have a lack of empathy. I think that's fair to say. But he killed like his best friend. He killed a number of partners, romantic partners. There's I think he killed some childhood friends as well. So he really didn't give a shit about anybody. He just had this astounding lack of sympathy. Yeah.
He wouldn't want a friend like that, I was saying. No.
Don't swipe him on Tinder.
No. So we got the, your writing's terrible, Sean. Washington, D.C.
Sniper case.
Sniper case.
So again, I'm just going to read out a bit of background for that.
Is that meant to be an R?
It is.
So do you remember reading about the Washington DC?
Vaguely. It's going to come back to you when you say it. Wasn't the 2 of them?
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Going round in a car.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's also known as the Beltway sniper attacks. So this occurred in a 3-week period in October 2002, and they killed 10 people and they wounded 3. But actually, they found out afterwards that they'd started earlier and did more killings over a longer period of time. So they started in February 2002, and they killed about 17 people altogether. But they just happened to sort of stop for a bit and then do a cluster in DC. And they were John Allen Muhammad, who was aged 41 at the time, and Lee Boyd Malvo, who was 17, and they were in a sexual relationship as well. Muhammad was a Gulf War veteran. So they were traveling around in a blue 1990 Chevrolet Caprice when they were committing their crimes. And eventually they got caught in October 2002 because they were found asleep in their car. And I think what had happened is that the police had tracked this one vehicle, and they got the registration out to the public because it happened to be in the vicinity when these random people were being sniped. And so they're asleep in the car, and then the police got a call from a member of the public saying, "We've seen this registration plate." And then the older one, Muhammad, was sentenced to death in September 2003 and was killed in November 2009. And Malvo, the juvenile who's still alive, was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences. So what I think is quite interesting about this case is that, according to Malvo, so according to the younger one, Mohammed was furious at losing custody of his 3 kids. So he said that his kind of motivation was just to rebel against the American government. But there's also a theory, although it did get dismissed by the judge, that so he'd been separated from his wife, and his wife didn't give him access to their 3 kids. So there's a theory that he was killing random people around the area where she lived so that he could eventually kill her, and he wouldn't be a suspect because her death would be like lost among all these random people.
Wow.
And if that is true, then I think that, again, it just shows a atrocious lack of care for human life and lack of empathy. The other thing is that Malvo, the younger one, when he was imprisoned, he was writing these really weird kind of diatribes for jihad against the United States. He would rant and he would draw, and he would talk about people like Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, and the Matrix. So this is why it really stood
Back
out
to
for
the
me.
Matrix.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there was no evidence to suggest that he was psychotic, but I wonder whether he might have been psychotic actually, and I wonder whether the crimes were so heinous that nobody wanted to even suggest or investigate that he might have a mental illness, because they didn't want to be seen to give him like a soft option of like trying to rehabilitate him. And I can't say without assessing him whether he was psychotic, but I think there's enough grounds to at least be suspicious. So if it was up to me, I would have investigated him, and I would have tried to get to the crux of why he was talking about Osama bin Laden and the Matrix. Like, is he just inspired by that person in that film, in which case there's no mental illness and he is culpable, or does he feel like he's connected to them in any way, like he gets messages from them, or if he's got like delusional beliefs that he's on a mission or is involved in the Matrix. Like I've said, I've seen that quite a few times.
So was one of them the driver and one of them the shooter?
I think so, yeah. So Mohammed trained the younger one, Malvo, into how to shoot. Yeah. And the other thing I think's interesting about the case is you got to question the dynamics. If one's 41 and one's 17 years old, so the age of criminal responsibility in Washington is the same as the UK, so that's 10. So I don't think anybody can question whether the 17-year-old Malvo was responsible. I think he was responsible, but despite being responsible, I also question whether he was like brainwashed or quite vulnerable, because to be 17 and to have like theories of or wants to jihad against the government and to have all this hatred, it's quite a young age. You've not had any life experiences at that age, have you? So you got to wonder how much he was sort of brainwashed by Mohammed. And
what was their fate?
So Mohammed was sentenced to death, and he died in 2009, and Malvo serving 6 consecutive life sentences. So I suppose the question is like, if he was psychotic, if my suspicion is right, what would you do? Because he's never going to be released. He's too dangerous to be released. So would you bother rehabilitating him? There's a humanitarian argument, which is that if he's suffering from symptoms, you can treat those symptoms. But then there's kind of the criminalistic kind of argument, which is that what he did was so heinous that he doesn't deserve any rehabilitation.
Btk Killer.
Yeah, so that's another one on the list. So have you guys heard of BTK?
Yeah.
No. Who's that?
I'll tell you now, and then I'll tell you my psychoanalysis. So his name is Dennis Rader, and he was born in March 1945 in Kansas. And he's an American serial killer who murdered 10 people. But what's unique about him is he did it over the span of 3 decades. And he eventually got arrested and confessed in 2005. And he called himself BTK because he would bind, torture, and kill his victims. And he would taunt the police, which I think is part of his sort of psychoanalysis. So he claimed as a youth he killed animals, and he developed violent sexual fantasies that involved bondage. He worked in the Air Force. He was married and he had 2 kids. And he did a number of jobs, worked in a factory, a security company, compliance officer. He was quite active in his church, and he was like a Boy Scout leader. So on the surface, he was like quite a productive pillar of the community, really. Studied criminal justice at university, which I think is probably relevant. So his first murder was January 1974. He strangled 4 family members, including 2 children. And then semen was found at the scene, even though the victims hadn't been sexually abused. And that eventually was how he got caught. But what I think is quite unique about him is that he would take like souvenirs like underwear and watches, etc., from some of his victims. In in 1974, he targeted another 21-year-old woman, went inside her house and fatally stabbed her. And then he would send these messages out to the police, and he would say the code words for me would be bind, torture, kill. The next 2 decades, he killed 5 more women, and his 6th victim strangled in March 1977 when he'd locked her 3 young kids in the bathroom. And he actually grew irritated by the lack of media coverage. So he wrote in a letter to local TV stations saying, how many people do I have to kill before I get my name in the papers? Yeah. And I've got some other details of other killings, but I'll get through those. And so he got caught because there was like a bit of a gap between his killings, and the media were suggesting that whoever he was had either died or was arrested, and he took umbrage to this because he wanted the notoriety. So he wrote to the police. He would write in the back of cereal boxes. So he wrote to the police proving that he was the killer because he knew some intimate details. And I think he might have even sent like a copy of the driving license of one of his victims that he'd taken. And the reason he got caught is because he sent them the police a floppy disk, and they managed to trace it back to the church where he was like the president of the congregation, and they matched his DNA to the semen at the first crime scene.
So it was a sexual.
So yeah. So what I think is quite that makes him really stand out is that his usually serial killers, as I was saying before, they have this frenzied, sometimes sexual urge to kill, and I think he managed to placate it to a degree by masturbating. So he would take all of these objects, these souvenirs from the crime scenes, and even said this later on in his confession, because he wanked over them. He managed to kind of put away his urges or his addictions for weeks or months at a time, and that's why he managed to make it sort of last so long. But what really stands out to me is his degree of narcissism. I think you could probably argue that most serial killers have some sort of degree, especially organised serial killers have some degree of narcissism. But for him, it was his downfall. Like, he could have actually gotten away with it. He could have gotten away with killing more than 10 people, but because his ego was so large, he wanted recognition for it.
Like the serpent.
Yeah.
Returning back to
Totally got away with it.
Yeah. Why do they write into the police? Is it an ego thing?
I think it is an ego thing. So I think it is all about sort of power and taunting. Like, he thinks, there's a few serial killers that have done this. He thinks that he's so untouchable and so clever that to him it's a bit of a game, and he wants a degree of respect. And I think people like him, they differentiate being infamous from being famous. So they want what they see as the glory and the attention, but they completely compartmentalize the horrific evil things that they've done.
No.
So even when after he was arrested, when reporters would write in to ask him questions, he would write pages and pages about himself, like these really detailed letters. He was just so up himself, so narcissistic and so egotistical. Yeah.
So Jimmy Savile next. And we've got our documentary out. If you want to watch the uncensored version with David I'll put the link in the description box. We've got lots of David I content that we can't put on this platform regarding Savile. And I imagine many of you have seen the Netflix documentary, and we've also got the BBC documentary coming out. Yeah.
So yeah, Jimmy Savile.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think of Jimmy Savile. Forgive me, fam, to look at my notes a little bit. So what I think is quite interesting about him is that his mother was apparently quite cold towards him in his earlier years, and also he lived in poverty and deprivation. I think there are other things from his background that are relevant. So his nephew was also charged with sexual abuse. Did you know about that?
No.
So I wonder, and again, this is a degree of speculation, but I wonder whether there was something that was happening in that family, because to have one sexual abuse, especially as prolific as him, is very unusual, but for there to be 2, I wonder whether there was some abuse going on when they were children themselves. The other thing about him is his general attitude towards women. So he had no interest in relationships or marriage, and he had no kind of warm or empathetic situations or scenarios or relationships with children. So it's almost, to me, like he saw women as objects rather than as equals. And the other thing that makes him quite unusual is that he had this really wide range of victims. So even though most of his victims were young girls, he committed offences against both males and females, committed offences against young to old people. I think his oldest victim was 75, and there's even accusations of necrophilia. So what that says to me is that his deprived acts are not just about sexual satisfaction. To me, it's all more about power, control, and dominance. Because if it was for a sexual proclivity, then you'd expect him to go after a certain type of person, and the fact that he did it for so many different people. And again, another something else that adds to that theory is that he would sometimes he'd forcibly French kiss women, sometimes in front of other women, without any kind of further sexual assault, without orgasm. So again, that's not to get rid of a sexual urge. That is about showing his power and his dominance over people. And I think that what strikes me is that he's got lots of different personas. So he is like a DJ, he's a philanthropist, he's a sexual predator, as we know, even former wrestler. So I think that's relevant for a couple of reasons. First of all, it shows his narcissism, that he thinks that he's so sort of important and so interesting that he can create all these different personas and kind of, it's just a way of getting different forms of attention, I think. And I think that's connected to his underdeveloped sense of shame, because he was an oddball, and he was quite openly an oddball, from the way he dressed to his medallions to his shell suits. And I guess that shows that he's got like a very low degree of shame, really, because like he doesn't mind being embarrassed, whereas most people are a bit self-conscious. He didn't have that about him at all. And in fact, I'd go even further. I'd say that kind of his quirkiness hid his predatory nature. So when he would, you can see this in footage of him and different TV shows who go up to.
But if you watch the Louis Theroux documents, he does look like a predator in there.
Yeah.
And he's obvious.
And his fishnet vest.
Yeah.
But that's my point.
It's just the way he's acting in it.
My point. That's exactly my point. So because he's so quirky and weird, it's hard for anybody to say, unless they saw what he did.
He's hiding in plain sight.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Because he's so weird, you can't. It's hard to say whether those tendencies are of a sexual predator. Obviously his behavior was, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about his weird presentation in the string vest, whether that's something really dodgy or whether it's just
even
Jimmy
the name
being
Jim
Jimmy.
will fix it creeps me out. No, I think it's obvious.
I think his relationship with his mother is bizarre, because he kept her outfits, didn't he, pressed and everything in his cupboard after she was dead, and he'd go in there and
put them on.
Well, not put them on, but like he said, he felt her presence and stuff. That's why he kept the outfits.
Yeah.
And there was the thing whereby when he was a baby, he got ill, and for a year they thought he was going to die, and his eyes wouldn't close, so he was sleeping with his eyes open.
Yeah.
And then when he did survive that, he was like the miracle child.
Yeah.
So they heralded him as this miracle. Do you think that's what would have played into his ego, that he felt he was exceptional and above everybody else? So
it's interesting you say that. As you were saying that, it reminded me of Anders Breivik, the Norwegian man that ended up doing that shooting. He killed like 69 people in Oslo. And the reason I thought of him is because he had a similar childhood, in that he had very mixed messages from his parents. On the one hand, they were cold and detached, like Jimmy Savile's mother was to him. But on the other hand, they kind of heralded him as this genius child. So I think when you get a situation like that, and I should preface this by saying that the vast majority of people who would have that kind of upbringing wouldn't go on to commit any kind of violence or sexual crimes. It's only a very small portion. But I do think it's probably all interconnected. So I think it goes back to this inferiority complex. So he's got two very mixed messages. His mother's distant and cold and not particularly nice to him at some points in his life, which makes him feel worthless. But at the same time, at other points in his life, when he's developing his own sort of internalized persona, he's been told that he's amazing, that he's special. So I think some people that get really confused, so they end up being so fragile in their personalities and their ego that they kind of overcompensate. So I think that's what's going on here. I think he's overcompensating by making this really weird, quirky character. And I think the other thing that I haven't mentioned yet is I think he was enabled by so many people around him. So all of those things we've already talked about makes him sort of primed to become a sexual predator. And then he's enabled by people around him knowing it's going on, and sometimes not even just turning a blind eye, but sometimes actively helping him get victims. And connected to that, he has access to victims like almost no other person has. So he's a celebrity that goes around seeing all these vulnerable women and men, but
helping
mostly women.
People.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So he's got access to them. He even had keys to Broadmoor. And that is absolutely insane. Like, I've worked at Broadmoor, and it is, as it should be, a high secure hospital. Like, for me to get keys took like 3 or 4 months.
He was dictating the policy.
Yeah.
Does anyone know his first case?
Sorry, say that again.
Does anyone know his first case?
His like the first time he ever assaulted somebody.
Yeah.
No, I don't
Mark
think so,
Williams
no.
Thomas talked about that on the podcast we did with him.
Oh, right.
We're going to try and get him back on to talk about his McCann abduction theory.
So what was Jimmy Savile's first known case then?
Oh, it goes way back. Yeah, the span of offences is over decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember it specifically off the top of my head.
Was he
But
quite young?
was Savile quite young?
Yeah.
I can't remember because he got an early start, didn't he, as a DJ? He was like a trailblazer, really, for starting discos and being a DJ. And that's, he was playing the Beatles before they were even famous, and that's how they all got in with him. But going back to the death and the attraction to corpses then, so he had a near miss in the mines when he was working in the mines, and then he volunteered to work at hospitals where he had access to terminally ill people. Yeah. So what was this thing he had, about corpses and death? Do you know? Have you looked at that?
I've not looked into it, but I sort of answering off the top of my head, I wonder whether that's connected to his very serious illness when he was a child. So I wonder whether he's got some sort of preoccupation with death, and if it's somehow sort of in a messily, almost inexplicable way tied up with sexuality as well. So he certainly went after vulnerable people. We know that, usually young girls looking for some sort of TV opportunity, but hospital patients are another type of vulnerable people, aren't they? So again, it's all about power more than it's tied in with sex. I'm not saying it's not, but for me, power and dominance is more important to Jimmy Savile than sex is. So being able to dominate people who are hospital patients, near death or vulnerable victims.
But with the mentally ill, did he abuse them because they might not tell on him? Was it a risk thing?
I think that Jimmy Savile was so emboldened by what he was doing that I think he didn't care about risk. Because think about it, in the Louis Theroux documentary, he even basically sort of insinuated that he was a wrong 'un, wasn't he? He basically almost said the words. And he taunted people by his quirkiness and by his odd behaviour. So in answer to your question, I don't think that the Broadmoor, he picked the Broadmoor victims because people wouldn't believe them. I think it was because they were vulnerable and they were locked up and he had easy access to them, and it was more of a power thing. Because if he was so concerned about being caught, he would have been more subtle about it, and he would have only gone for vulnerable victims, I think, like Broadmoor patients. But that was just one of many different types of situation where he abused his power.
He knew he was untouchable because there was cases where patients told staff members they'd been abused by him, and they said that the staff members told the patients, "That's just Jimmy. You better keep your mouth shut."
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I remember for one of the documentaries I saw that he was taking a picture with a nurse with other people in the room, and he'd put his hand somewhere extremely inappropriate with other people, like literally next to him.
Did it on top of the pops on camera. It's like the clips on YouTube.
It's disgusting.
The girl just jumps in the air.
So that paints the picture of somebody that's, again, doesn't care about the consequences or doesn't care about the risk, and just has been emboldened by being enabled over so many years.
Well, one of the things that emboldened him was his weekly dinner for the police. Because if you commit a crime across the country, it gets reported back to the jurisdiction in which you are domiciled, which was Leeds. So he had a weekly dinner for the police. And one of the guys that he was clicked up with was the guy who handled all the complaints about him that came from in all over the country. Yeah. So the chain of events is such that someone makes a complaint, local police department, it gets filed with them. They have to then send it to the guy who's attending his lunches, and it stops there, it gets lost.
It's madness. Disgusting.
But I don't think there's anyone has ever been so calculated in creating alliances with every institution. Didn't he get an award from the Pope? Didn't he get a knighthood from Maggie Thatcher? Didn't he get an on and on and on and on it goes? Yeah. I mean, there wasn't anyone at the top of the royals, at the top of the politics, the top of religion. He had them all.
And even just like going back to Broadmoor, the fact that he had keys, there's no clinical scenario where you can justify giving anybody that's not a staff member keys for any reason. Like, even
he pitched it that he was going to go in there and change the method of operation and streamline it and get it efficient and all this stuff. Yeah. That's how they gave him the control over the policy as well.
Must have been very persuasive. And I think he'd built up this like persona and this aura around him. Whereas you say people were just too scared to challenge anything he was doing.
So why do you think then it only came out after his death? Do you think that the people involved with him were
Scared of
their
him.
necks were on the line as well? If it came out during his lifetime, that they would be held accountable as well.
Well, it's like the culture of the place that you work in, don't you? So if you step into an environment where everybody is, say, being bullied, and this happens quite frequently in NHS trusts, then any one individual is too scared to speak out, because if they're the whistleblower, they're going to get targeted. They're going to be sacked or worse, kind of, a target of everybody else. So I think even though he's not an institution, it's almost like that, stepping into his world. It's made very clear from the start that that's just Jimmy, and we don't talk about that and we don't look at that. But when he's dead, then people are probably still scared. I think that it took a while for people to actually come out and speak out against him. But yeah, after he died, there was less of a threat, I think.
Have you seen what Johnny Rotten said about him?
No.
So he called him out back in the day, and he said that the Sex Pistols were banned for performing on Top of the Pops because they were out in Savile.
Yeah. I'd like to think that kind of thing wouldn't happen nowadays. I think that even though there are powerful men who abuse their positions, in fact, we spoke to the son of one of them recently, didn't we, Peter?
And we've got that case, haven't we, that I can't talk about on the channel, that shows that it is, isn't it just part of human nature, the powerful, what's it called, when you think you can just get away with anything, and
like the sense of entitlement.
Yeah.
Entitlement.
I think it is, but I think that things are changing very gradually. So the whole Me Too movement, I think, is
elite deviance. That's what I was thinking of. Elite deviance.
okay.
I mean, good job.
It's if you are so powerful,
Yeah.
like certain politicians, I'm not going to mention in America, who've been presidents.
Yeah.
If you're that powerful, you know you can get away with anything.
Well, this
which leads to you going down that road of doing those things, because the things that you do regularly don't get you off anymore.
Yeah.
So you've got to keep getting more and more bizarre.
Yeah. I think that people are being challenged though. So that president you're talking about, from Peter Neistat to Harvey Weinstein to Prince Andrew to Jimmy Savile, I think slowly people are becoming more confident to speak the truth.
They are getting challenged, but the people, like, if you're thinking of the one with the C word, he's never going to go to prison for anything he's done, I don't think. Even though he was clicked up with the E word.
So
yeah. No, let's what about the BBC? Shouldn't the BBC? I mean, they're doing a documentary about this whole thing now. But
do you think they need to take accountability for it?
Don't you think they got off lightly?
Yeah. I think they do, and I think part of the problem is that a lot of the people at the top keep sort of changing positions as well. So by the time everything's come out, the people who were responsible, or not necessarily directly involved in sexual assaults, but at least allowed it to happen, have kind of moved on. So it's quite hard to get accountability, I think.
Do you think these organisations bring people in for a certain period of time just so that they can assume that legal liability, and then move them on and bring someone else in, and they can say, well, it was on their reign?
Yeah.
What a conspiracy.
Yeah. I think you're probably right.
But if you look at how it broke out, the documentary that Matt Williams-Thomas was working on, the BBC were going against it and shutting it down, and it was tricky. They had to change media entities to actually get it out, because there was so many forces at work to try and shut it down. Yeah. Do you remember that, James? The beginning of how the story came out, what Matt Williams-Thomas told us.
Yeah, it was going to be a Newsnight program.
That's it, Newsnight.
And Jimmy Savile just died, and they were planning to do a Jimmy Savile special that Christmas, a tribute show to him. Wow. And they alleged that someone higher up in the BBC pulled the Newsnight investigation because it would ruin their Jimmy Savile special.
That was it, yeah? What morality is that?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Isn't it? All right, so stalkers, internet stalkers, trolls. Oh my goodness.
Internet stalkers, popular thing.
They've all moved on to Btk Killer, haven't they? The trolls.
Yeah.
So I'm still getting it.
I've not had any Dekahegi flack on my channel for ages, but I did have it for about
You could
a month or
resurrect
so.
that quite easily. Just get him on.
So I just thought I'd talk you through some of my kind of thoughts on the psychoanalysis of stalkers, because I do see them occasionally in my clinical practice, but also because I've done videos about them recently. So the first thing I'll say is that I think a common misconception is that people are stalked by random strangers, and that's actually very uncommon. So about 80% of the time, women, and it's usually women, know the victims of know the perpetrators of the stalkers in some way or another. I just remembered you've had a stalker, haven't you? I remember talking about this with you.
Yeah.
Is that all?
It's still around.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, it's all online as well, so this is quite relevant. So.
And Jen's given me a book called Hunting Trolls that I'm reading.
Yeah.
And trolls are predators, and it does tie into stalking.
Yeah.
This is what this book is explaining to
It's
me.
obsessive behaviour, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think with stalkers, demographically, usually there's quite a range, and sometimes it's quite successful people. So even like judges, footballers, I don't know if you call them like classic stalkers, but they have stalking behaviour or controlling behaviour. So usually from my experience, it's either because they want to rekindle a relationship that they refuse has ended, or because they got some sort of perverse pleasure in tormenting the victims. And about half of them have substance abuse issues, and about half of them have personality disorders, but some of them have both, so it's not like everybody fits into that category. So you can understand how that would happen with substance abuse issues, because people who drink or take drugs can be quite disinhibited, so they think less about the consequences of their actions, and they can be a bit more irritable and a bit more aggressive. And personality disorders, as you might know, is like an ingrained problem with somebody's characters. So again, you can understand how that would lead to stalking. But what I think is common, I wouldn't say it happens in all stalkers, but it's quite common, is like this easily bruised ego. So we're talking about people that are narcissists, very entitled, and refuse to accept when a relationship has ended. And often you see this like para-stalking behavior during the relationship itself. So whilst the man and the woman were together, the man is often very controlling, very dominant. So they constantly want to know where their partner, now ex-partner, is, who they're with, constantly checking up on them, want to check their phone messages, have like very paranoid about infidelity, sometimes on absolutely no basis. They're just convinced that their partner is cheating on them. And I think that some of them even see what they're doing as like romantic gestures. So they think they're being passionate about relationship, whereas actually they're just not letting go, and they're being kind of dominating. So I think a lot of that comes from some sort of insecurity from childhood, because that suggests that there's something wrong with their personality structure, right? Most people aren't like that. So I wonder whether a lot of stalkers have had something in their childhood that makes them feel so insecure. So either they're like bullied at school, or weren't particularly supported that well by their parents, or maybe they had lax parenting, with parents who didn't really pay them much attention or didn't really care about them. Or, for example, like they were overshadowed by a sibling who was more successful or popular than them, or that they're in a job where they feel that they're not being appreciated, or their talents aren't being used. So I think that all leads to inferiority complexes. And the other thing about stalkers is a lot of them have very poor kind of social circles. So they don't have many friends. A lot of them haven't been that successful previously romantically. So they put in everything into their new relationship. They kind of overcompensate by having nothing else in their world. So when they break up with their partner, because they've got nothing else, because they've got no other support, they focus completely on that, and they become, as you say, obsessive. Yeah.
What about these stalkers of these OnlyFans women then? And you hear cases now where they like give massive amounts of money to these women on OnlyFans.
think they own them.
Yeah.
And then they try and get closer to them, and they get rejected. They figure out where they live and show up and kill them. There's been multiple cases of that in America now.
Okay. So I think that is an issue with boundaries, isn't it? So I think that, and again, I'm not trying to victim shame in any way, but I think that probably some of the way that works is that the people that are on OnlyFans kind of insinuate that there's a special relationship with them and the people giving them money because they want more money. Whereas there should be boundaries there. Whereas I think the people that pay the money that end up becoming stalkers feel entitled, don't they? So they feel, I've put in so much money, and even though we didn't overtly say this, I now deserve something in return, because otherwise why did I give you this money? So I think that's what that's about. It's like
And do these men think that actually the girl is only talking to them?
I suppose it depends how naive they are and how
Yeah.
convincing the women are. So I'm sure there must be some
You're on
situations.
OnlyFans and you're like, yeah, just for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm sure there must be some situations where they're meant to they're made to feel like that, so they
Yeah.
part with more of their money.
So you're saying then that a stalker's objective is to cause as much suffering to the person because that gets them off, or do they have a delusion that they're actually going to get with the person?
So I think there's categories of stalkers. There is, and you mentioned a couple of them there. So there's ones who have previously been in a relationship with somebody, and arguably they're more dangerous because they know that person's patterns, especially if they've been in a relationship for months or years. They know where that person lives, they know what their friends are, etc., etc. Then there's people who have some sort of delusional belief that they're in a relationship when they're not. So these are the people that I would see in my clinical practice. I have to say that's quite rare. It's only a small category. And they usually have some mental illness like schizophrenia or delusional disorder. And erotomania, I don't know if you've heard that term, but it's actually a psychiatric diagnosis. And that's usually, it can be both men and women, but it's more common when a woman has these delusional beliefs that somebody usually famous who they've never met, they believe they're in a relationship. So it's a bit like I was talking about before about delusions. Even though they're presented with evidence to the contrary, they don't believe that evidence. So they believe there's some sort of special relationship. If they see that person, say if that person's a film star, they believe that there's coded messages in what that person's saying directly to them. So that's what they actually believe. And those people are dangerous, obviously, but they're easier to treat, at least in theory, because it's a mental illness and you can treat that with medication, whereas everybody, or the other types of stalkers, you
I was
can't.
going to ask, how do you treat it?
Yeah. And then there's people who who've never really been in a relationship but feel rejected or feel entitled. Like I think your OnlyFans, the OnlyFans category falls exactly into that category, who feel entitled for whatever reason, either because they've put money in or because they've paid attention to somebody, or sometimes it's even just as simple as they flirted with somebody and they got the wrong cues. But whereas most people would take that rejection and move on, some people are so kind of insecure and obsessive and entitled that they refuse to move on, and they just carry on the stalking behavior. Yeah. So to answer your question, I think there's different motivations for different people.
So the Hunting Trolls book, then, it says that the motivation of online stalkers and trolls is to either drive the person off the internet to deplatform them, or to get the person to kill themselves.
Yeah.
And they find really vulnerable targets.
Yeah.
For example, like they'll find a website for someone who's just recently died,
Yeah.
and they'll look at all the family members of the deceased and pick a person and start hammering away in a campaign. They're like, there's networks of them, and they just do this, and their goal is to try and get someone to kill themselves or wipe them off the internet.
What leads someone to do
or
that?
to get them to lose their employment as well.
Yeah.
That's another goal.
So it's funny you mention that, because I've done a video on exactly this, and I talked about this case of a young girl called Hannah Smith, who was only 14 when she committed suicide. I can't remember the year, but it was roughly about 5 or 6 years ago. And it's exactly that. So she got relentlessly bullied on the internet. She was called like fat. She was called ugly. She killed herself. And then it gets even more twisted. The same people started targeting her older sister, who was 16, and her father, just saying, like, why are you going on about Hannah, and what makes you think you're so entitled to publicly mourn for her? So yeah, to answer why people do that, it's a really difficult question to answer, isn't it? I think one thing that's different about internet trolls and internet stalking compared to real life is that because they're more removed, I think they disassociate what they're doing with like the repercussions and the guilt. So they feel, because they don't know that person face to face, not only are they separated with distance, but also with time as well, because you can write a nasty comment and the person might not see it for days or weeks, and they might not ever see it. So they don't feel connected to what they're doing. And I think the anonymity of the internet kind of amplifies what you're willing to do, basically.
Wow. So what do you do to defer these trolls?
Well, there's two schools of thoughts. I think probably the most effective thing is just to literally ignore them and not retaliate or reply in any way.
That's what they say in this book. The minute you respond, we've got you. They feed off responses.
But I have to say, I toy with my trolls a little bit.
Yeah. In what sense?
So I don't do this with the Btk trolls, because I can sense there's something a bit too dark and dangerous about them. So I don't reply to any of them at all. But with other sort of mid-level trolls who can be a bit shit, I just write something, and I make sure that I'm never horrible or nasty, but I write something silly, just really surreal, like what I would call like banter. So like, for example, I'll give you an example. Somebody I did a psychoanalysis of one case. I think it was Putin, I think, and somebody wrote something like, "Surely, psychoanalyzing somebody you've never met. Surely your future employers wouldn't want to. No, surely you wouldn't want your future employers to see this." And I just wrote back saying, "Don't call me Shirley." You're just like playing with them a little bit, and I do that not because of them, but I think my other viewers would appreciate my sort of silly comments.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check out your comments. Yeah.
That's how Wildman turned it around. In the beginning, he wanted to show up at the houses and kill them. But by the end of it, he was saying, "I'm sorry if my weight offends you."
It's funnier to do that, I think, isn't it? And also, it depends how sensitive people are. Like, I know a lot of people say, "I don't care," but I generally don't really care.
They target the most sensitive people and say
yeah.
the most heinous things to try and get them to kill themselves. They're like saying, "Go and kill yourself," onto some of these women that, in these cases in this book, like women who've got like mental health issues and eating disorders, and they're just in there saying the most evil things possible to try and cause maximum damage. Yeah.
So this is quite horrible, but there's something called the Blue Whale Suicide Games, and basically they are what they sound like. So they existed quite a while ago, I think over 10 years ago now, where these chat rooms, these groups and internet chat rooms would target people who they felt were vulnerable, who had mental health issues, and basically try and get them to commit suicide. And the way they did this wasn't by insulting them. It was almost the opposite. They would pretend that they were playing some sort of game, and they would give them little challenges to do, and they were increasing in audacity and risk. So one might be, you have to go and swear at your parents and record it and send us a picture of it. And the other one might be, you have to, these are like young teenagers, the victims. You have to sneak out of your house and run around in the dark and record it and send it to us, or do graffiti or damage something. So the whole point was to kind of get them to acquiesce in bigger and bigger incremental steps, so they felt they were part of the game. And then it would be self-harm, then eventually it would be, you have to kill yourself, and actually happened. So
and people did kill themselves.
Yeah, a couple of people did. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's insane, isn't it?
Is there enough criminal justice in place?
I think the police have been quite slow to react to hate crimes that are related to the internet in general. I think that's...
And they're so savvy, they're so tech savvy. It's almost impossible to find out who they are, where they are in the world. So you've got all this different jurisdictions, haven't you, of the entire world. They could be anywhere.
Absolutely.
So that must give them a sense of invincibility as well.
I do think that the parents have to take some responsibility, right? You have to know what your kids, when your kids are a certain age at least, you have to know what they're looking at and who's been contacting them.
Mm.
So we've got to get to the train station now. So we'll pick our next guest up.
Yes.
Yeah, huge thank you for coming on. 2 copies of Into Mind. Check it out if you want way more details about the Das cases.
Right.
As a forensic psychiatrist, it's Dr. Sohom Das's job to treat and rehabilitate what the tabloids might call the criminally insane. Many of whom assault, rob, rape, and even kill. From the teenager who set his house on fire with his mother locked inside, to the former model who committed millions of pounds worth of fraud and managed to use mental illness to wriggle out of her charges, Dr. Das must delve into the minds of these violent offenders to elicit their symptoms of mental illness, understand their actions, prevent future atrocities, and help those that society would rather forget. Available worldwide now. Check it out.
Can I ask you quickly, who's the former model?
So I don't use her real name in the book because because she was my patient, but I call her Darina in the book. But I think I talked about her on one of these podcasts. I think it was the very first one that I did, so I don't think you were there.
No.
But if you want more details, it's in the book.
Check it out.
Thanks for watching. Please check out everybody's links in the description box. Trying to get Das's channel up to 20k subs, so please give him a sub. And if you want to watch our Savile documentary uncensored version with David I'll put the link in the description box. Cheers. Thanks for watching. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So in my career, I've worked in prisons, I've worked in courts, and I've worked in these secure units at different times. As a doctor, you have to separate yourself from that, and you have to give everyone the best chance of being reintegrating into society. And I just connected to mentally ill people. I think the delusions and the thoughts and the stories they have, some of which are not based in reality, are just fascinating. But further down the line, months after medication, she kind of came back alive, basically. She came out of the psychosis, and she reported retrospectively all these things that she's experiencing. So she told me that she was seeing like shapes of gods and angels in the clouds. She was seeing like shapes in the walls when she was in prison, and she was seeing shapes in the curtains while she was in the psychiatric unit. I want to have to word this carefully, but perversely that actually helps with his risk management, because it means that if he ever does get released in the future, he's far less risky, because you can't kill people with no harms, basically.
Oh, good grief.
Especially back in the 60s, I think he was hypersensitive to being publicly insulted. Plus, you throw in paranoid schizophrenia, which is what he was diagnosed with, which suggests to me that he was psychotic and he was unwell the whole time, because you don't have these psychotic symptoms, then they disappear and then they come back 2 years later. It's very unlikely. But I can understand why people, members of the public, just want to see this man punished. So I think that's why he was sent to prison, but he should have actually gone to hospital, in my view, from the beginning. He basically found his wife and this man in a pub. She went home and he followed her home, got a shotgun, and he shot her dead in front of their teenage son. He had another argument. He ended up strangling and killing this woman, then immediately tried to kill himself. So he ran out, like literally immediately afterwards, and jumped in front of a bus.
The world is racing to get back to normal. We all want to meet up again. But after a year of being locked down, it takes time to get back to normal. When we are going through things, we tend to turn to our friends to talk to, but they don't necessarily give us the best advice. We all need help from time to time, and asking for support is a sign of strength. It is not weak. Help is available immediately through Talkspace, who will match your needs with a licensed professional. You could get the help right away. Start feeling better with a single message. Match with a licensed therapist when you go to Talkspace.com, and you will get $100 off your first month if you use the promo code Shaun, SHAUN. That's $100 off when you use the promo code Shaun at Talkspace.com. Today we have a first on the channel, a prison forensic psychiatrist. And Sohom is the correct pronunciation of your name. And Sohom has his own YouTube channel. So I urge people to go over to A Psych for Sore Minds. The link to Sohom's YouTube channel and socials will be in the description box below this video. And the YouTube channel is doing quite nicely, seeing as though it's only been recently started. Sohom also has a book coming out. Am I allowed to say the title?
Absolutely.
We believe it is going to be called In Two Minds. So he has a lot of really hard-hitting stories about the various cases that he has had to deal with over his career. Some of them are particularly harrowing, but he's a good man trying to make positive changes in the system and influence the world in a good way, because we know from this channel how dark and negative the energy is in the prison system and how there's so much corruption, and it's designed just to bring people back in America so they are clients for life for the prison industries. So we were going to start out then talking about one of your cases whereby you said a child ended up getting killed. So what led to the point where that child was killed?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much.
Oh yeah, huge thanks for coming on. Yeah. And thanks for the snacks.
It's a pleasure. Everyone loves a donut.
Yeah.
So this case really sticks out in my memory. It was one of the most emotionally charged cases I've seen. And it's also one of the first cases where I gave evidence in court as an expert witness. So I was a middle grade psychiatrist, a registrar. And basically there was this young 18-year-old girl who had no previous issues. So no previous mental health issues, no offending. She didn't even get in trouble at school. She didn't even get detention. And then she just completely randomly out of the blue became psychotic, and she had all these delusional beliefs.
Was she on drugs or anything?
No, not as far as we know. No. And she believed that there was demons inside her nephew.
No.
She'd been acting a little bit oddly in the weeks coming up to that. So it's what we call a prodrome of psychosis. So it's not full-blown psychosis.
When you say oddly, what was she doing?
So she was, she stopped listening to her sort of Miley Cyrus pop music, and she would listen to this weird instrumental music. She would stare out the window for long periods of time. She would kind of chastise her own family for doing really weird stuff. So for example, she said that this sitcom that they used to sit down and watch together was smut, and used to turn the TV off in front of them. So her family were obviously concerned, and they tried to seek psychiatric
Who was
help.
she living with at that point?
So she came from quite a tight-knit family of immigrants. So it was her parents, her two brothers, I believe, and the son, her nephew, who she ended up killing. So she was just babysitting him, as she had many, many times before. She made a few odd remarks that morning. Everyone else left the house, and then basically she smothered and killed this child.
Oh my God, what did she use to smother?
A pillow, yeah. And then when the police...
How old was the child, you said?
I think she's coming on to 3.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was absolutely shocking. This is not the typical kind of case I've seen. This is one of the most extreme.
And what did after that then? What did the perpetrator do?
So she just went about her day, and then her mother came back, so the child's grandmother, and thought
She
the
went
child
about
was
a day as if
sleeping.
nothing had happened.
Yeah. Well, I think she was in her own little psychotic mind.
Yeah.
And then her mother thought that the child was asleep.
Oh my God.
Didn't realise for about half an hour when she tried to raise the child that he was actually dead. And then she was making comments about how she was going to reincarnate him, and you just have to believe. Then the police got called. She was saying the same kind of things. She obviously got arrested. Then she was remanded into prison, and it was actually quite hard to assess her because I then got the referral.
Yeah.
So I was working in a medium secure forensic female unit at the time, went to see her in prison, and she was really difficult to assess because she was so paranoid and psychotic that she wouldn't really let me into her psyche. So she was sort of superficially polite, but very dismissive. She would say things like, I can't remember when I asked her about what happened, and she would say, I've already told you that, doctor, or I don't see how that's relevant. So there was no way in to try and assess her.
So what was your approach then when you've got those barriers in front of you?
So when I have patients like that, you've got to be as non-threatening and as empathetic as you can be. So you don't ask them about what happened until the very end when you can slip it in. You just try and start a conversation with them. And more often than not, they kind of let you in eventually. But that didn't happen in this particular case. She just wouldn't engage me in any way. So I was convinced that she was psychotic. And luckily, the judge, I think, agreed. I think had it been a different set of circumstances, had she possibly been male or had she been antisocial with a history of offending, I think it would have been a harder sell. But the judge agreed to let me move her onto a remand section of the Mental Health Act.
Was the prosecutor pushing for something else?
Yeah. So that comes a bit further down the line. So we had her for a couple of months, and treating her in hospital was also a challenge because, again, she wouldn't engage with people. She wouldn't take medication. So then we had this dilemma. Do we force medication on her, like physically hold her down and inject her, which you can do under the Mental Health Act, or do you try and build a relationship? But because the remand section was relatively short, I think it was only 3 months, which is not a long time in psychiatric terms, we had to bite the bullet and inject her. And she started getting better within the first few weeks. I mean, she didn't fully resolve her psychosis until months later down the line after the court case. But as you say, so when it came to actually giving evidence in a trial, so that was the first time I'd given evidence, and it was at the Old Bailey, and it was a murder trial as well. So it was, I was really been thrown into the deep water. The prosecution were trying to get her in prison for life imprisonment. And I thought that was completely the wrong thing for this young woman. So I had to just extract all the psychiatric symptoms that I could. She made a few odd comments on the ward. So she would ask me about reincarnation. And then when I asked further questions about why she was asking, she would try and retract it all. So there were little glimpses of psychosis, but nothing overt and barn door. But we convinced the judge to put her on a hospital order, which means she goes to long-term rehabilitation. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons that it was so emotionally impactful, was the actual offence itself and the innocence of the perpetrator. But the other thing was that part of the therapy was with her trying to reconnect with her family. So I'd be sitting in a room with this young woman, her brother, who is the father of the murdered child, and trying to sort of piece together this sort of fractured relationship.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So the brother then and the mum of the kid, what were their attitude towards the sister?
So I'd never actually met the mum. She was too upset to ever come in and visit.
Yeah.
I don't think she visited the entire time. I met the father of the child, that's her brother, and also her father, the perpetrator's father. I have to say she was quite lucky in a way, because they were very sort of open to understanding that she was unwell, and they were very helpful in terms of her rehabilitation.
Oh my God.
So, for example, after she finally got discharged years later, they were happy to have her live in the same house, etc.
Wow.
That doesn't always happen with the patients that we see.
Wow.
So that one really sticks in my mind, definitely.
When she got on the medicine, then you said she started to come out of the psychosis. So in court, then by the time it was coming to court, was she behaving more normally?
No. At that point, she mentioned a few things that were quite bizarre. So I talked about reincarnation before. She would also be quite preoccupied with religion. So she asked me a question like something like, if a Muslim eats pork by accident, will they still go to hell? Like just completely randomly in the middle of a conversation. So she had these weird beliefs, but she wasn't. She was a bit reserved about it all. But to answer your question, no, in court, she didn't interact with anybody, didn't say anything. So we were quite lucky, I think, that the judge believed that she was psychotic. But further down the line, months after medication, she kind of came back alive, basically. She came out of the psychosis, and she reported retrospectively all these things that she was experiencing. So she told me that she was seeing like shapes of gods and angels in the clouds before the offence. She was seeing like shapes in the walls when she was in prison, and she was seeing shapes in the curtains while she was in the psychiatric unit. And then after all of that, she obviously, once the psychosis went, what she actually did and the consequence of her actions started seeping into her psyche. So another part of her treatment was just to help her get over this depression when she'd realised what she'd done. Yeah.
My goodness. When she realised what she had done, was she horrified then and showing remorse?
Absolutely. Yeah. But it was really difficult because she was so upset and she was just burst into tears that it's quite hard to, discuss and break down the mental processes behind her thoughts when she was so upset. Yeah, so it took a long time.
How long ago was this? Did the crime occur?
I think it was 2015, I think, yeah.
And has she been okay since then?
Unfortunately, I don't know that much because as a registrar, we move on every 6 months. So I was only involved with her care. It's different now that I'm a consultant.
Yeah.
So, but I happen to be quite pally with the team, so I do get updates on her every once in a while because obviously it's a case that I'm interested in. But yeah, she has been released. She's back with her family,
and she's still living with the family.
Yeah.
And what was the parents' attitude? Her own parents' attitude?
I think I never really got a handle of what her mum thought about it because she was just too upset to engage with us at all. I think the father and her brother were quite forgiving, actually. Yeah, I think they realised because it was just so inexplicable and random that they knew that she couldn't have had the intention, she couldn't have known what she was doing at the time. Yeah.
How long before the crime were the symptoms manifesting?
So I think this prodrome happened for about 3-4 weeks.
What does
so
a prodrome
the prodrome
mean?
is these weird, it's like the harbinger to psychosis.
Yeah.
So it wasn't full on overt psychosis, but it was just these odd comments and odd behavior. So for a few weeks. But I should also say that her case is very unusual. When for the vast majority of people, when psychosis comes on, it's a lot more obvious, a lot more overt. She was just quite an unusual case.
So people can live a completely normal life, and then the brain chemicals can change to the extent where this can happen.
Yeah. Usually for most patients, there are risk factors. So usually there's some sort of family history of mental illness. In a lot of the patients I see, they've got other background issues like, poverty, homelessness, or they're victims of abuse. Those are most of the clientele that I see. So her case was exceptional.
Wow. Did you ever come across any other cases comparable to that or similar?
Actually, yes. So quite recently, I assessed a mother who she got postnatal psychosis and she killed her own baby.
Oh my God.
I only did a one-off assessment. So I've only ever met her once for a court report. She didn't belong to me for the rehabilitation like the first young lady.
So in this case, then she actually gives birth, and the act of giving birth changes the brain chemicals, does it?
Absolutely, yeah.
And then the behaviour changes, and they go into full psychosis.
Yeah, so it's called postnatal psychosis or puerperal psychosis, and it happens in about 3 or 4 out of every 1,000 mothers. Usually it's different from most other psychoses in that it happens really quickly, but it tends to resolve quite quickly as well. So it lasts about 10 weeks. And unfortunately, antipsychotics take about 4 to 6 weeks before they start working. So it's actually really hard to treat, to catch it in time. So it's more about keeping the mother and the baby safe than trying to sort of chemically treat the illness. Yeah.
What measures are implemented to keep mother and baby safe? Do they have to be separated?
Sometimes, yeah. So you need a forensic psychiatrist like myself to do a risk assessment, because not everybody who has this kind of psychosis ends up with such risky behaviors. So you can't, it's not humane to just separate every mother from their baby. So you have to do a really thorough, regular risk assessment to really test the waters to see what their thoughts and their delusions are. And if there is risk, then you can separate them. Or having said that, there are mother and baby units. So this is a new area of forensic psychiatry that's growing. There's not that many of them in the country, where the mother and the baby are both kept together, but they're in a psychiatric hospital, and it's set up to help nurse a baby. So there's equipment, nappies, there's like pediatric nurses, etc.
Yeah.
But as I say, that's only a new kind of resource that's only started to grow recently. So the majority of women can't get into them because there's just not enough beds.
In this case, then, what were the symptoms that came before the crime?
So it was not too dissimilar to the first young lady, actually. So I should say that she's had children in the past from a separate marriage. I think they were roughly 6 and 8 years before I saw her. And she became psychotic both of those times, but she didn't hurt the children. She just did some other slightly bizarre things. I think she attacked her mother randomly once and picked up a table on another occasion. So she started having she was hearing the voice of an angel. So she was Muslim, and she was aware of the story of the angel Abraham, I think, who was asked to sacrifice a child. So she was hearing the voice of this angel saying that you have to sacrifice your child and that hell's about to come and the world's going to end. It was actually when the coronavirus was starting as well. So that kind of tied into everything. So she was convinced that she had to do it. Yeah.
So when these symptoms started to manifest, what was the diagnosis at that point?
Well, the problem was she wasn't assessed initially. So to be fair, I think that was to do with her actual life circumstances. So from what I can gather, she was in quite a difficult situation. She had quite an abusive husband who wouldn't really let her leave the house. She'd only been in the UK for less than 2 months. So she was from Turkey. So she had just come over. And so nobody knew what was going on. It was only after she did the deed, and then she phoned her husband straight away to tell him. Not in a kind of angry, hostile, threatening way. She just didn't know what was going on. So she phoned him, he phoned the police. But when I saw her, which is about 2 or 3 months later, she had gotten better with some antipsychotic treatment.
Did she take them voluntarily?
She did, yeah. But as we were saying before, postnatal psychosis tends to resolve fairly quickly anyway compared to other forms of psychosis. So I think she was already just naturally going to get better anyway. But yeah.
What happened in the court case?
So it's very similar to the first one. I made a suggestion of not guilty by reason of insanity, which the judge accepted. And she got a hospital order, which means hospital for long-term treatment instead of prison. And she got a restriction order as well. So these are reserved for the most high-risk patients. So it's where the Ministry of Justice steps in. So usually with most patients that are in these units on hospital orders, the consultant forensic psychiatrist is in charge of when they get leave, when they get discharged. But for the most riskiest patients that have committed this kind of level of crime, they have this extra layer of protection called a restriction order. So the Ministry of Justice need to give the nod for any decision. So if I think she's ready for leave or for discharge, I have to write to the Ministry of Justice, give them an update report, and they say yay or nay.
Wow. Good grief, this is absolutely fascinating. I wonder if you guys are as engaged as I am right now watching this out there. Please let us know in the comments what you think. So your book then, In Two Minds, how did you structure that?
I got a lot of help from an editor. So when I first wrote it, I tried to do it in sections. So in my career, I've worked in prisons, I've worked in courts, and I've worked in these secure units at different times. So I tried to do it like that, but I was convinced that it's better to do a sort of chronological flow. So I've just kind of gone through the last sort of 10 years of my life. I didn't initially want to talk about myself too much because it felt a bit like I was bragging, but my editor convinced me to put in little bits of what was going on in my life at the time. So it's more chronological, and then just bringing in cases that are interesting.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what I found odd was that I've forgotten so many of my cases. So I've got them all in my files on my laptop, and I had to pull them up to get the details. But
How many cases are there over the years?
So I think I've probably assessed about 500 cases for criminal court. Yeah, probably about 1 or 2 a week generally.
And what made you want to get into this profession?
That's a good question. So I think I've always been a bit fascinated with criminality. So when I was a kid, I'd listen to gangster rap like NWA, Snoop Dogg, and I'd watch gangster films, Goodfellas, Scarface. I was just into it when I was a kid. And I never really thought that there is a profession that's sort of related to that in medicine. I kind of did medicine because my parents suggested that I should, not because I was particularly that driven to do it. Did a medical degree, became a doctor. At that stage, I didn't even know that forensic psychiatry existed. And then I kind of stumbled into psychiatry kind of accidentally, just because I had no plan, no clue of what I wanted to do when I graduated. I just spent all my uni days just messing around and just going out rather than concentrating and studying. And then suddenly I had this decision of what to specialize in. So I actually did other things first. I worked as an A&E doctor, and then I kind of did psychiatry, a placement on a whim in Australia. So I was living in Australia at the time, and I just connected to mentally ill people. I think the delusions and the thoughts and the stories they have, some of which are not based in reality, are just fascinating. And then after I came back to the UK, I trained in psychiatry, and then within psychiatry, there's lots of subspecialties. So child and adolescent, old age, for example, and forensics is a specialty. But I would argue that it's probably the least well known about and the most secretive, even within psychiatry, because there's not that many forensic units. So there's not that many placements. And I kind of did it on a whim, to be honest. So as a senior house officer, you move around every 6 months, and it was the very last placement that I did before I had to choose which one to specialize in before you become a registrar. So I didn't really necessarily think I was going to do it for a living. But then, just from my first day on a forensic ward, I was just hooked, because you get to know, as well as the horrific nature of the crimes, you get to know the patients really intimately because they're there for a long period of time. So on a general adult ward, your patient might be there for typically a couple of months. You do get patients that are there for longer, but it's rare. But in a forensic psychiatry ward, because there's so many risks, and because generally they tend to be so unwell, they're there for years. So you get to really know them sort of intimately, and you get to meet their family, et cetera, et cetera. So I was just interested in the criminality side.
Well, you've got a really good vibe about you, and like a very soothing voice. And you mentioned earlier, like when you're talking to them, how you've got to present yourself in a certain way to get their trust. And like, I can imagine your vibe and your voice would be like, has like a tranquilizing effect on them, do you think? Versus someone who just comes in and is abrupt and discourteous.
I think that of all the fields of medicine, psychiatry, you need your communication skills have to be really sharp. Because a heart surgeon, whatever, they don't have to necessarily get the patient on side, but you need to in psychiatry. And I've certainly seen some. I think most psychiatrists are good. Most of my colleagues that I've worked with are good, but I've certainly seen some who are a bit abrupt. And you kind of have to adapt the assessment to whoever's in front of you, and you got to think on your feet as you're doing it. So sometimes they're quite open and honest, and you can have a normal conversation. Sometimes you have to be very sort of gentle and soothe your way in, like with that young woman. Sometimes they're so ill that you've probably only got a 5-minute window to talk to them. Really? So all of the pleasantries goes out of the window. You've got to try and get some symptomatology out of them as quickly as possible. Sometimes they're aggressive, so you got to watch that you don't provoke them even accidentally.
Have you been attacked?
So I've actually been punched twice in my career.
What led up to that?
Oddly, both incidents were actually really similar in that both times. So once was in Australia, so that was in a general non-forensic ward, and the second time was actually my very first day in a forensic unit, literally. And they were both quite similar in that I didn't know the guy. Both times they were men who I didn't know, never spoken to. Both times they were for some reason transfixed on me when I got into the ward. Both times they kind of came up to me. One was actually in a wheelchair in Australia. He was just asking me these bizarre questions, which didn't really make sense.
What questions?
So the one in Australia was just asking me, he kept asking me where I was from, but he wasn't believing me when I answered. He was like, no, what's the truth? And I was like, just told you. And then I kind of walked off and spoke to the patient that I was there to see. And this guy had 2 broken legs because he'd tried to commit suicide a couple of weeks earlier. So he had 2 broken legs. And he stood up on 2 broken legs.
No!
Punched me.
No!
Right on the back of the head. And I was facing a different way, so I didn't even see him coming. And I turned around the floor and I couldn't see anybody because he'd fallen on the floor because he's got 2 broken legs.
Whoa!
Like, what happened? And then
That is one of the craziest scenes I can possibly imagine.
And then on the forensic unit, it's very similar. It was a guy who was really transfixed with me. He was asking weird questions. So he seemed convinced that we knew each other from childhood. And he was saying things like, I'm sorry, I bullied you. I didn't mean to do that. And I was like, with respect, I've never met you before. And I was in an interview room interviewing another patient who I'd gone there to see. I was actually trying to show off to my consultant because it was my very first day. So I went in before the ward round to see some of my own patients so that I could say to my consultant, this is what I think. And then as soon as I walked out of the interview room, he ran up to me, punched me again from the side, so I didn't even see it coming. I was just like, fuck was that? And then the nurses had wrestled him onto the floor.
Yeah.
But the odd thing was that both times, because there was no build up to threat, I didn't feel threatened. It wasn't that traumatic for me.
It's the anticipation, anxiety.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Yeah. It just kind of happened. I was just like, both times.
It's over very fast.
Yeah. But I think what I think is quite interesting is that I don't generally feel unsafe or threatened when I'm in either prison or court, because broadly speaking, the people that I see want to make a good impression because they know that I'm writing an assessment for them.
Yeah.
So generally, even if they're nasty, antisocial, hostile, they'll tone it down to be polite to me generally. And the ones that are agitated and aggressive tend to be completely psychotic and they have no insights. They don't even know what's going on. And generally they're already either on a 2 or 3 man unlock, which, as I'm sure you know, means that the prison officers, there have to be 2 or 3 of them to let them out of the cell. Or if it's in court, then there's custody staff there. So generally the ones that are agitated and angry are already there's a layer of protection. So I think it's actually the secure units, the hospitals that where I felt the most threat, and both times where I was assaulted was in a psychiatric hospital. And to be fair, it's not like there's always an air of tension or aggression. It's not like that constantly. But by definition, the patients that are there have some level of previous violence or risk. So there's always a potential.
Yeah. So from my own incarceration experience, I learned there's a whole category of mentally ill people called shit slingers who specialize in doing things with poo. Have you encountered that in your profession?
Yes, I've seen quite a few. So it's immediately I'm thinking of healthcare units within prisons. So healthcare units are wards within a prison, and technically they're supposed to be there for psychiatric and physical patients. In my years of working as a prison psychiatrist, I barely saw anybody in there for physical issues. They were almost all psychotic, waiting to go to hospital. I've seen a lot of people, well, I say a lot, maybe 10 to 12 over my career who've had like dirty process, who put feces all over the wall. Very few actually slinging shit. I think maybe once or twice, and it wasn't to me, it was just what I've heard from the handover from the guards. I think maybe because I've worked mostly in female prisons, I think the level of shit slinging, I imagine, is a bit, the proportions.
So, have you assessed any serial killers or famous gangsters or anything like that?
No. So I have. So I think a misconception about forensic psychiatrists is that we kind of analyse serial killers.
Clarice.
Indeed, yeah. And I've only came across one case of a man who's killed multiple times, 3 times. But all 3 times they were ex-partners, so that's not technically a serial killer because it's not. Like
whoa, slow down. So you had to diagnose a man who'd killed 3 times. Yeah. Had he got away with 3 murders and he was in prison, or had he got released, killed, got released, killed?
The latter. Yeah.
Go on, give us the whole story, please.
So again, this is a one-off assessment, so he wasn't my patient on an inpatient ward. So
you didn't send him back out into the world to kill again.
That's not my fault. But what happened was, so everything that I know is from the notes.
Yeah.
So he was in his 60s, I think, when I saw him. It's probably 5 or 6 years ago, a while ago. And the first time it was with an ex-partner. I think they'd had an argument on a balcony, and he pushed her off. And he got a finding or a mitigation of self-defense because they were actually physically having a fight. So I think he served something like 3 or 4 years.
That was the first one, was it?
That was the first one, yeah. That was back in the 80s, yeah.
Okay.
At that point, there was no concerns about this man's mental health at all.
Yeah.
Second time, I think, was mid-90s. And again, there was no indication that mental illness drove the offence, but it was, again, a domestic abuse kind of situation. He again had an argument with a partner, and I think he hit her over the head repeatedly with an ashtray and killed her and had quite a long prison sentence for that one.
Really?
And it was while he was in prison that his mental health deteriorated quite significantly. So he developed quite a severe depression to the point he wasn't eating, wasn't sleeping, wasn't eating for weeks. So he got transferred to a psychiatric unit, and then he got sort of tied in with the forensic psychiatry services. And he, to all intents and purposes, from what I can tell, seemed rehabilitated. So you can't keep your patients in there indefinitely forever. I mean, there's humanitarian reasons, but also practical reasons, because you need the beds to open up. You need a flow of patients. You have to discharge patients at some point so that new patients can come in. Otherwise, you'll just have psychotic people in prison that need mental health treatment. So to all intents and purposes, he seemed rehabilitated. He'd been using his lever well. He had not caused any problems on the wards pretty much for the entire time he was there. No arguments, no pushing boundaries with nurses, etc. So he got released, and he was under supervision by both the Ministry of Justice and Forensic Services as well. The one thing that was a bit dodgy is that he was supposed to inform his social worker or his psychiatrist every time he was in a new romantic relationship, or if he moves into a house with like a minor in it. And he started a new romantic relationship that ended up being his third victim. And he didn't tell anybody about that. So that was arguably one sort of risk factor. But then when the team spoke to this woman, she seemed indifferent, frankly, to his history. She kind of loved him anyway, and just wanted to be in this relationship despite what she was told. And then sort of maybe 2 years after that first contact with the team, he had another argument. He ended up strangling and killing this woman, then immediately tried to kill himself. So he ran out like literally immediately afterwards and jumped in front of a bus. And then when I saw him in prison, he was like in a wheelchair. So he was in a wheelchair. He had like both of his arms amputated. And which oddly, I don't want to have to word this carefully, but perversely that actually helps with his risk management, because it means that if he ever does get released in the future, he's far less risky, because you can't kill people with no arms, basically.
Good grief. I'm stunned. The second murder victim, did she know about the first, do you know?
I don't know, because unfortunately I've only got the notes to go by, because he wasn't really telling me anything. And I think things were far less well documented in the 80s and 90s. There weren't all the reports and everything, all the admin stuff that we have to do now. So you just basically can only go on what the doctor decided to write.
Third murder victim, do you know what started the argument, what it's about?
Yes, I do actually, because I've got his version of it. Obviously, that was it. So she was supposed to help him with some sort of paperwork, like getting his driving license, I think. And they didn't live together, but she lived around the corner, and apparently she didn't turn up. He got really angry, and then she came around the next morning to go with him to do the paperwork. And according to him, she attacked him first. But obviously we don't know that to be true.
So for this to happen 3 times, like he got a pass on the first one, self-defense, do you think he was playing the system?
Good question, Sean. I mean, I don't think he was intending to kill another person or to kill another partner in the future. I don't think he thought, right, as soon as I'm getting out of here, I'm going to start another relationship and I'm going to kill her too. I don't think. I can't know for definite. But I think obviously, clearly, he's a dangerous man who's got a pattern. But at the risk of trying to sound too defensive about my profession, you can only go on what you see. You can't predict if anybody's going to be dangerous in the future, and you can't keep somebody in indefinitely. Particularly in prison, there's a sentence. When you get to the end of the sentence, unless there's good reason, you get released. In forensic psychiatric units, there is no sentence. It's up to the consultant to decide when you discharge somebody. But you can't keep people in indefinitely, again, because it just clogs up the system. So you can only go with what's in front of you. And what's in front of you is whether they've engaged in treatment, whether they're taking their medications, whether they're listening to boundaries on the ward, whether they're starting problems with other people on the ward. So it's not too dissimilar to prison in that people have a history of violence. There's a lot of young, angry men. So as you'd imagine, there's beefs and there's arguments. So there's a lot of opportunity for people to fall out. And he, like many other patients, at least on the surface, seemed absolutely fine. There was no violence or aggression. Given leave, used his leave appropriately, came back on time, passed his drug tests and his breathalyzers, etc., etc. So it's quite hard to justify keeping somebody in indefinitely. When most of your patients have this kind of background. I mean, killing a number of times is unusual, but everyone has some sort of history of violence to be there in the first place.
Yeah.
So you've got to make a decision to discharge people at some point.
What kind of a sentence did he get on the third one?
On the third one, so I think his lawyers were trying to push me to suggest that he had, well, he did have mental illness, he had depression, but to suggest that he was not criminally culpable. But I didn't believe that at all. I think he perfectly knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
So I took away the suggestion of a psychiatric defense. So he ended up with a prison sentence. Off the top of my head, I think it was 9 or 10 years altogether.
9 or 10 years, that's it?
Yeah, I think so.
Third, 3 people dead.
Yeah.
Whoa. Wow, I'm just absolutely mind blown by that.
I suppose, I don't know this for a fact, but this is just speculation. But I suppose because of the injuries, he was not seen as high risk as an able-bodied person. Yeah.
Good grief. Well, these are absolutely fascinating. So, what other killer cases then have you assessed? Like, you've done 500 cases. How many of them are killers?
Probably not that many, actually. Probably less than 10.
Less than 10?
Yeah. So the vast majority are attempted murder, assault, arson, sometimes sexual assaults.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's continue down the list of the killers then. What's the next one that you found particularly harrowing or challenging?
I'm trying to think. So there is another murder case. I have seen other murder cases, but to be honest, they're not that. There's not, apart from the ones I've talked about, they weren't that interesting. So I was only there to rule out mental illness.
Yeah.
So of the defendants that I see, for medico-legal work as an expert witness, by far most of them either don't have a mental illness, or if they do, they weren't so unwell that they didn't know what they were doing. So they don't get the insanity plea. So my role is to sift the actual ones that are mentally ill and need to go to hospital from the ones that are not. So the other murder cases I've seen have not been that interesting in that there was not really any psychiatry. I was just there to rule out. Actually, having said that, there is another one that's just jumped onto my mind. Yeah, it's got slightly spooky similarities to the other guy who ended up in a wheelchair, because this perpetrator, as I'll tell you, also ended up in a wheelchair.
Oh my goodness.
So there is a farmer who I assessed 3-4 years ago. He was in a prison in Manchester. And he had basically, him and his wife had separated. They were not divorced yet, but they were going through proceedings. And his wife was having another relationship, and he knew about this. And his wife, he basically found his wife and this man in a pub. She went home and he followed her home, got a shotgun, and he shot her dead in front of their teenage son. And then he turned the gun on himself and tried to kill himself, shot himself in the face basically, but didn't die. So when I saw him, it was probably about 2 months later. He was also in a wheelchair, very severely disfigured. He didn't have a jaw, didn't have a bottom half of the face, and the plastic surgeons had tried to reconstruct his face. But the thing that I remember was that they'd taken grafts of his skin, and the grafts were different colors. So it just looked really weird. There was different flaps of skin that were all slightly different shades. And he couldn't speak because he didn't have a face, and he had to communicate through an iPad. So I just remember sitting there and I asked him, and he couldn't type shit.
What was his attitude towards what he'd done?
Well, actually, I have to say, so he did have mental health illnesses, in that he was genuinely depressed, I think, and he was an alcoholic. But again, generally speaking, those kind of illnesses don't change your criminal culpability in the way that a psychosis can, like hearing voices, for example. To his credit, he completely took responsibility. He didn't try and, weasel his way out of it at all. He told me straight up, I completely regret what I did. I was in a jealous rage. I tried to kill myself. I wish I was dead right now. I take full responsibility. So yeah, unlike a lot of defendants, he just sort of fessed up to it. And even when I was asking about the mental health symptoms, he even told me, he said, look, you can ask these questions, but it doesn't make a difference. I know what I did. But obviously I had to do the assessment properly for the court report.
What did the court rule on that one?
That's quite straightforward. So he just got a prison sentence.
Like how long?
I actually don't know, I'm afraid, because I've put in the evidence and then I gave evidence in the trial. But
so again, he would probably have got a reduced sentence because he was like, he couldn't really harm people in the future because of his disability.
I think it depends on the judge, but I think that's one of the factors we take into account. Yeah.
Wow. This is insane. So in Arizona then, I think I learned that prison was the biggest houser of mentally ill people. Have you ever worked in Broadmoor?
I did work in Broadmoor as a registrar, so as a middle grade psychiatrist, but I was there as a special interest. So I went there once a week for about 7 or 8 months altogether.
Really?
Yeah.
You're the first person I think we've interviewed who's worked in Broadmoor, isn't he? Because we've got a documentary coming out about Jimmy Savile.
Right.
And
if you ever want some sound bites, I'd be happy to provide them.
Yeah, let's do it. What do you think about Jimmy Savile being given access to Broadmoor?
Yeah, it's just insane. Absolutely blows my mind, because now, and in the recent past, in the last sort of 5-10 years, the security of Broadmoor is really high. So every time I went in, even the regular members of staff, even the consultant psychiatrists who work there every day, they had to go through an airport level of security to get in and get out every time. And there's really lengthy background checks. So not too dissimilar to working in a prison. So, once you apply for your job and you get the job, there's another at least 4 or 5 months of them doing security vetting. So that's what happens now for staff to get into Broadmoor. So taking that into context, somebody who's not even a staff member to be given his own keys, he's a celebrity. I just can't understand it, cannot fathom.
Are the high security measures now in response to cases like Savile's?
I think they're probably more in response to what happens in Broadmoor and the risk of patients in Broadmoor rather than Jimmy Savile specifically. Yeah.
What does happen in Broadmoor?
What do you mean?
You said it's more of a case of what actually happens in Broadmoor. What does actually happen?
So I can tell you about my experience. So I worked in the high dependency unit. So that wasn't the most riskiest level. It's the second from the top. And oddly, I have to say, it actually felt quite safe. And the reason it felt quite safe was because the patients there, most of them are probably never leaving hospital. So I think there was maybe 10 there altogether. At least half, maybe even more, was so unwell, even with years worth of antipsychotic treatments, even with combinations, high doses. Their mental illness just was so entrenched and so severe that they would never get better. And so they're managed in a way that keeps them safe. So for example, they're kept in long-term seclusion. So unlike most patients in most psychiatric units, they're in their cells for 22, 23 hours a day. And they're only let out. Some of them have had previous fights and previous beefs. So the nurses I have to say the nurses are excellent at Broadmoor. They're really clued up onto who can be out in the same time in the communal areas to make sure that they don't have problems. And there's such a high level of observation. So even if I was speaking to a patient just to have a chat or just to check their mental state, for example, we changed the dose of their medication a couple of weeks ago. I want to see how they're doing. Even if I'm just sitting with them, there'd be a nurse who'd only be tasked with sitting in the corner of the room or on the other side of the glass window, checking on us. So paradoxically, even though it's the most violent patients, I actually felt the safest, and I felt safer than when I worked in medium secure units, of which I've spent far more time in, because the patients are walking around and there are, people that don't get on, and there are people that are psychotic. So I actually experienced more violence in the medium secure units, and the atmosphere was tenser than it was in Broadmoor. Yeah.
So how big is Broadmoor? Like how many patients and how are they categorised?
Now you're asking. So since I've worked there, they've actually moved sites. So the new building, I can't say exactly, but I think it's something around 150 patients maybe, but you'll have to double check, I'm afraid. So they're generally categorised in terms of how far down the rehabilitation pathway they are. So you've got your acute patients that come in straight away, and they're going to be assessed for probably a minimum of 6 months. So you actually know fully what their risks are and potentially what they can do in what scenario, what situation. You've got a handle on what their diagnosis is and what medications they need. And then depending on how quickly they appear to be improving, there's different streams of rehabilitation. So there's some wards where you're expecting them to be discharged within 3-4 years. And there's other streams where, like the place I was working, where they might be there for decades, if not forever. So they tend to be categorized on how, not just how dangerous they are, but how quickly they're likely to move through. move through the system.
Yeah, because like the Craze was in there, weren't they? Peter
Yeah.
Sutcliffe, the
Yeah, yeah.
Yorkshire Ripper was in there.
So I've done videos on all of those people that you've mentioned.
Have
on my
you?
channel. Yeah, yeah.
So what did you have to say on the Yorkshire Ripper?
So the Yorkshire Ripper that's Peter Sutcliffe. The thing that I think is the most interesting about the case is that I think that he was clearly psychotic when he did what he did when he murdered those women.
Didn't he say something religious as well? This seems to be a recurring theme, the religious thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he clearly had a range of psychotic symptoms. So he was hearing voices. He was convinced that he'd met the Queen in a bar. Like he actually genuinely thought it was the Queen. And there were some other just odd statements that he'd made. But he was not found. There was no sort of psychiatric defense, and he was not transferred to hospital initially, even though a number of forensic psychiatrists, I think there was something like 3 or 4 forensic psychiatrists that said, he's clearly psychotic, he needs hospital. But the judge and the jury overturned that. They basically ignored the evidence, which is their right to do. We don't have the legal authority to make decisions about people's disposals. We can only advise. The majority of the time, the judge listens to us. Sometimes they don't. And then he was transferred to prison. I think he was attacked a couple of times in prison, and then eventually was sent to Broadmoor. I think maybe about 2 years roughly from when he was first imprisoned, which suggests to me that he was psychotic and he was unwell the whole time, because you don't have these psychotic symptoms, then they disappear and then they come back 2 years later. It's very unlikely. So I think that the nature of his offences were so extreme that the public just wanted to bay for blood, which I can understand that sentiment. I'm a doctor, I'm a psychiatrist, so my perspective is that if somebody needs treatment, they need treatment. I try and take the ethical issues out of it and the moral justifications. Not to say I don't have thoughts, I keep them separate. But I can understand why members of the public, just want to see this man punished. So I think that's why he was sent to prison, but he should have actually gone to hospital, in my view, from the beginning.
So did he have a family at the time of these murders?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Do you know anything about his relationship with Jimmy Savile? Because there's theories that they had a relationship before the murders.
No, I don't know, I'm afraid.
Okay. So you said you did a video on the Craze?
Yep.
What did you have to say on them?
On Ronnie Gray. So what I think is quite interesting about the Craze is I think there's a number of explanations of why they turned out to be antisocial. So I think the fact that they didn't really have much of a father figure. I think the fact that they run around in quite a tight circle. So I think because they're in this little gang, they almost gave each other permission to break the law. I think they were quite diverse in their criminal activities. And I think because they became such celebrities and because they ruled with intimidation, they almost had to keep up this image of being really violent and really notorious. And Ronnie in particular, as you know, he was bisexual. Some people say he was gay. And I think that was less accepted back in the time. So that was the 60s or 70s? 60s, isn't it?
We just did the Craze tour, didn't we, this week?
60s?
What was the era of the Craze? 60s.
Yeah. Especially back in the 60s, I think he was hypersensitive to being publicly insulted. Plus, you throw in paranoid schizophrenia, which is what he was diagnosed with. On top of that, you got an extra level of paranoia. Mm. So I think all of those things in combined, made him lash out, act out, kill the person that he killed. The other thing that I think is quite unique about the Craze is that, there's always questions of nature versus nurture, like why people become violent, why people offend. What you've got is an extremely unusual situation because you've got 2 genetically identical people, one of whom has schizophrenia and one of whom doesn't, right? So schizophrenia tends to run in families, and if one twin has it, there's something like a 70 or 80% chance that the other one will have it as well. Because it's not one inherited gene, it's just like a cluster of genes. But you've got the situation where you've got one with it and one without it. And interestingly, both of them turned out quite antisocial. Both of them were violent, both of them offended. You could argue that maybe Ronnie was a bit more violent because he actually got done for murder, whereas Reggie didn't. Did I get that correct? Or did they both get done for the murder of their associate? Both of them. But then Ronnie got an extra murder on top of that. Mm. So you can see that they were both destined to be antisocial because they're genetically identical. Then you add in a layer of paranoid schizophrenia and he becomes slightly more violent. So yeah.
Any other high-profile criminals you've done videos on?
Yes. One that really stands out in my mind is Andrea Yates.
Who's Andrea Yates?
So she's got big similarities to the other two women that I was mentioning earlier. So Andrea Yates is a nurse who in 2001 in Houston, she drowned and killed her own five children.
Oh, in Houston?
In Houston, yeah.
Oh. And what was your analysis of her?
So there's a couple of interesting aspects of this case. So I think that she had this postnatal psychosis that I was talking about. So she had 5 kids, and after each one, she would get unwell. And during one of her hospital treatments, she was discharged early from hospital because the insurance companies wouldn't pay for a whole stay. So she was slightly better than when she first came in, but she was still not eating, not drinking, and they still discharged her because they refused to pay for her. And then months after that is when the killings happened. And she methodically drowned all of her all of her children individually. And the oldest one was a 7-year-old boy, and he figured out what was going on. So he tried to run away, and she chased him and dragged him back and killed him.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I've got an 8-year-old son, so particularly kind of rings to me emotionally.
Was she hearing voices and stuff?
Yeah. So it's immediately afterwards she phones her husband who's working. So it's actually very similar to the other case talking about. Her husband was working at NASA. Phones him and tells him what he's done. Then she calls the police herself, and she was convinced that there was something wrong with the children. They'd been marked by Satan, and she was seeing like demonic images. Even in prison, she was seeing like cartoon characters, like devil cartoon characters in the walls. She was hearing a voice. She was hearing a voice that was telling her to go and grab a weapon. Then she committed her offence, and actually not too dissimilar to the Yorkshire Ripper. What actually happened was that even though she was clearly psychotic, the jury were swayed to send her down for murder. So she actually started with a murder charge in prison. And that was very heavily influenced by the evidence of a forensic psychiatrist like myself called Dr. Dietz. And Dr. Dietz was, I think fair to say, a little bit dodgy. So for a start, he wasn't an expert in postnatal psychosis. I think you could argue, because it's quite a rare disorder, that you don't have to be an expert to give evidence in that one specific illness if you understand psychosis in general. So I would feel comfortable giving evidence in postnatal psychosis, even though I've only seen a few cases, because I understand I've seen hundreds of cases of psychosis. But he'd not practiced, he'd been doing his private medico-legal work, but he'd not seen a patient in 20 years. So that's a little bit dodgy, right? You can't really say that you've kept your psychiatric skills up to date and sharp if you've not done that. Plus he was quite, he worked in high profile shows like Law and Order. So he actually insinuated during the trial that there was an episode of Law and Order on shortly before where a mother killed the children and tried to get away with the defense of not guilty by reason of insanity. And it turned out later, after the trial, that was just bullshit. There was no such episode. So years later, she had a retrial. And during the retrial, she was eventually found not guilty by reason of insanity, sent to a psychiatric hospital, where I believe she's in to this day.
So she's still in hospital to this day. That was 20 years ago.
But that really sort of struck me, again, obviously because of the tragic nature of what she did, but also because it's just so similar to cases that I've seen personally.
What was her name again, so I can Google that one?
Andrea Yates.
Andrea Yates. And that was 2001, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was in America then, so it was probably on the news out there. Okay, so the mentally ill then, the biggest hazard of mentally ill is the prison system in America. Is that the same for the UK?
No, I think there are more people in psychiatric hospitals who are severely mentally ill. I suppose it depends how you define mentally ill.
Yeah.
Like around half of prisoners have some sort of mental illness, but that would be, the majority of those would be anxiety or depression. So I'm not trying to detract from those mental illnesses, but I'm talking about, need hospital, kind of that level of illness.
Yeah.
There are more in psychiatric hospitals, definitely.
So let's just take a break from all of the cases a second, just go over some of the terminology.
Sure.
I think people need a break after hearing all those stories. So you meant earlier on, you said paranoid schizophrenic. Mm-hmm. What is a paranoid schizophrenic? So schizophrenia is a mental illness that affects about 1% of the population. I think it's very slightly overrepresented in males, just by a little bit. And it's periods of psychosis. So psychosis is where you step out of reality. The two most common symptoms of psychosis are hallucinations and delusions.
So hallucinations are seeing or hearing things that don't exist. Contrary to popular belief, most people with schizophrenia hear voices. It's actually quite rare for them to have visual hallucinations.
They mostly hear voices.
Yeah. So hearing things is far more common than seeing things, despite what you might see on TV programs, etc. Which, by the way, is a way that you can spot when a defendant's lying, but that's a different topic. And they suffer delusions. So delusions are false, fixed beliefs that will not change, even if there's evidence to the contrary. So typical delusions are paranoid delusions, which is exactly what you get in paranoid schizophrenia. So of cases that I see, by far the common types tend to be people are watching me, people are following me, either people that the defendant knows or that are complete random strangers. People want to kill me. People are poisoning my food. I've seen several prisoners who will only eat packaged food because they believe, for no discernible reason, they believe that their food's being poisoned. People that they're dying. And then you get other types of delusions, like grandiose delusions, where people believe they can read minds or have superpowers or can fly. And yeah.
So how many schizophrenics are of the paranoid type?
Good question. I think the majority of people with schizophrenia have paranoid schizophrenia. Yeah. So I think well over a half generally tend to be. That's how it presents. Yeah.
Over half are paranoid schizophrenics.
Yeah.
And out of all of the violent crime that occurs from the mentally ill, what proportion of that comes from paranoid schizophrenics? So
I should say, because I wouldn't want to add to the stigma against mental illness. So I would really sort of like to highlight that the vast majority of people who have mental illness are not violent.
Yeah.
It just happens to be that I work in the field that's exactly that overlap. So in terms of serious crimes like murder, I think quite a high proportion of them are done by people with schizophrenia. I think something like 10%.
10% of murders are done by schizophrenics.
I think so, yeah.
And what are the warning signs people could look for then, like just hearing people say strange things?
Well, the problem is that because the vast majority of people with mental illnesses like schizophrenia are not violent, it's one thing to identify the mental illness, but it's a whole different ballgame to actually identify the risks, which is where you need a specialist like a forensic psychiatrist. But to answer your question, so generally people with schizophrenia have those symptoms I was talking about. So they're hearing voices, or they're transfixed on ideas or thoughts or conspirational beliefs that are clearly not true. But they also tend to have quite significant cognitive decline. So you can be quite paranoid but not have schizophrenia. But somebody with schizophrenia, generally, there are exceptions, but generally they struggle with work, with relationships. They tend to need to go in and out of hospital. So their ability to function massively decreases, which is called social drift. So they tend to drift towards joblessness, homelessness, drug use. Yeah.
Have you watched the White House Farm Murders on Netflix?
No, I've heard of it.
So
but I know. What was the name of the
Jeremy
perpetrator?
Bamber.
Yeah, I know a little bit about him though. Yeah.
Oh, do you? What do you know about Bamber?
So the reason I know this is because I was a guest on another podcast about the murders, even though I've not seen any documentaries on it. So I know that he tried to set up his schizophrenic sister as committing these murders. So he murdered his entire family, I believe. And
he was convicted of it. Yeah,
right.
We're trying to like research this more.
Okay.
There's a guy we're working with who believes he's innocent.
Okay, I've heard that there's a movement of people that believe that actually.
So we're trying to get to the bottom of it. It's tricky though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of things have you found out?
Not much yet, but we're going to be meeting with the team, and we're going to be doing some podcasts with the team that represent him. So we're hoping to find out a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, watching that show on Netflix, you could see how the women who provided the information that convicted him had a lot to gain.
Right.
The cousin, basically, everything he was going to inherit went to her.
Okay.
And his girlfriend had already sold stories to News of the World for tens of thousands.
Right. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So there's a lot to it. Even though that show made him look guilty, from my experience in the justice system, there was a lot of red flags.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I wrote a book, Unmaking a Murderer, about the Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey cases on Making a Murderer.
Yeah.
And there's 10 things that always reoccur when there's no physical evidence as to how they convict people.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of that reoccurring in his case. So definitely something we want to look at much stronger. Yeah.
Okay. Again, if you need any sound bites, I'll do my research.
Yeah.
I'll find out about his case.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. All right. So, is there a mental disorder then that is more prolific in murder than schizophrenia?
Yes. So personality disorder. Yeah.
Personality disorders.
Yeah. So this is often misunderstood. So there's a difference between a mental illness and a personality disorder. So a mental illness is, it can be seen as a baseline change of what you usually are because you've got symptoms. So if it's psychosis, then those symptoms are, as I said before, hearing voices, seeing things. If it's, for example, mania, then those symptoms are, being speeded up, having all this energy, flight of ideas. If it's something like depression, as I'm sure you know, low mood, lack of energy, etc. Whereas a personality disorder is entrenched in you. So if you've got a personality disorder, it means that your character traits are flawed by definition. So it's part of you. It's related to, your upbringing, your experiences, etc. So I should say I've made videos on personality disorders, and I've got quite a bit of backlash because they are quite a contentious diagnosis. And some people who are diagnosed feel that they're labeled as troublemakers. And I can understand where that comes from, because I've certainly seen in my career doctors and nurses who say that's just PD, that's just personality disorder, which I take to mean that they're just causing trouble for the sake of it. They know what they're doing. They're not hearing voices, for example. So I agree with that. It is a contentious diagnosis, but the definition of a personality disorder is that your personality traits are flawed. So when it comes to violence, by far the most common personality disorder is antisocial personality disorder. So people that have this disorder tend to not care about the rights of other people. They treat people with like this callous indifference. They don't care about them. They don't care about following the law. They don't really learn from their mistakes. So even if they get punished, even if they get sent to prison, they never really change. I'm sure through your experience in prison, you must have met a lot of people with this kind of disorder.
Would you say that they are also overlap with psychopaths?
Yes, absolutely. So psychopaths is like antisocial personality disorder plus. So you've got all of those traits plus you're really charming and you're really manipulative.
Right.
And another difference is that people with antisocial personality disorder can have empathy towards some people. So you can go out in the streets, be a thug, be a drug dealer, beat people up, but you still love your mum, you still love your family.
Yeah.
Whereas a true psychopath, of which I've worked with a few, have no empathy for anybody. So they can still be in a marriage, they might have kids, but they deep down to their core, they only really care about themselves, and they only really see other people as an opportunity to manipulate, to get something from. So they might have friends, but they don't really value their friendship. So for example, I've seen psychopaths on wards. So I've worked in personality wards when I did my training, and I've seen a couple of psychopaths, and they would like a lot of wards, there was like alliances and cliques. I wouldn't call them gangs, but there were men that hung out together and had friendships. And a true psychopath would drop their friend like that if it suited them. So if a friend had provided a positive urine drug test, for example, and the psychopath doesn't want to lose his leave, he'll like disassociate himself with that. Or if a friend's been accused of doing something, then a true psychopath will just cut ties immediately, would have no qualms.
What's the most dangerous psychopathic case you've encountered?
That I've encountered myself?
Yeah.
So I think probably the murder cases that I talked about before, particularly the man who had killed a few times before. I don't think he ever got a formal diagnosis of being a psychopath, but he clearly used, the 3 murders aside, he used people and he used women to get what he wanted. He would form these relationships, I think, to set himself up in the community. And he didn't seem to learn from his mistakes, which is very typical from a psychopath. So that's probably one of the main ones.
What was this case you were interested in, James?
The Rachel Nickel murder.
Rachel?
Nickel.
Oh, Nickel. What's that case?
So the reason that I know about this case, the reason I've studied this case, because we were taught about it during our training, because it kind of, in my view, highlights how non-scientific and non-reliable criminal profiling is. And as a forensic psychiatrist, it's quite a common misconception. They think that's what we do. It's not. We've got nothing to do with solving crimes at all. So the case was in 1992, there was a young lady called Rachel Nickel. She was only 23. She was young, model. I think she had a 3-year-old son at the time. And in Wimbledon Common, she was completely randomly and senselessly attacked by a stranger who stabbed her, I think, over 50 or 60 times, killed her in front of her son. And what had happened was the police had some suspects, and they drafted in this very renowned forensic psychologist, arguably probably one of the most famous in the country. And he set up this criminal profile of what he thought the perpetrator would be like demographically. And the police had a number of suspects, including the person that actually carried it out, who I'll come back to later, and a completely innocent man called Colin Stagg. And they were convinced that Colin Stagg was the perpetrator because of this criminal profile that was built up. So they actually set up like a honey trap, like a sting operation, where they got an attractive female undercover cop to start a romantic relationship with Colin Stagg and try and coax out a confession about the killing of Rachel Nickell. And alarmingly, he didn't even confess to that. So I think there's transcripts of the actual conversations, and he basically said, look, I know you want me to say that I killed this woman, but I didn't kill her. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't do it. Despite that, the police still arrested him, and he's still put on remand for 8 months. Then he had a trial at the Old Bailey, and it was thrown out immediately. And the police were heavily criticised, as was the psychologist. And then years later down the line, because DNA technology had caught up, they discovered that it was the real perpetrator was a man called Robert Napper, and he was actually a patient at Broadmoor at the time. So he had paranoid schizophrenia, and he killed another random woman whose name was Samantha Bissett, and they linked the DNA to him. But so for me, the most sort of shocking part is that if it wasn't for this criminal profile, because the police actually had him as a suspect at one point, if it wasn't for this criminal profile, they might have got the right person. They might have prevented this other senseless murder.
So the art of criminal profiling, then, where did that originate?
So I think it originated in America, actually. So I think it was connected to the FBI from decades ago, from like the 60s. But I think that me personally, the reason I don't believe in it is first of all, there's no scientific studies to prove that it actually
Is this
works.
going back to Mindhunter and all that stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number one. And number two, it makes certain assumptions, and the assumptions are that different people act the same way, and that a criminal carries out his offences in the same way. And I just don't think that's true, even in people that I've assessed. And again, the vast majority are not murders, but in people that I've assessed, their crimes or their MOs are sort of random, they're impulsive, they don't necessarily follow a pattern. I think some people probably do follow a pattern, but you can't assume that, and you can't use it to narrow down suspects, in my view. As I think is reflected in the Rachel Nickell case, it can actually be quite damaging, I think.
In the Rachel Nickell case, this suspect then that was innocent, what had put him on the radar of the criminal profiler? Did he have a history of anything?
I'm not entirely sure. I know he was seen as a bit of an odd man. I know that. I know he was a bit of a loner, and I think he used to wander around that area. I don't think he had a serious history of violent crimes, as far as I'm aware. No.
Just like a Boo Radley situation. To Kill a Mockingbird. All right, so you mentioned then personality disorders. So does that mean like borderline personality disorder? Is that one of them?
Yeah. So
what does that even mean?
Okay, so when it comes to personality disorders that are related to violence and offending, as I said before, number one, by far the most common one I see is antisocial personality disorder.
Antisocial.
Number two is borderline.
Oh, is it?
So borderline is also known as emotionally unstable personality disorder. And people who suffer from this tend to have mood swings, big mood swings. They're never fully happy with themselves. They're never fully happy with their identity. So they often, change their circle of friends or change their image just because they're never really happy with who they are in the core. They often self-harm, and they often take drugs, and they have quite explosive relationships. So the difference between somebody antisocial who offends versus somebody with borderline who offends, in my experience, is that antisocial people see offending as a lifestyle. So violence is how they earn their living, basically. Whereas generally people with borderline tend to not want to be habitual offenders, but they can't contain their emotions. So they get into an argument with their boyfriends or their girlfriends or their parents, and they just explode in this rage, and they regret it afterwards. Whereas somebody with antisocial personality, it's what they do. They regret getting caught, but they don't regret their behaviour. But I should also say that there's a lot of people with borderline who live fulfilled lives and are able to contain their symptoms and their behaviours. I'm not saying that everybody with this disorder is aggressive or violent. It's just the people that I tend to see.
Who's more manipulative? Psychopaths, antisocial, borderline?
Psychopaths.
Psychopaths.
Yeah. Because by definition, you have to be manipulative to be a psychopath, whereas
see.
you don't have to have that trait for the other two.
Do you have a case of a borderline that gave you some particular challenges?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So I remember there was one young man so this was when I was working as a consultant in a secure ward. So this is different from one-off assessments. This is when I had responsibility for rehabilitating the patients. And there was one young man, and he was actually quite charming. He was quite funny when he wanted to be, but he could also be quite nasty when he got angry. And he was an absolute nightmare to discharge, just really difficult to discharge, because he just wouldn't stick with the rules. So every time he would behave himself on the ward to get leave, and then when he got leave, he would go out and he would come back on time for weeks in a row until it got escalated to unescorted leave, and then he would go out and drink, come back drunk, be a bit aggressive, a bit arsey. He actually physically put hands on me on one occasion, actually, so he pushed me into a wardrobe once, when I was telling him off.
Do you like have a protocol when something like that happens?
Yeah, I didn't follow it. You should pull your alarm, and so there's an emergency nursing team that come in and if necessary restrain and medicate and put them into seclusion. But I just didn't think it was that necessary, and I didn't. Maybe it's the wrong call, but I didn't feel that threatened, and I kind of calmed him down. And I was also just quite frustrated because his admission was lasting so long, because he kept breaking the boundaries, that I just didn't want another mark to go against his name, which would put him in put him back for another few months.
How did you calm him down?
I think so basically what happened was, and this is quite typical for some people with borderline, I think he was pushing the boundaries by coming back a little bit late, drinking a little bit, but not enough, enough to register on the breathalyzer. He didn't seem drunk. And I gave him a couple of passes because I didn't want to stop his leave, because his leave had been stopped so many times in the past. I didn't want to just start from square one and extend his admission. Yeah. So I gave him a couple of passes, and I think he was just sort of pushing it to see how far he can get. And then I had to stop his leave because he was doing it too often, and he came back properly drunk once. And then he refused to come out of his room. So I saw him in his room, which is actually pretty stupid on my part, but I shouldn't have done that. But I was just busy, and so I saw him in the room, as opposed to finding a separate room and finding nurses that were available. And I think after he pushed me, you could tell in his face that he was like a bit shocked at what he'd done. And so I just sort of talked him down and just said, the weird thing is being in that situation, and I wouldn't say it happens very often, but it certainly happened a handful of times in my career, is that I can't argue back or fight back or say what I'm really thinking, because I'm the professional. So I can't. Somebody yells at me or swears at me or gives me racist abuse, I can't.
But
I can't really
allowed
stand
to
up
self-defend.
Yeah, absolutely. You can self-defend. But I can't escalate an argument.
Yeah.
So I couldn't say what I was really thinking, which would be full of expletives. I just kind of said, look, I think we can both tell that you're getting a bit too agitated, and we're not going to get any further here. So I'm going to leave now. And he let me leave. But so I'll tell you what's interesting about his case was that finally, when we finally, so he's from the Milton Keynes area, and when we finally discharged him, we've kept finding these hostels for him to go to, and every time there was some sort of problem, he would either didn't like the hostel, or he wouldn't stick with the boundaries when he had like leave testing. And then on one final time, we found a hostel for him to be discharged to, and he went away on a weekend. And the community mental health team based in Milton Keynes wouldn't work with him because he was just too much of a handful. So as an alternative, he had to go to. No, sorry, I've said this wrong. It wasn't a hostel. He was going to go and stay with his mother because no hostels would take him. Sorry, I got that mixed up. Had to stay with his mother because no hostels would take him. But there was a community centre that was nearby. So the plan was, it wasn't a perfect plan, but the plan was stay with your mother, and you have to go into this community centre every day initially, 5 days a week, have therapy. If you can show that you're stable and you're behaving yourself, then that will decrease over time. You get more freedom. So he reluctantly agreed because it's the only way he could leave hospital. So we had him on this test weekend where he had to go up, stay with his mother, and go to this thing twice, go on the Saturday and Sunday. He turned up, his mother disappeared off the scene. He had like a 2-day party, basically, took loads of drugs. He turned up to the first session stinking of booze, and then left after like half an hour. He's supposed to be there all day. Didn't even turn up to the second session. And then when the nurse from our ward drove up to collect him on the Monday morning, there was like people, he's obviously had like a 2-day party. There's like drugs on the floor, condoms on the floor, people passed out.
How old was he?
He was not that old, in mid-20s, I think. Yeah.
And what crime had he done in the first place?
So in the first place, he'd set a fire with his mother in the house. I think he was psychotic, to be fair. I don't think he intended to kill her. I think he intended to kill himself. So he set a fire, but he'd locked the door and he had the key on him, so his mother couldn't get out. So the neighbours had to put a brick through the window. So obviously it's not ideal to discharge this person to his mother's house, given the history, but we literally had no other options because he'd burnt his bridges with every single person. So to go back to the original point, that's quite typical for some people with borderline. They're just explosive relationships. They can be quite very challenging in their behaviour. Yeah.
Is there something in DSM called intermittent explosive disorder?
I don't think it's in the DSM as far as I know, no. But it is a contentious psychiatric diagnosis in that some people don't really think it exists.
Do you think that the DSM it's ever expanding to incorporate more labelling and medication to an extent?
Yeah. I think
pharmaceutical industries.
Yeah. So I use the ICD-10 more often than DSM because generally it's used more in the UK. But I know a bit about DSM. I think the problem isn't the way that things are categorized. I think it's the way that it's used. So as a psychiatrist, I'll be the first to admit that all psychiatric constructs are man-made. They're all made up. Yeah. It's not like you've got a broken bone and you can take an x-ray and you can say this bone is broken. All psychiatric diagnoses are a group and clusters of symptoms that you put together or that somebody puts together, and we all agree that you use these to categorize things. So I think that if you expand it and you get more symptoms, the problem is that you are pathologizing human experiences, but it's what you do with them. So if you're over-diagnosing and you're treating patients unnecessarily, then I think that's absolutely wrong. And that should be strayed away from. But if you're just using it as terminology to explain a mental illness, then I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that. So to put it another way, you shouldn't just treat somebody because they match a list in a book. You should treat somebody because their mental illness is impacting on their lives and they can't manage without therapy or medication. So to me, if you do that, then it's kind of irrelevant which category of the ICD-10 or DSM that you're doing. And if you treat the patient holistically, that's more important.
Just seems like it's gone to an extreme in America.
Yeah.
All right, so we were going down the list of categories that commit the most violent crimes. We've got psychopaths, antisocial, borderline. What's next?
I think most of the patients that I've seen would fit into those categories. I suppose another one that we've not talked about is mania. So
mania.
Yeah, so bipolar affective. Yeah, exactly. So bipolar affective disorder, as you may know, is a constant flux between one of three states. So sufferers are either depressed, euthymic, which means they're in normal mood, or manic, which is mania. So it's kind of the opposite of depressed. So you're full of energy, got a flight of ideas, constantly thinking of other ideas, don't feel tired, don't feel you need to sleep, constantly eating, constantly on the go. So that is definitely associated with offending. So if somebody's in a manic state, they can be completely disinhibited and they don't really know what they're doing.
Have you got any cases you could tell us about mania?
Yeah, one that jumps to my mind would be a man who was actually on the ward at the same time as the young man that I was telling you about with borderline. So he was in his 50s, I believe, and he's like an ex-rocker, really sort of big, burly man, full of tattoos, leather jackets. Used to drink with the Kinks, apparently. That's what he told us. And he was actually a very sad case because he never really got better. And I felt a degree of guilt, actually, because I was his consultant for 2 years and I plied him with medication. It never got him better. But his index offence, so his offence that got him into forensic services in the first place, was that he'd been on a 3 or 4 day binge, just drinking loads. I think he was manic. That's why he didn't feel the need to stop. He wasn't, as far as I know, using any stimulants. It's quite hard to drink for 3 or 4 days straight. I'm sure you can do it with other things in your system, but not with just booze. And he just went to a random bar quite near where he grew up, so he knows the community, knows the barman, and he asked for a drink and the barman refused to serve him because he was just in a state. So he wrestled the barman, got behind the bar and started just chucking bottles of spirits just at people that were walking by and across the bar, trashed this bar. Then the police came to try and arrest him. And I think he even knew some of the policemen because it was actually quite a small community. And he started throwing bottles at the police cars as well. Oh, no. So he got arrested, went to prison, then went to a psychiatric unit, which is when I was in charge of his care. And he was just a handful. And the weird thing about this man was that he had good and bad days, and on good days he was actually very charming, really funny. He was still a bit manic, still a bit disinhibited. He called me Mowgli. That was his name for me, which is slightly racist, but it's also quite funny. And on a good day, he would dance with the nurses and he'd sing and sort of be quite a pleasure to be around. But on a bad day, he was really angry, really irritable. He was completely fixed on me because he, not completely untruthfully, believed that I was, making his health worse with these medications, because I was plying him with meds because I wanted to get him better so he could leave hospital. And so on some days he would like make a beeline for me, run towards me. He never actually put his hands on me, but he would quite frequently like run up to my face and scream at me. I remember there's about 1 week in the summer where he knew what time I'd come to work, and he would wait by the window. And every time I was walking from the front security gates to my office, he would just like swear and shout at me, which is really embarrassing because all the staff can hear. And usually with somebody like that, you put them in seclusion if they're acutely really dangerous, and when they're a bit better, you stop their leave and you use leave or you use discharge as like a carrot for them to aim. So that's how you convince people to engage in therapy and take meds. But this guy didn't ever want to leave hospital. Well, first of all, he's too unwell to ever leave, but secondly, I think deep down, even though he never admitted this to me, I think he knew that he would not cope in the outside world, because you can't live if that's your behavior. You can't function, as well as being a danger to other people. You say the wrong thing to the wrong person, you're going to get thumped. So he didn't care about leave, and he didn't care about being discharged. So he was just really difficult to treat. I never really made any headway with him. Yeah, one of my regrets from my career.
One of my favourite documentaries, and it's very harrowing, but it's gripping, is about the extreme behaviour of mental illness. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's where 2 women run out into the motorway.
Yes, yeah.
What's it called? Madness in the Fast Lane?
I can't remember what it's called. That does sound familiar though, yeah.
I've watched it a few times.
Yeah. They had folie à deux, didn't they? So
they're getting run over by trucks.
Yeah.
And they jump up with superhuman strength, and anyone else would have been dead.
Yeah.
So what is it? Puff of Madness?
Yeah.
Folie à deux.
So folie, I think they had...
Have you seen that one, James? Madness in the Fast Lane. What did you think of that? Have you seen it, Joe? They're literally like these Scandinavian women. The police are called, and they run out into the motorway and like into trucks and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're like down. The police come, and they jump up like with superhuman strength and attack the police and run off.
Yeah.
And that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning of what happens. It gets crazier and crazier all the way through it.
So am I right? It's been a while since I've heard about this case, but am I right in thinking, Sean, that one of the women was very seriously injured, and the second one, they were twins, right?
Yeah, something, yeah, twins.
And the second one wasn't that badly injured, but she kind of charmed the policeman into releasing her.
Yeah.
And then she stabbed a
was it a
random
murder
person.
someone?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating. But there's all different, at the end of that program, I think they had interviewed different doctors and stuff and different theories. So what you said was one of them, the Puff of Madness.
No, so mine is folie à deux. It's not quite the same. It's so Puff of Madness is a different thing that's also got another potentially French name, but I can't remember what it is.
Right.
Folie à deux is madness shared by 2.
Madness shared by 2. Could you explain how the hell that happens then?
I can even give you a case example for this one, actually.
Oh, good.
So I made a video about this on my YouTube channel recently. So it is extremely rare. I've only ever seen one of these cases in my career, and most psychiatrists wouldn't see this. Mm-hmm. But it's when a psychosis, usually a delusion, is shared between 2 people. And when it does happen, it tends to be people who are very close, like, sisters in this case, or father and son in the case that I'll tell you about shortly. And they're quite isolated, and they tend to be withdrawn from the rest of society. So they just kind of feed into each other's bizarre delusions until they're both mentally ill. So the case that I saw was fascinating. So it was about this man, this quite sort of tubby, middle-aged, maybe 40s, early 40s man, and he was just pretty crazy. So he'd had some sort of surgery on his turbinates, so he had some breathing problems.
Surgery on his what?
On his turbinates, on the inside layers of his nose.
I've never even heard that word before. Turbinates.
Turbinates.
That's a layer of your nose, is it?
Yeah. Well, it's like this bony layer of the inside of your nose. Okay. Yeah. So he had some breathing problems, and it's not that big a physical illness. People get it treated all the time. It's not like particularly life-threatening or anything.
Does it lead to snoring?
I think if you've got problems with it, that's one of the reasons I think that you can have surgery on your turbinates because you can't stop snoring. Yeah. Anyway, so he had this operation, and he was convinced that his symptoms remained, and he was convinced that doctors in general had this conspiracy against him. So he basically started this campaign of hate over many, many years. And he started printing out, he would go to these doctor's appointments and he would use his phone to covertly record doctors, and they'd make like clips about them, put them out on YouTube. He'd make like little posters and leaflets about these doctors and start handing them out on the streets, including to where the doctors lived. So he'd go and like post these things. Yeah. So he was kind of, I don't think he physically hurt anybody, but he was clearly, like intentionally intimidating and threatening people. So when I saw him was again for a one-off assessment, and his dad basically shared his beliefs. So they had in their mind, they'd created, I think it was called the British Unicorn Party. And there's a website. So I checked out the website. It doesn't exist anymore, by the way. I've recently Googled it. And they would believe that they were a political party that were against the criminal justice system, against doctors and against judges. And their manifestos were things like, all psychiatrists should be sectioned. Anybody who kills a judge should not have to go to prison. Should just get community service. All of this stuff. Jesus. So the reason that it really stands out in my mind was when I went to assess them, the solicitor phones me up on the way to the assessment to warn me that he's a bit of a handful. And that almost never really happens. The solicitor, I barely speak to them. They send me instructions through email.
Were you assessing both?
No, I was there just to assess the son. I didn't even know the dad was going to be there until I got there. And then right off the bat, they were really passively aggressive. They didn't, physically touch me or anything, but the dad kept calling me a psychobabblist, and like while I was talking, he would talk over me, and he was just like, "This is all bullshit. This is all psychobabble. You don't exist. Psychiatrists don't exist." So I was like, "Okay, I just need to just answer my questions so I can write this fucking court report and bounce." And then he read the son read out this manifesto with all those bizarre beliefs that I was telling you about, and he basically said, because he knew I was seeing him for a court report. And he said, if you write a court report that puts me in prison, or if the judge, and he named the judge, if she puts me in prison, then I'm going to start a campaign against you guys as well. And I'm going to make pictures and posters about you, and I'm going to distribute all of this stuff. And if you put me behind bars, then I've got this army of people, which frankly, I don't think existed. I think it was just like his dad in front of a PC. And the other thing I remember is his dad was wearing fingerless gloves. I don't know why, but that just really stuck with me.
So what ended up happening to them? So
it's hard to take anybody seriously when they've got fingerless gloves. So I was actually really worried. Like it was ridiculous, and a part of me found it quite amusing. But a part of me was also like, I've seen what they've done to these other doctors for years. I do not want that in my life. So I phoned up the judge, and that's the only time I've ever done that in my career. And I said, look, I'm really worried. This is what they've said they're going to do to me and to you. It's not up to me, but you might want to think about remanding the son, and you might want, as opposed to bail, or you might want to think about, some sort of criminal charge against the father who's also making these threats. But the judge was a bit more level-headed. So in the end, she made these really clear bail conditions that he had to sign, that if anybody contacts me or her, either them or an associate of them in any way, then he's immediately going to jail. And it must have worked because I didn't hear from him again. But wow. I was definitely checking my posts for the next couple of months.
And what's that condition called again?
Folie à deux. So I think he had a delusional disorder, which is similar to schizophrenia, but you only have delusions and you don't have all the cognitive stuff that I was talking about before. Yeah. So you can actually function quite high, you can hold down a job, but you have one particular delusional system. So I think the son had that. And I think the father got folie à deux, like just basically absorbed his delusions and thought the same things.
So the two feed off each other then?
Yeah. It's usually one person has it first and then somebody else kind of...
it spreads.
Yeah.
Can it spread to like third and fourth person?
I'm sure it's theoretically possible. I've certainly not seen it. Although you could argue, I have not researched this enough because it's never really occurred to me, but you could argue maybe that some cults might have that because you have people that have clearly delusional beliefs and that spreads.
So puff of madness then, what does that mean?
So puff of madness is like an instant, it's like the psychiatric equivalent of spontaneous human combustion, I guess. So it's when somebody suddenly out of nowhere becomes psychotic for a very short period of time and then gets out of psychosis
with no history.
With no history, yeah. I've not seen that in my career, but I've heard about it and that documentary you're talking about. So I think they're only psychotic for days, whereas usually it takes months and months to build up, and it takes months and months to assuage as well.
Any other esoteric classifications of mental illness that we haven't touched on?
Yes, so there is Capgras syndrome.
What?
Capgras syndrome.
Capgras? Is
Yeah.
that 2 words?
No, it's one word. CAPGRAS.
Capgras syndrome. Go on, what's that?
So that is a specific delusion. It's a delusion of misidentification. That is where you genuinely believe that somebody that's close to you is not actually them. So say if you believe that your, I don't know, sister, for example, wasn't actually your sister, but was an imposter. And it's like quite a fixed delusional belief. I don't think I've seen it in my career, but I've certainly heard of cases of people attacking family members and killing family members because they're convinced that it's not actually really that person. It's somebody else that looks exactly like them, but it's like a clone.
There was a case in America of a dad, a postal worker, who was driving along and his 2 sons were in the back and he thought one of his sons was a demon and cut his son's head off.
Right.
But that would be classified as crystal meth psychosis, would it?
Well, if he was taking crystal meth, then yeah.
Yes, that's not a mental illness.
Yeah.
If you're
Yeah.
under the effect of drugs, it's not a mental illness.
Yeah. So basically,
Do you have situations where they combine?
Yeah. So basically, you can have there's drug-induced psychosis, which is where somebody with no known psychosis takes drugs and then all of a sudden becomes psychotic for a very short period of time. Then the drugs go out of the system and then they're back to normal. I've got an interesting case about that if you'd like to hear about it. I'll come back to that. And there's some people who have a psychotic illness like schizophrenia, then they take drugs and that rockets them into a state of psychosis. But it tends to last longer than the 2 or 3 days when the drugs are in your system. And then you've got very occasional cases where you've got somebody with no mental health, no mental illness history who becomes psychotic on drugs and then stays psychotic. So they flip into schizophrenia. And you can't really know for sure whether they would have eventually got schizophrenia or not. You don't really know.
It's like something snaps in the mind, isn't it? Because, you know, a lot of my friends did a variety of drugs and some of them did, after a very short period of time on crystal meth, had delusions.
Yeah.
Which they still had years later when they were off the drugs. They still believed those things and the personality kind of shifted into a more paranoid.
And did they believe them to the same kind of intensity? So was their behavior reflecting?
Well, because they weren't actually on drugs, their behavior was more normal.
Yeah.
But they were set on that delusion that had formed.
Do you mind giving me an example, please?
Yeah, so I had a friend who's deceased now who...
His Wildman?
No, not Wildman. But it was Wildman and him who got on crystal meth together. And then my friend was a stockbroker. He ended up picking a computer up and throwing it at our boss. And he got fired that day. And then... he lived in one of my properties and he showed up at my property with like a wand and he was going over the television with the wand and going over all the light fixtures with the wand. And he was saying that the house was definitely bugged and I was being followed and we were all going to end up in jail.
Yeah.
This was 5 years before we did all end up in jail. So he was correct on that part of it. But the police
He wasn't psychotic, he was a soothsayer.
The police weren't onto us yet because I read all the police records. They weren't at my house, bugging the house. So I woke up. He stayed the night at my property. I woke up. There was a bucket of water. His pager, 'cause it was all pages back then, that's how we communicated, was in the bucket of water with a note. You know, you're all going to get arrested. You're getting followed. You're getting bugged. I'm out of here. And I later learned he'd fled the state with this paranoia. And he did avoid getting arrested through these delusions. But whenever I spoke to him in later years, you know, he was still of the mindset that they were onto us at that point in time when they weren't. And
was that after all the criminal charges had been dealt with, after the prison time and everything?
So he behaved in that way at my house in about 96, 97 when I was still a stockbroker. But my criminality was starting. Yeah. And then I rekindled with him after my arrest. Started to write to him and stuff and spoke to him after I got released. And but I've met a few people like that they've what's happened to them.
Yeah.
There was another one who came over with my friend Hammy, who's Wildman's cousin. And I said to them, just help yourself to the drugs in the house. And I didn't warn them because in England, you take a gram of speed, don't you, and you eat it. So they were eating grams of crystal meth.
Right.
And when I got home, their eyes were like popping out of their heads, and they'd drunk like dozens of beers as well. And I went to bed, and I woke up, and they were having the exact same conversation when I woke up. And they were a bit stressed out. So I was like, let's go to LA. You know, I know some women out there. We could chill out. We'll go to the beach. And in the car to LA, I noticed like they're like this all the way. Like, and then they're like, Sean, you need to pull over. There's people following us.
Yeah.
People following us. Anyway, this is a long story. It's in my book Party Time if you want to read it in the new edition. The paranoid, how it built up in intensity where many things happened. And it culminated in us in this little pink hotel room on Sunset Boulevard. I get the same room as them because I want to keep my own on, but then they're like, you've set us up for a drug deal. That's why we're out. We're all in the same room. So I got my own room. Ended up getting a call from Hammy. You need to come down here. He's freaking out. He's looking out the windows. He said there's helicopters coming. I've set them up for a drug deal. He grabs all his luggage, throws his luggage at me because his fingerprints is on it, opens his wallet, grabs his cash, throws all of his money at me because his fingerprints are on it. I'm set up for a drug deal. Runs off down Sunset Boulevard like a wolf on acid, a wolf on acid. He's like, and days later, he wakes up on a bench with all of his clothes pilfered by the homeless people. He's just got his trousers on, and gets a cab to the British Embassy. And apparently during his psychosis, a Japanese family of tourists had asked him to take pictures of them.
No.
He knew that they were following him and bugging him there was a bug in the camera. He said, yes, got the camera, smashed the camera on the floor and ran off. But I'm told to this day, he believes I flew him out there to set him up for a drug deal.
Okay.
So I've got multiple friends, associates and people from my life experience have gone.
Yeah.
They've took crystal meth for a very short period of time and something's gone in the brain.
Yeah.
But I've seen other people who've took it for a long period of time,
Yeah.
and they've been fine after when they've got off it.
Yeah, there's not something that I've experienced that often in terms of the patients that I've seen. I do wonder whether it's crystal meth actually, because obviously you don't use that. It's not used as much in the UK compared to America.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's something about that as opposed to crack, for example.
Yeah. So before I sidetrack, then what was the case you were going to give us?
I just want to say you've got some interesting friends. Sean.
Oh my goodness!
Who needs enemies?
I should have brought you a copy of Party Time with all that in it.
So the case that I saw of
Capgrass is where we on?
Capgrass. No. So Capgrass is delusional misidentification.
Oh, we did that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're asking me about drug-induced psychosis.
That's it. Yeah.
So a few years ago, I assessed a gay man from South Africa, and he had just been kicked out of his grandparents' house at Christmas time. So he's walking around Soho looking for sex, basically. And he met a random man on the street, went back to this man's flat for sex, and they did this drug called a booty bump. You heard of a booty bump?
No, I've not heard of that. What is it? A booty bump?
A booty bump, yeah.
E-booty bump?
No, just booty bump.
Booty bump?
Booty bump, yeah.
Has anyone heard of that one? Booty bump?
I don't think it's a drug. It's just a method of taking drugs, I should say.
Oh, okay.
So
booty
what
bump.
you do is
like a butt rocket.
I imagine
I'll let you explain.
I've not heard the term.
Don't know
butt
anything
rocket.
about butt rockets.
But, it does sound like it could be called a butt rocket. Yeah. If I had to think of a name for it, probably a butt rocket. So what you do is you mix. I think you mix either crystal meth or crack in water, and then you shoot it up your bum.
Okay.
And it goes through your sort of
gets absorbed
membranes.
by that.
Yeah. So he did one of these, and he'd used drugs sort of on and off for most of his life, but he'd never done this before. And basically became completely psychotic in this man's house immediately.
So that was, did you say it was speed and crack?
It was crystal meth and crack that he'd used,
yeah.
But I Googled it afterwards because I didn't know what he was talking about at the time. I didn't want to ask.
Yeah.
And I was like, no thanks, doesn't sound like it's for me. And he started seeing and hearing dragons in this man's flat.
Dragons?
Yeah, he started seeing and hearing dragons. So he started freaking out. And then this man, who'd only just met less than an hour before, kicked him out of his flat.
Yeah.
And then he goes round to another man's flat who's a drug dealer, his drug dealer probably, is in this man's flat, and he starts freaking out, locks himself in the toilet, takes off all his clothes, and then he texts his cousin, because she lives nearby, saying this, I'm freaking out here that the police are going to raid this flat, there's dragons all around me, you need to help, come and get me. So he texted the address, and then his cousin went to go and collect him, because she was obviously quite alarmed. And he was so psychotic that he forgot that he texted her. So when she shows up out of the blue, he was convinced that she was somehow part of this conspiracy. It doesn't sound too much unlike the state that your friends were in that hotel.
Yeah.
So she was convinced that he was convinced that she was part of some sort of police sting, because otherwise, how would she know that he was there?
Yeah.
He was naked in the bath in the stranger's flat, and she bent down to pick up some clothes, and he had a pair of scissors on him that she didn't see, and he stabbed his own cousin on the top of her head. And then he stabbed himself through the cheek.
Oh.
So the injury to the cousin wasn't actually that bad. It was only a little bit of blood, just some glued, but he needed like 12 stitches on his
Bloody hell.
cheek. Yeah. And the fascinating aspect of this is that he was fine like days later. He had to go to A&E and drugs were flushed out of his system. But when I saw him, he was just like completely normal. Apart from this massive scar in his face.
Did the cousin press charges then?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
And what sentence did this person get?
So he actually got away with a relatively minor sentence. Actually, on the back of my evidence, it was a community order because it was his first serious offence. I think he'd done like some shoplifting as a kid.
Yeah.
But basically, his solicitors again wanted me to push for a charge of not guilty by reason of insanity because he was clearly psychotic and he's clearly fearing for his life. But crucially, because it's voluntary intoxication, you can't get a defence of not guilty by reason of insanity if it's voluntary intoxication, because otherwise
you take responsibility for getting intoxicated.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So he didn't get that defence, which means he would have been innocent in the eyes of the law, but he got off with a community.
I'll just give you one more part of the story that I just told about the guy who threw the luggage, because it just came to me then, which is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. So prior to him throwing his luggage and his money at us, we're like trying to calm him down, me and Hammy. And then Hammy says, I need to take a piss. And the guy goes, why do you need to take a piss? Who are you going to go and signal to? And Hammy's like, I'm not going to go and signal to anyone. I've been drinking all these years. I need to go and take a piss. The guy goes, well, I'm coming with you then. He goes, what do you mean I'm coming with you? You're not going in there and signaling to someone. Saying you're taking a piss and signaling to someone without me. I'm coming with you. He's like, well, I've really got to take a piss, for fuck's sake. If you want to come with me, come with me. The guy jumped on his back like a monkey like this. And Hammy's like, fucking hell, I've really got to take a piss. So Hammy goes, right, and with this guy on his back to take a piss. He's having a piss. The piss finishes. And I'm just like mystified, And all I hear is, why did you shake your dick 3 times at the end of the piss? Who are you signaling to? Well, this is like this ghetto pink hotel room with frosted windows in this dodgy neighborhood. And then these gutter punks like walk past the windows. And the guy's like, I knew it! And the gutter punks are looking, like, I knew you were signaling to someone outside of this window. And that then just set him over the edge. And that's what led to, within a short period of time, the money getting thrown at me and the luggage getting thrown at me. Yeah, I
think I can maybe top that. This is not a page that I've ever seen, but just a story that I heard, which is, the Wu-Tang Clan rap group.
Yeah.
So one of their affiliate members, it's not one of the core Wu, but one of their, they have these like Wu-Tang Killer Bees. One of their affiliate rappers cut his own dick off when he was.
No. No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Run it down. What led to it? What happened? What was the aftermath? Did he get a new dick?
Did he get a new dick? Yeah, I went to the dick store.
Bob it.
So I've only seen a YouTube video about this months ago, but from memory, he basically had a drug-induced psychosis. So he went to some sort of party. I think he was like drinking lean and possibly smoking, I imagine, crystal meth, and basically became really, really psychotic. Had these thoughts about how he shouldn't father any more children because he's not a man enough to look after his own kids or something like that. And cut off. I don't think he cut the whole thing off, but cut off a section of his dick. Yeah.
Oh, a section.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to get to the bottom of this. What actually happened? Was his dick? Was it? Did he lose that section permanently? Was it? Can he function now?
So I think you'll have to do your own research, but I think he had some sort of operation.
People can be googling the hell out of this right now watching this.
I think he had some sort of operation. So I think he.
What's his name?
I don't know. I'm sure you can Google it. But I know he's a Wu affiliate.
Because people were so fascinated by the Lorraine Bobbitt story, weren't they? Because of a similar.
Yeah.
And that guy ended up. Didn't he get an implant or something? Did it get sewn back on eventually?
So I think Lorraine Bobbitt was it John Wayne Bobbitt? Is that right?
Yeah.
I think his dick, did get sewn back on.
Because it was, she threw it, didn't she? Yeah, and they went and looked for it. Yeah. And they found it and put it in a freeze box or something. And did he get it Was he successfully reattached?
I think it was, yeah.
But then he became a porn star and got a dick enlargement or something.
Yeah.
Something like that happened. This is a fascinating case. I think it's on Netflix or YouTube. But I remember because I was in America when it happened.
Yeah.
And just
what state was it?
Pardon?
What state was it in America that it
I
happened?
can't remember. I think it was in the 90s though.
It was
when it
near where you were.
I can't remember. There's so many states, but it was just such alarming news, that. And then all the women were like, the women who had supported battered women were like rallying, saying it's about time some guy got his dick cut off, because he was abusive towards. And I think there was he did have a history of that, and I think in future relationships as well, alcoholism and bad situations with women.
Yeah.
So maybe he had it coming. I don't know.
Yeah. It's quite a unique way to get into the porn industry, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. But I think he ended up trashing. His life ended up pretty depressed and in alcohol and stuff. From the documentary I watched recently, it wasn't very glamorous what happened to him in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't go cutting anyone's dicks off. And
as a doctor, I second that.
All right then. So, are there any really cases that you've not told us today that are in your book that perhaps we could go over that would be interesting for people to hear?
I'm trying to think.
Oh my goodness, you've not talked about any cases of paedophilia?
Actually, yeah, I could
go on then. What happened?
Tell you a little bit about that. So, actually, I've done in my career, I've had, I think, 3 separate cases of men who were vulnerable for one way or another. So I think a couple of them had learning disabilities and one of them had autism. And all 3 of them were completely separate cases, different timeframes, but very sort of quite similar in many ways. So all of them been targeted by these vigilante online groups. I think one was an official group that was run by the police, and the other 2 were just these groups that random people set up, and they try and sort of catfish men. And so what they do
catfish men are going after kids.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what they do is they set up these fake accounts of being young females, sort of usually 14 or 15 years old, and they flirt with these men, and the men kind of then arrange to meet them somewhere. And then, so of the cases from memory, one was they arranged to meet them in a service station. Another one was just in a random pub, but it's actually a group of blokes who kind of detain them, probably rough them up a little bit, and then call the police, and the police get arrested. So I've seen 3 of these cases, and I think a couple of them, it was clear to me that they were predators. And although I have to be very careful in the evidence I give, I never say whether I think somebody's guilty or not, because first of all, it's unethical because I shouldn't really try and influence the jury, but also my evidence can be thrown out. So if I write really good detailed court report, put in all that time and effort, but then I make a comment about whether I think they're guilty or not, then the opposition barrister can criticise my evidence and the entire report can be thrown out. So I literally can't. But so I think for 2 of the cases, I felt that clearly they were predators and they were clearly going there for sex. And there was they had these really lame excuses. I think one said that, one of them, as well as this, so one of them said that his phone had been nicked by his mate, and his mate was sending these Facebook messages as a joke. It's not really very plausible. And another one had also had some indecent images found on his hard drive, and I think he tried to convince the police that he'd bought the hard drive, bought the laptop secondhand from somebody else, and he didn't know the images were there. Again, not very plausible. But I have to say that one of the cases made me feel a bit uneasy because the man had autism, and I think that he was quite sort of lonely and withdrawn. I think he'd never had a relationship. He was talking to what he thought was a boy who, I think the boy said he was 15, who was a gamer. So they started talking through the love of whatever online games that kids play nowadays. And from what I read from the messages, this vigilante group were really trying to pull this man in. And so they started the sexual chat and they kept it going and they really tried to draw him in. And he said on several occasions, I don't think this is appropriate and I just want to be friends and blah, blah, blah. And basically got talked into meeting this boy. Now, there's different ways to look at it. You could say that he still actually turned up. So potentially he is a sexual offender, and that is true. I don't think you can deny that. but I felt a bit uncomfortable about it as well, because I felt that I think he was criminally culpable. I think he knew what he was doing, and I think he knew it was wrong. In fact, the very fact that he tried to dissuade the meeting from happening in the first place indicates that he knew what's wrong. So you can't argue that he's got, a psychiatric defense, because he knew what he was doing clearly. But at the same time, I also think that there are extrinsic factors. So the fact that he's got autism and that he struggles with finding relationships, that he has problems finding intimacy and understanding people's emotions. So I remember feeling quite uncomfortable about the whole thing. I felt like he was kind of, potentially a criminal, but also potentially vulnerable. Because you can be two things. You can be somebody that does bad things, and you can actually have mental health issues and be vulnerable.
So there was a degree of entrapment as well, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what about when forensic psychiatrists make mistakes? Are there any alarming situations where people get released and go on to do heinous things?
Yeah. So just suddenly thought of another case, actually, I'll tell you about after this. So there, with any psychiatrist's career, a non-forensic psychiatrist, the worst, or one of the worst things that can happen to you is that a patient commits suicide. So I've got a story about that, which I'll come to. And that is almost inevitable statistically. I don't think it happens to every psychiatrist, but for the average psychiatrist, even a good psychiatrist, that's going to happen once or twice in your career, because it's just a numbers game. If you treat hundreds, maybe 1,000 patients over your entire career, and they've all got suicide, not all, but some of them have suicidal tendencies, then even with your best treatment, even if you think they're going to be safe, some of them, or a small number, are going to go on to commit suicide. It happens. With forensic psychiatry, you've got suicidality amongst your patient cohort, but you've also got the potential for violence. So as we were talking about before, you have to discharge patients eventually. You have to, because the system gets clogged up. If you never discharge anybody, then number one, what's the point in having them in a hospital? You might as well put them in prison. And number two, it doesn't free up the space for the other new patients to come in. So all you've got is what's in front of you. You have to risk assess, as I said before, on their behavior, on their boundaries, whether they use their leave appropriately, whether they engage in psychotherapy, whether they take the medication. So that does happen. So every that I'm aware of, at least 3 or 4 times a year, you'll hear a case in the newspapers where a patient has been discharged either recently or within the last few months, and they've gone on to commit serious offences, including murder. I can tell you about a case if you're
yes,
interested.
Please do. Yeah.
Let me just check my notes about the name. So in 2004, there was a man called John Barrett, who is quite well known within the forensic psychiatric system, in that he'd got a recurring mental illness. So he'd committed various violent offences, had been sectioned, rehabilitated, released, and he'd go through the cycle. And what happened was that he was admitted in 2004, and he was given leave by a psychiatrist who had not seen him. I think he'd only got there that day, or maybe the day before. And he was sort of really pressurizing the nurses to give him leave, and he was being a bit of a handful, was being quite aggressive. And so she made what I think is fair to say an incorrect decision, because she thought she knew him because she'd seen him so many times in the past. She didn't think he was that dangerous. She let him go on leave, and then the very next day he'd randomly stabbed and killed a banker who was riding past on their bike. This is somewhere in London. Yeah, so I mean that arguably is avoidable, because you shouldn't be giving somebody leave, obviously, if you've not properly assessed them. What's interesting about that is the entire way that you're allowed to give leave has actually been changed because of that. So now you have to write these formal forms that get signed off by a consultant that says, that you've assessed the patient, etc., etc. But in a broader sense, that is a risk that I have to live with, or that forensic psychiatrists have to live with, that is statistically, I wouldn't say it's inevitable, but it's probable that one of your patients, even if you're good at what you do, will go on to commit quite serious violence because of the group and the risk of the group that we work with.
How does it feel to have that power in your hands over a person's life and the potential for that person who could get out and kill someone?
How does it feel? I don't think I've ever thought about that. I think that so when I was, what I do now is mostly court work, so it's not really that relevant now. But when I was an inpatient in a hospital, I had complete say over aspects of their lives, like leave and when they get discharged. And I always thought that you had to give everyone a chance, that you, despite what they have done, and some patients, not all, but some have done some quite horrific things You've got people that have killed family members. You've got people that have committed sexual offences, sometimes against children. As a doctor, you have to separate yourself from that, and you have to give everyone the best chance of being reintegrating into society. So I've tried my best not to judge people for what they've done in the past. I've tried to take that out of the situation and only look at their psychiatric health now and the risks.
You wouldn't be able to function, would you, if you couldn't do that?
Absolutely. And in terms of how it feels that people might go out and reoffend, it's not really bothered me that much, because the perspective I look at it is that me and my teams, it's not just me, it's the nurses and psychologists, etc., have helped far more people reintegrate into society and live a better life than when we got them out of prison in the first place onto our wards, than the number that will go on to commit violence. So we don't stop everybody from reoffending, but I think the ones that we do stop, you're not only protecting them, but you're protecting potential future victims.
So in the Arizona jail, there was a thing called Rule 11 status, whereby you're classified as mentally ill for court proceedings. And some prisoners chose to go down that route and fake mental illness. Yeah. So I had a cellmate who was like a pocket-sized Henry VIII looking character called Troll, and he would like walk around the day room with his pink boxer shorts on with skid marks in them on purpose. Yeah. And he'd say things like, yeah, if the judge asked me to give him a BJ and he'd release me tomorrow, I'd give him a BJ, and just be going around acting all crazy with his poo on his boxers. People want to read more about Troll, that's in Hard Time on Amazon. So what do you do when people come to you faking mental illness? How do you spot it?
You know what, Sean? It's actually much easier than you think.
Is it?
Yeah, it's actually very easy.
Is it?
Yeah. So I'll tell you why. Because the first thing that I do before I see a case for a medico-legal assessment, the first thing I do is I look at their background history, get all their medical notes, get the psychiatric records. It's not impossible for somebody to become psychotic the first time they offend, just like that young woman I told you about right at the beginning. But it's very unlikely. The vast majority of people have a history of psychosis. They become psychotic slowly over time. So if they're walking around with skid stains and offering to give judges blowjobs, but I can tell from their records, from their GP records, that they've been absolutely fine. Yeah. The GP saw them about their blood pressure 2 weeks earlier, and or a month earlier, and they're absolutely fine. Yeah. Then my bullshit radar's on high alert. So that's one thing. The other thing is that I get objective evidence from where I can about them now. So if they're in a hospital, I speak to the nurses. If they're in prison, I speak to the prison officers. If I see them in court, I speak to the custody staff. And you'd be surprised at how bad people are being consistent. So it sounds like your friend was doing this all the time, whereas most prisoners don't even think to do that. They will only do it when they've come into the room with me. He
did lose his Rule 11 status. He didn't get it granted. I think he got 15 years in the end.
And so I'll be watching them. So if they're scared and cowering in the corner about some sort of demon or bat they can see in the corner, then I'm watching them without them knowing. When they're walking back to the cells, I'm seeing if they're pally with their friends and laughing and joking. And on top of that, more than that, I think that people who are really psychotic, especially if they're paranoid, they don't have an agenda to try and convince me. So imagine if you're actually really paranoid and you believe that people are trying to hurt you and kill you, and you believe there's a conspiracy. If some guy you've never met in a suit comes and sits next to you and introduces himself, you're not going to tell him. Because why would you? If anything, it would be the opposite. It's quite hard to get these symptoms out. Whereas somebody who's faking mental illness, who wants to go to hospital, they tell me almost immediately or within a few minutes, I think I'm mad, doctor, and I think I need to go to hospital and blah, blah, blah. People who are really unwell, they don't have an agenda. And sometimes they're indifferent. They don't even know that they're in prison or court. They don't care where they end up.
There's a saying that crazy people don't know they're crazy.
Yeah.
Does that apply?
So for psychosis, the vast majority of people have psychosis don't have insight, so they fully believe the things they're experiencing. Yeah. It's different for neuroses like anxiety and depression. They know that they're unwell.
So we've had a guest who's been on a few times called Pepsi Watson, and he's been in and out on a recall for his IPP. And on the most recent interview we did with him, he said lockdown, people that can't get out the cells, short-staffed, self-harm. People committed suicide. There was a hanging and someone cut his ear off. Right. So what's the rate you come across self-harmers?
So I think in the general population, about 1% of people self-harm at some point in their life. In prisons, it's something along the lines of 20-25%. So it's actually very high. Yeah.
Quarter.
But I would say that there's a range of self-harm. So there's relatively minor sort of scratching or picking, cutting, and that can be because somebody's just trying to relieve frustration. So actually some people, for example, with depression or borderline, actually feel better after they've cut themselves because it quenches urges to be violent or to do something more serious. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you get really severe self-harm, so actual suicide attempts. So actually very recently I made a video about Sarah Reed. So that's a tragic case of a young woman. She was mixed race, only 31 years old, and she took a life in HMP Holloway in January 2016. So it's really, really quite sad. And I think the system failed her. I really do.
What had led up to that?
So I think she had a history of mental health issues since her own son died in 2003. Then she was really badly assaulted in 2012 by a police officer, actually. And I think it was proven in court that he actually got fired for misconduct for what he did. He assaulted her quite badly. But the reason that the system failed her, I think, is because she was kept in prison for several weeks, I think like 6-7 weeks, because she needed a fitness to plead assessment. It was actually a very simple assessment. Like I could do that in an hour and write it up in maybe another 4 or 5 hours. But she was there for 6-7 weeks. And I think part of the problem is that there's not really any responsibility for who does it. So if you're the prison psychiatrist, you're in charge of treating that person's mental illness in prison, giving them medication in prison. If you're the consultant psychiatrist in the secure ward, then you help with the transfer and you treat them when they're in there. But if you need an expert witness kind of opinion, which is what I do, you're kind of in limbo. You don't belong to anybody. It's up to your solicitors to reach out and find a psychiatrist. And some solicitors are just really disorganized and they don't do that for a number of weeks while their defendants are on remand. So I think she was there unnecessarily and she was there too long. So a very sad case.
So Russell Brand has talked about low-level drug users. It should be reclassified from them being the criminalization of addiction to it being a mental health issue. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
I would broadly agree with that, I think. I think that if you just take the ethics out of it, if you just look at it logically, your average low-level drug user who's not a dealer, who's not going out hurting people, is not causing a massive damage to society. But if you criminalize them and you put them through the system, especially if they get addicted to harder drugs, then I don't see how that's helping.
And these people are clogging up the prison system and clogging up the court system. It's crazy, but there's so much money being made off it.
Yeah.
All right, and so we are gonna put the link in the description box for a psych for sore minds. Huge thank you to Sohom for coming on today and regaling us with all of these case studies, and I've learned so much as well about the. I was particularly fascinated when you said about which mental illnesses are correlated with the most violent crime, and it's psychopaths, then antisocial, then the borderline, then mania, then bipolar. Yeah, so.
Well, mania and bipolar are kind of the same thing.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, mania's someone with bipolar can have a manic episode. Yeah, exactly. So if you sat here and enjoyed this as much as I have, please go over to A Psych for Sore Minds, which is Sohom's channel. And on Twitter, you are Dr. S. Das. So we'll put that link down there as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing your book, man, In Two Minds coming out. Congratulations on landing that with a really big publisher.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to do well. You hear these stories and they're just endlessly fascinating, aren't they? All the different cases. So please let us know in the comments what you thought about this. Huge thank you to Joe and James for coming out today and filming these. We've had such a busy week. We've been all over the place. London, filming tours in London. Down at Castle Goring with Lady. C on the royal family. It's been quite an eventful week. And huge thank you to the new subs. Subscription logos in the bottom corner. And most of all, huge thank you to Sohom for coming out today and sharing his stories.
Thank you very much for having me on, Sean.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Absolute honour. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah. You're such a good vibe. So we traditionally do a hug. Are you all right to hug?
Yeah.
Yeah. In this environment. Yeah, thanks, man. Well done. Brilliant. Yeah, cheers.
But a lot of people who do suffer from being kidnapped, especially if there's, some sort of physical or sexual assault, it's horrible. It's like from depression to anxiety to PTSD that we were talking about. When people go through life-threatening trauma, they re-experience the trauma in the form of flashbacks or nightmares. People who have psychopathy don't care about the difference between right and wrong. They don't care about the law. They have very little empathy. But on top of all of those things are actually quite charming. That they thought that they would gain superpowers if they ate his eyeballs, and they would break out of prison, so they would smash through these walls. So we had this like really complicated, detailed, delusional belief in his head of what's going to happen.
Which is why I question whether she actually had any syndrome at all, or she was just an angry, spoilt little rich girl who thought that she would rebel against her wealthy family and make an example of them.
He's a man who had post-traumatic stress disorder. So he was a soldier, he worked in Afghanistan, he went through some horrific experiences. He saw a couple of his own team get killed right in front of him. They stepped on a landmine and the little boy lost his shoe. And then Iron Archer got really angry with him, started telling him off, and witnesses have said that they heard like this grown man shouting at a boy, basically. And he beat him to death. So like a rival drug dealer, he kept him awake for like 4 days, burnt him with cigarettes, stabbed him, urinated into his wounds. So just really horrible offences. Yeah, Tyler Hadley is an extremely shocking case. So he is somebody who, at the age of 17, he killed both of his parents. So in the dining room, he attacked him, bashed his head repeatedly on the floor, and he said he was obviously stopped by the nurses and authorities. But he said, "If you hadn't have stopped me, I would have eaten his brain." That was his plan.
All right, so many of you saw part 1 of the Broadmoor podcast that we did with Dr. Das. And we have had multiple people write in and request that we do a part 2. Now, if you watch part 1, then you're probably aware that these stories, the cases, the people that Dr. Das interacted with are very traumatic situations, people who have done extreme crimes, and we just need to give a disclaimer at the beginning of this video. If you don't have the stomach for that kind of content, then perhaps this isn't the one for you. So this is an educational video. It is based on real life experience and true cases. And we are going to delve into the minds of the criminally insane. And Dr. Das, he goes in, he analyzes these people, and a determination is made by the judge as to what kind of sentence they should get. Were they compos mentis at the time these crimes were committed, or were they out of their minds for one psychiatric diagnosis or another? It's absolutely fascinating going into the minds of these people and, learning what they do and how it can be prevented. But like I said, it's a very dark path that we go down with Dr. Das. So full disclaimer for anyone who wants some more light-hearted content. We've got also in the room, we've got Jen of Boomer and Jem, organic cotton clothing, links in the description box below the video. And we also have Matthew Steeples of the Steeples Times, links in the description box, who will be both joining us for this dialogue today. So huge thank you for being here, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Das, then, perhaps for people who are not familiar with your work and your YouTube channel, which we will have down there as well, do you just want to give a brief introduction about your history in Broadmoor and what else you've done?
Sure, it'd be an absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me on. It's always good to see you guys. So I'm a consultant forensic psychiatrist, which means that I assess and rehabilitate mentally disordered offenders. So there's two kind of aspects of my work. There's the medico-legal angle, which is when I see somebody when they're in the middle of a criminal trial, and either they have a mental illness or they're suspected of having one. So as you said, I assess them, I see whether they were criminally culpable, what kind of symptoms they had at the time, what the diagnoses are, and whether they need prison or hospital ultimately. And then the second part is actually rehabilitating them. So once they go into hospital, then I work with these people and I try and make them as safe as possible over a long rehabilitation. It's often years to get them safe into the community, really. And then I've fairly recently, about a year ago, started a YouTube channel, A Psych for Sore Minds, where I discuss a lot of high profile cases which are out in the public domain, which are easier to talk about. And I also talk about my own cases, which obviously I have to anonymize. And I have to be a bit careful about what I say because of patient confidentiality. But I cover a whole range of topics related to criminality, diagnoses, etc. Yeah.
So we will be changing the names of the cases that Dr. Das has handled himself. And the first one we're going to call Jake.
Mr. Jake Gove, yeah.
What happened with Jake?
So Jake was quite an interesting case. He's a man who had post-traumatic stress disorder. So he was a soldier. He worked in Afghanistan. He went through some horrific experiences. He saw a couple of his own team get killed right in front of him. They stepped on a landmine, blew up, died in front of him. So he understandably was really freaked out by this, developed full-blown PTSD. Just for your viewers, what that is when people go through life-threatening trauma, they re-experience the trauma in the form of flashbacks or nightmares. They have like problems with anxiety, and they have like depression, and they try and avoid those triggers wherever possible. So that was all what was happening for this man, Jake Gove. And then he unfortunately became an alcoholic. So I think he was self-medicating over the years. And a good while, about 10 years after all of this happened in Afghanistan, he went into a shop, got into an argument with the shopkeeper who was refusing to serve him because he was just drunk. He was just kind of knocking bottles all over the place. And he grabbed a bottle of vodka, smashed it over the store owner. The man was a Sikh, and he used some racial language, just kind of abused him. And my job was to see Jake after he'd been remanded in prison and do an assessment. And what was interesting about this case was that he'd already been seen by a psychiatrist for the defense. And the psychiatrist said it was PTSD, and that basically explained his behavior. And he tried to put forward a defense of not guilty by reason of insanity. And when I assessed Mr. Gove, from a humanitarian angle, I felt really bad for him and all the experiences he went through, but I wasn't really buying what the defense were pushing because it hadn't been explored properly. So the defense psychiatrist was saying that he was having these flashbacks, but he didn't actually, from the assessment report that I saw, he didn't really dig down and ask him what symptoms he was feeling. So for example, did he actually feel that he was reliving the war at the time? If so, what were the triggers? What were his actual experiences at the time? None of that was explored. Then when I explored it with the defendant, I just felt that actually he was just angry. Like the reason that he lashed out at the shopkeeper was because he wanted booze. He felt kind of humiliated because of this public argument. So I didn't think that there was an argument for him not being criminally responsible, which is what I said in my report.
And had there been any other incidents with this individual?
There had. None as severe as this. So it had a couple of minor assaults, a couple of arguments, quite public arguments, mostly in the context of being agitated and being drunk. But what it did is it really exposed me to the first time for what I think are cowboy experts. So I work as an expert witness. I'm very objective and honest with my opinion. But I felt in this particular case that the defendant psychiatrist had just given the opinion that the defense wanted to hear and the solicitors wanted to hear to try and get this man off. And that does happen in my world. You do get people that, even though you're supposed to be completely honest and objective and neutral, I think you get people who kind of lean or twist the evidence towards the defense or the prosecution, depending on who's paying them, basically.
So it is very common.
I wouldn't say it's very common, but it's common, even if it happens a few times, like once every 5-10 cases, that's enough to kind of twist what is fair and what's justice for the victims. Yeah.
Well, it's out of control in America, and it's so common there now. It's called testy lying. And if you look at big cases out there, you've got this expert for the defense, expert for the prosecution, both experts on the same thing, saying diametrically opposed conclusions.
Yeah.
So it's like pantomime.
Yeah, it can be. And I suppose if you ask questions for the defendant in a certain way, you can potentially coach them, right? So you can say, instead of saying, what were your experiences at the time? You can say, were you suffering a flashback? Did it remind you of X, Y, Z? So it's actually not that hard to twist the evidence, but obviously it's completely dishonest.
You got crime labs now in America. Prosecutor calls up and they say, what result do you want? Crime labs have been busted doing that in America.
So
DNA results. What DNA result do you want?
If you pay more, you get the result you want.
Money talks.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's an us versus them mentality. So the prosecutors, the crime lab, the state versus the criminal. Yeah.
Oh dear.
So honesty gets thrown out the window and I think sometimes these people, there's not enough evidence, and they've convinced themselves the person's guilty, so they think it's justified to fudge and get experts in. But often, years later, something comes out to prove that the person's completely innocent. Like, as we've seen, these people are getting off after decades, even on death row. It's staggering.
I suppose what it boils down to is it's the defense's job to try and get the best outcome from their client. So their job is to try and get the client found either not guilty or to have mitigating circumstances. And it's the prosecution's job to do the opposite of that. But the expert, as I said before, should be neutral. So their job shouldn't be to sway justice. It should be just to tell the absolute truth. Yeah. But the truth is a grey kind of area.
I think we've seen that before in the case of Jeremy Bamber with the various experts involved there. They've gradually been discredited over the years.
What do you think about the Bamber case?
I've got mixed feelings about this. When I first researched it, so I did a video on him, it seemed to me that there's quite a lot of evidence to suggest that he was guilty, and that he tried to set up his sister who had schizophrenia, and there were certainly aspects of the case, like for example her smoking cannabis recently and her not taking a medication, which would suggest that she could become symptomatic. But since then I've heard a whole other side of the argument, including some people that approached me at CrimeCon, and I'm sure you spoke to them as well.
So now
we interviewed them some time ago, and that case is currently with the Criminal Cases Review Commission, and there are still millions of pages of evidence that haven't been released. It's a very, very strange story, but I don't know whether he is innocent or guilty, but certainly that case was mishandled by the police authorities involved, and he definitely deserves a review of his situation.
Do you two have any opinions on his potential innocence or guilt?
I was definitely swayed by watching your interview because I was present, sat over there, wasn't I?
Yes.
And the interview with these.
Well, there's just so much that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, and the burying
you can't
of
be in
evidence.
two places at the same time, and if somebody was inside that building moving around, then and he was standing outside with the police, then he cannot have been the killer.
Yeah. So what the police are selling, I ain't buying.
Yeah, the police conclusion was that he hadn't done it. The sister had done it, and then they destroyed everything, so there was no evidence. And then when the women went against him, who had this vested interest of inheriting all of his property, and his girlfriend who got 10,000 from the News of the World,
and don't forget
contingent on him being found guilty.
And don't forget the police officer who ended up working as a security guard for the people who eventually inherited.
It's an absolute shambles, isn't it?
Most definitely.
And the other police officer who happened to fall off a ladder before the trial and was dead.
This is the thing, when there's no physical evidence, because in this case there was already a conclusion the physical evidence was destroyed. When there's no physical evidence, it then just becomes completely subjective, doesn't it? And the government always has the most money to put on the best theatre show, versus in America, you see it's mostly poor people, that get arrested for
so going back to the case you mentioned, what was the outcome
for Jake?
So he off the back of my evidence, he got a community order as opposed to a prison sentence. So he had to address his alcohol problems. So he had to go to rehab. He had to meet with a mental health professional on a regular basis. But it's like a contract. So if he broke any of those things, then he would end up in prison. But the last I heard, which is a good few years ago, he was sticking to his order. So
really?
He did just about dodge prison.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
And what about the victim in this? Did he recover from his injuries?
Yeah. I think he needed some stitches at hospital, and I'm sure the whole incident must have been quite traumatic for him for the future. But there was no long-standing damage that I'm aware of.
Did you see all the stitches on Decker Heggy's head?
Oh, from the fight the other night? Yeah. That was a bit of a bloodbath, wasn't it? Have you seen it?
I saw the footage this morning.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
No.
One of our podcast guests had a bare knuckle fight with another guy.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
And they sledgehammered the hell out of each other. Both of their faces are just they've both got black eyes and stitches, and but they shook hands at the end of it, and they both put on a good show.
Did they have some sort of beef before then?
Yeah, there was a lot of beef before then. This has squashed it now, hopefully.
Good way to squash it.
Yeah. All right, so Jake's behaving himself. Victim has recovered. It looks like a good conclusion to that then.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's more just. I think had the CPS, that's who instructed me, had they not asked for my report, I think the judge would have just taken what the first psychiatrist said at face value, and I don't think that would have been justice for the victim.
Yeah.
And possibly even as importantly, Jake wouldn't have got rehabilitation. He wouldn't have got into the system.
It's a terrible thing, the situation with military people who what they suffer with. My friend, a lady called Alexa Jago, she made a film called Kajaki about a situation in Afghanistan where some British soldiers went into a valley and it was full of landmines and they were all blown up. And I met many of these people. The King of Jordan funded the film and she won a BAFTA for it. And their mental health it can be utterly awful, the nightmares that these people suffer as a result.
Yeah.
It's a terrible thing, and we don't do enough to help these people in this country.
They end up in prison. A lot of them, more than half of my friends in prison
Or
were
homeless.
soldiers.
A lot of homeless
and
people.
homeless as well. Yeah. So what is the story with Cleo Smith?
So Cleo Smith, you viewers might know, she was the 4-year-old girl who was abducted quite recently. It was on the 16th of October. She was taken from a campsite in Western Australia. And she was taken for about 18 days altogether, and she was found, thankfully, unharmed. So I researched this a bit because I made a video on my channel, and what interests me, there's two aspects. First of all, the psychological consequences of being kidnapped. So I think for her, because she was so young, and because as far as we know, she wasn't mistreated, touch wood, it's not going to be too permanent or too serious. But a lot of people who do suffer from being kidnapped, especially if there's some sort of physical or sexual assault, it's horrible. It's like from depression to anxiety to PTSD that we were talking about. They often become quite withdrawn. They stop socializing, lack energy, and it takes months, if not years, for people to recover. And the other aspect that interested me was the perpetrator. So this is a man called Terence Kelly. So I don't know if you know anything about him, but I've got a psychiatric theory if you want to hear it.
Yes.
So there's not that much information about him yet, and I'm sure there will be in the coming weeks and months during his trial. But we do know that he was a bit of a loner. He was odd, I think is fair to say. So he had this like obsession with dolls. So when the police raided his house, he had all these like Bratz, which are
Creepy dolls.
Yeah, creepy dolls and Disney dolls, like head to floor to ceiling.
Were they a substitute for having no friends?
Yeah. So he was a complete loner, didn't have any friends. He was quite sort of polite and gentle. He wasn't antisocial in any way. He did a couple of other bizarre things. So he was on social media, on Facebook, having taken his dolls out for a drive. And he would take like pictures of the dolls and like said,
How big are these dolls?
Bratz dolls, they're quite...
Okay.
Yeah.
So my theory is this. I think that he's probably got undiagnosed schizoid personality disorder. So this is quite a rare diagnosis. Not that many people have it. And it's even rarer in the people I assess in the offender population because it generally doesn't lead to violence. And schizoid personality disorder is when somebody is completely disconnected from society. So they don't have friends. They don't care about other people's criticism or praise. So that they don't really want to be part of society. They tend to have this like internalized fantasy world. So I think he's probably got this fantasy world with these dolls where they're, live people and his friends. They lack kind of humor or drive. So all of these things from what I know describe Terence Kelly. And you have to wonder what his motivations were for taking this young girl, Cleo. And obviously for the majority of people that would take a child, it would be related to, sexual desires or to a lust for violence. But as far as we're aware, she was unharmed. And he had her for 18 days. So you'd think that if he was going to do something, he would have done it within that time. So I think my theory is that she was part of his fantasy world. So he saw her like a living doll that he could kind of own for own indefinitely, but luckily the authorities kind of intervened.
Could you just repeat what your diagnosis on him was? A schizoid what?
Schizoid personality disorder, yeah. So
that's different from schizophrenia.
Yeah. So it's a common misconception because they sound so similar. So schizophrenia is a tendency to become psychotic. Periods of psychosis is when you're outside of reality. So typically hearing voices or suffering like paranoid delusions where you think people are after you or trying to kill you. So that is a mental illness, whereas schizoid personality disorder is a personality disorder. So that's a character flaw that's permanent. It's always there.
I see.
So
Permanent character flaw.
We would say there is no cure for him.
There isn't really a cure for schizoid personality disorder. You can decrease some of the features over time with therapy, but you can do that with any personality disorder. But one of the problems with schizoid personality disorder is the sufferers, by definition, are very sort of withdrawn and isolated, and they don't like human contact. So that makes it really hard to get them to engage in therapy.
So growing up, was he an only child? Did he?
So he, from what I know, his mother was a drug addict, and she abandoned him at the age of 2. And then he was brought up, he's Aborigine, and he was brought up by another Aborigine lady who herself used to be a drug addict, but then she reformed and she started giving back to the community by fostering kids. So he definitely had a tough time of things growing up, absolutely.
Common theme.
Yeah.
So for the kid then, in this case, what kind of therapy or help would she be given after a traumatic experience like that?
That's a good question. I suppose the problem is when a child's so young, it's really hard to give them therapy, because they don't just have the psychological maturity to sit down and talk about their feelings and emotions. So I think it would have to be through play therapy. Well, the first thing you have to do is figure out whether she's permanently damaged or not. And I think arguably it might not be as bad as other kidnapped victims because, as far as you know, she wasn't mistreated, and it was a relatively short period of time. 18 days, I mean, it's a long time, but it's not weeks or months or years like some other victims. So the first thing, if I was in charge of her care, would be to observe her for several months to see if she's acting out, if she's becoming socially withdrawn. And then I suppose you just have to talk through with her what happened using play therapy. Yeah.
And did she try to escape or anything? Or was there how did this end?
I think it ended so that the police had a really big investigation, and they took lots of information from lots of different sources. I think they've been quite closed about it, actually. There's been newspaper articles that said that the police didn't want to disclose how they found her. That might change in the weeks leading up to the trial. But she was found in this man, Terence Kelly's house, which is a good sort of 50 miles away. I think because the neighbours heard crying, or not crying, they heard like the laugh of a child or just noises from a child, knowing that he didn't have any kids. And it's quite a small, tight-knit community, so everyone knew each other. So I think that was one of the reasons.
Who have we got next?
So, you asshole. Sorry, timestamp. You've done that one on purpose because the name. So, how do I pronounce his surname? Marvin in
Iheanacho.
Sorry?
Marvin Iheanacho? Is that what you mean?
Iheanacho, thank you. I knew why you did that.
I would have just said the first name.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, no. So, yes, next we have Marvin. So he's 41 and had previous convictions for beating children and women. Lovely.
Yeah, so the reason that I know a little bit about this case is, again, because I've done a video on my channel about it, but I also recorded a documentary with your mate, actually, Donald McIntyre, about this a few weeks ago. Yeah. So it's for a series called Released to Kill, and it's all about people who have been in prison before, been released, and most of them there's some sort of failure in the system. So this man, as you say, was 41, and he'd been in prison multiple times for being abusive towards ex-partners, both sexually and physically. And I'm aware that I'm saying sexually a lot. Am I not supposed to say that in the podcast? Because I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. So what happened was that he started a new relationship with a woman called Lilia Breha. She actually met him because she, along with a friend, were visiting other people in prison. He was in prison at the time, and they sort of struck up a friendship. And then when he was released, they started a relationship. And this is a horrific case. He ended up killing her son, basically. So the little boy was a 5-year-old called Alex Malcolm. And what happened was, it was in November 2016. Iheanacho was going on a little errand. So he was going to pick up DVDs from his friend's house, and he took the little boy along with him. And on the way there, they stopped at a park in southeast London, and the little boy lost his shoe. And then Iannaccia got really angry with him, started telling him off, and witnesses have said that they heard like this grown man shouting at a boy, basically. And he beat him to death.
What?
There's not really another way to put it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
All for a shoe.
Yeah. So he absolutely lost his temper. Yeah. So the boy suffered from head injuries, internal bleeding in his stomach. And the whole thing's shocking, but to me, one of the more horrific kind of aspects of this was that Iannaccia was only 5 minutes away from a hospital where this happened. So he could have potentially taken the boy there and potentially saved his life, but he didn't. Instead, he took a taxi and took this boy home to his mother, made up some sort of lie about the boy just becoming unresponsive. And then when his mother kept asking too many questions, he turned his anger on her, hit her. They took him to the hospital, the little boy, where he later died, and he coached her of what to say. So one of the aspects for the case for me is how did this happen? And I think it's fair to say that probation services had a lot to do with it, to blame to a degree. So, for example, he should have been in a hostel. He should have been placed in a hospital with supervision, but he wasn't. He was just staying at his sister's house. And that's apparently because there just weren't enough resources. So there wasn't enough places in this hostel. So that's one deficit. Another thing is that the mother of the child has since said that she was not told by probation services about how dangerous Iannaccia was. So she didn't know about his past. She didn't know that he was previously abusive. The probation services didn't ask her whether she had any children. And according to her, the probation officer was actually quite pally with Iannaccia. So she heard him on the phone, and they were kind of, there was banter and they were joking. So she made assumptions about him being relatively safe. And then when I went on this documentary, I was talking to some of the sort of senior people in the probation services, and they were saying how overstretched they were, how they just don't have enough workers to look after all these dangerous people. And I suppose their argument is that the mother has to take some responsibility as well, because she kind of, left this grown man with her son. So it's kind of an awkward conversation to have, but you've got to wonder exactly who has how much blame as well.
How long had Marvin known the mum?
I don't think it was long. I think it was months, a few months.
The guilt she must have. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So what was his personality traits?
I think he was probably a psychopath. So as you might know, the definition of a psychopath is it's about violence. So people who have psychopathy don't care about the difference between right and wrong. They don't care about the law. They have very little empathy. But on top of all of those things, are actually quite charming. So that's the most dangerous thing about a psychopath is you don't know they're a psychopath, because on the surface they get on with people. Some psychopaths are actually quite successful in the business world, so they don't commit violence, but they just manipulate people. So I think the very fact that Iannaccia has this horrific history, but manages to get.
But it sounds like he was able to charm the relevant people.
Absolutely,
and he was able to choose which people he wished to charm, and then he did his crazy thing afterwards.
Absolutely. So he's pally with the probation officers. He manages to start a relationship with this woman. So yeah, that would be my guess, is that he's a psychopath.
So how do you suggest this could have been prevented?
I think the probation services, as I said before, I think they've got a lot to answer for. So they should have put him in the hostel. He should have been supervised for several weeks and months to make sure that his behaviour was safe before he was, allowed out unsupervised. Number one. I think they should have been a bit more stringent in checking up on his circumstances, because it wouldn't have been that hard, I think, to find out that he was in a relationship with a woman with a child. They should have informed her about his background. And obviously I'm not about victim shaming, but I don't think it's the mother's fault, but I do think it's her responsibility to keep her kids safe. I've got 2 boys, 6 and 8 years old, and you just have to be aware of the situation that your kids are in. Yeah,
most definitely.
All right, so what happened with Nicola Edgerton?
Nicola Edgerton is a fascinating case. Again, I made a video on her, so that's why I've researched her. So she is a woman who had quite a traumatic kind of upbringing, childhood, like most of my patients do. So she was allegedly abused by a father physically. She had experienced violence from a number of partners over the years. She had children and they were taken away from her. So on top of all of that, she had quite severe mental illnesses. So she had both schizophrenia and borderline personality disorder. So what happened is that in November 2005, when she was psychotic, she actually killed her 60-year-old mother. So she stabbed her 9 times. This was in East Sussex. And then during her trial, she got a finding of diminished responsibility. So that's like a psychiatric defense that changes murder to manslaughter. And she went to a secure unit like the ones that I work in, not my specific one, but similar. And she was there for a long time. So she was released in September 2009. But then she went on a killing spree a couple of years later in October 2011. And what's really, it's got some echoes to the Iannacho case in that I think services were at least partially to blame. So she knew she was deteriorating. She reached out to her brother for help, and her brother sort of rejected her because she killed their mother, obviously. So he said some horrible things to her. He said, I think you should kill yourself. That's my advice. Then she reached out to the police and she asked for help. She said literally on the telephone call, I'm a schizophrenic, I've killed before and I'm really worried that I'm going to do it again. Please help me.
Help me.
Yeah. And the police, and she also complained about a couple of other things. Like she said some drug dealers were in a flat. The police dismissed her, didn't take her seriously, didn't even come to see her. They just kind of got her off the phone. And then she asked mental health services for help as well. And eventually she did kind of get help in that on the very morning that she went out on a killing spree, she was going to be admitted voluntarily to a hospital, so not sectioned under the Mental Health Act. And on the one hand, I can kind of see the argument why you'd let her as a voluntary patient, because she's wanting help. She's voluntarily coming to the hospital. She says she's going to go into the hospital. She says she's going to take medication.
And she's obviously done this repeatedly, so she knows that there's something wrong with her.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the one hand, you could argue that you don't need to section somebody if they're coming in voluntarily. But as a forensic psychiatrist, I'm kind of geared up to look at risk. And you look at somebody who's done something as horrific as killed her own mother, I would have sectioned her there and then. But she didn't get sectioned. And while they were waiting to do all the paperwork and changing the staff shift in the morning, she just left. So she walked out of the unit. So had she been sectioned, she would have been kept in a locked room until the transfer was possible. But because she was voluntary, she could just literally walk out. Took 2 buses, went to Bexley Heath, and then I think she bought one knife from Asda, randomly stabbed a complete stranger, was on a charge for attempted murder for that. And then she almost decapitated this woman in her 50s, just a random stranger on the streets.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So there was 2 people?
Yeah.
They were completely unconnected.
Completely unconnected, yeah, just random strangers. So so it's attempted murder, and the second one was a murder charge, yeah. And the thing from my perspective, I'm always kind of thinking about it with my expert witness hat on, is that she was clearly suffering from psychosis at the time. So she was hearing voices. She was having these delusions about a 100-eyed monster. She talked about this later during a trial.
100-eyed monster.
A 100-eyed monster that she believed existed. She felt that Jesus was coming back, was being resurrected, and everyone else in the whole world was going to heaven, but she was going to go to hell. So it's just a completely bizarre delusion that she had. And she believed she needed to kill people to reverse this. And to me, I see people that, fake or exaggerate mental illness, but that doesn't strike me this doesn't strike me to be false at all, because she was saying these things for weeks and she was asking for help. But she was the diminished responsibility plea wasn't found that second time. So she's actually done for murder and attempted murder and sent to prison. And I think potentially, it's hard for me to say for definite without assessing her in person, but I think that might have been the wrong call. And I think it might have been political, because what she did was so public. Like, it was a massive deal at the time. It's 10 years ago now, but it's such a big deal in the news that I think that it looked better for the public for her to go to prison, considering she'd done this before.
Was her upbringing deeply religious?
No. But that's a common theme, actually. I see that in my patients. When they become delusional, they feed in, even people that weren't religious before, they feed into damnation and hell and God.
So you said that she had to kill people to reverse it. So did she believe if she killed people, she would go to heaven?
Yeah, I think she believed there was an apocalypse. That was all of it was connected. It doesn't really make sense. I don't think it would make sense to a rational person. But she believed there was a nuclear Holocaust apocalypse, plus Jesus was coming down, plus there was a 100-eyed monster. And she felt to reverse the apocalypse, she needed to kill people. Yeah.
Holy shit. This is intense.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she was prepared to make a call for help.
Yeah, well, I think she had these beliefs were building up over a space of weeks, and she didn't want to act on them. So she really wanted help.
But I have a friend who he was sectioned a couple of years ago, and he eventually stole a car, a Range Rover, and drove it down the motorway, and that was his way of saying, "Please come and get me."
Right.
What, the wrong way or something?
No, he just stole the car.
Oh.
And off he went down the motorway, and he said, "I had to do that because no one would listen to me." And I think that sounds, this is a more extreme version of the same thing.
So what's in store for her the rest of her life?
So she was sentenced to prison. Let me just find the actual details around. So yeah, so she had she was sentenced for a life sentence with a minimum tariff of 37 years.
Minimum of 37 before she can get like a parole application in.
Exactly. Yeah.
And how old was she when she went in?
I believe she was. I'm not exactly sure, to be honest, Sean. I think she was maybe in the mid-30s, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So the judge, even though she was diagnosed with schizophrenia, the judge felt that it wasn't her schizophrenia that drove her actions. It was her personality disorder, because she also had borderline personality disorder. From what I've seen, I don't think that's correct.
And how long will she remain in the jail for?
So absolute minimum 37 years. Yeah. At that point, as Sean says, you have to go in front of a parole board, and her defence team have to try and prove that she's safe.
I've seen this in the case of Jane Andrews, who I kind of knew of, who was the lady who was the Duchess of York's dresser, and she never even admitted any remorse. She stabbed several people, and she escaped prison, and she did all sorts of things, and in the end, she got out after 12 years, and everybody around her who was around her, they all fear she will do it again. And it sounds that this lady is a very similar sort of situation.
Yeah.
What's interesting is in part 1, you describe some crimes so heinous that some people will say these people should never be freed again.
Yeah.
But because they were temporarily under whatever diagnosis, they got out. But then this person, it's clear she was in the throes of some madness. But now she's never going to get out because her crimes are so heinous.
Mm.
So is that because some people, like, the condition is such that it's not going to come back, but hers is reoccurring, so she's always going to be a threat to the public? Is that how the differentiation is made?
Well, so the first differentiation is whether they go to prison or hospital, and that's such a big decision on the outcome of the cases. So if she goes to hospital, if she went to hospital, then at least theoretically she could have been treated, and she could have been taken to a place where she was safe. And presumably that would have happened the first time around. So she was, after killing her mother in 2005, she was released about 4 years later. So that's roughly about the expected time frame for something like this, for a psychosis as serious as this. So if after she was released, she was observed really carefully and she continued taking a medication. So for people this high risk, you can put them on a depot. So rather than giving them the responsibility of taking tablets, which they can stop doing at any time, they have to come up to an appointment every 2 weeks or every month and be given a depot injection. So you know, if you're a treating team, whether she's had her medication. So in theory, all of that can be done, and she could have been kept safe. But instead, she ended up in prison. And there are psychiatric services in prison. So I used to work as a psychiatrist in Bronzefield a few years ago. But it's nowhere near as good as being in hospital. So the amount of time, you're not in a hospital environment, you don't get to see doctors anywhere near as often, you don't get to see nurses, you don't have your mental health checked on and reassessed on a regular basis like you do in hospital. And you can't force medication on anybody in prison. You can't use the Mental Health Act. So if she doesn't have insight and she doesn't want to take the medication, then there's no way of forcing her. So she could theoretically spend the entire sentence being completely floridly psychotic.
Do you think she's classified as so dangerous she would be in a cell on her own and not allowed other inmates?
If she engaged with prison services and took the medication, then I think it's not that complicated a case to take a risk down. So in that situation, no, I think she'd be out in ordinary location. But if she refused to take her medication, and if these delusions persisted, and if she voiced them, so I think she's quite unique in that she's being very open and honest, saying, I've got these thoughts, somebody help me. If she did that, then yeah, absolutely, she'd be too dangerous to be out in ordinary location.
I'd be fascinated to know how her behaviour's been in prison since this.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm afraid. I think there's been very little kind of said about her in recent years.
So the story that intrigued me the most this morning was the Peter Bryan Broadmoor cannibal.
What?
Yeah. I was talking to Dr. Daz outside about how can he get away with this, considering it's a massive padded cell?
Yeah, so I'll give you a bit of background of the case. So this is a man who has killed 3 people overall. So the first time he murdered a 21-year-old shop assistant called Nisha Steth. He killed her with a hammer in 1993. Then he went to Rampton, which is one of the 4 high secure hospitals in the UK, Broadmoor being probably the most notorious one. Then he was there for about 10 years altogether, and he was discharged in early 2004. And there was some concern around the time of discharge. There was an allegation that he indecently assaulted a 16-year-old girl, although it wasn't proven and the case was dropped. So he was discharged. So he went from high secure to medium secure for many years. Then he was discharged in February 2004. And within hours of being discharged, he killed his own friend that he'd met in hospital, a man called Brian Cherry. And the police later found the victim in his own flat and had been dismembered by Peter Bryan. And he had eaten his brain. So he'd fried his brain in butter, and they found like remnants of this man's brain, which is why he got the nickname Broadmoor Cannibal. And he said something along the lines of, "I ate it with butter. It tasted really yummy." That's what he said to the police. Yeah. Yeah.
What the hell diagnosis is that?
So I think he was actually psychotic. So I think he had schizophrenia, and he had specific delusions that he believed that he would absorb power by eating other people's body parts, especially their brains.
Watch too much Hannibal Lecter then. No. Wow.
Yeah. So I've actually seen one other case in my life where somebody, he didn't actually eat anybody, but he had that delusion. He believed, he was a medium secure unit, he believed that if he ate people's brains that he could have that power. So it's very rare, but obviously it's really dangerous. Yeah, so to carry on with the story, what happened then is that he was transferred to Broadmoor, and then shortly afterwards, I think it was in a few weeks or the following month, he attacked a man called Richard Loudwell. So in the dining room, he attacked him, bashed his head repeatedly on the floor, and he said he was obviously stopped by the nurses and authorities, but he said, "If you hadn't have stopped me, I would have eaten his brain." That was his plan. Yeah.
Oh my God.
But to answer your question, Jen, how did it happen? So this actually happened in the dining room, and I think that they didn't fully appreciate his risk profile. So they didn't risk assess him correctly, in my opinion. Given that he'd just killed his friend like literally a month before, he should be on like constant observations, should be a high level of scrutiny, at least until he seems calm and collected for months in a row. Like within Broadmoor, there's a couple of hundred patients. You don't have the resources or the staff members to constantly observe everybody all the time. It's just unrealistic. So you have to use your kind of risk assessment ability to know who is high risk, medium risk, low risk. But I think it was a mistake. I think he should have been observed at least for months after his first admission. But yeah, I think it's just a matter of them taking their eye off the ball a little bit and not appreciating how dangerous he really was.
What was his upbringing, his path to this?
So I know a little bit about his upbringing. I know that he came from quite an abusive family, and I know that he suffered quite a lot of violence, I believe, from his father when he was a child. Yeah, but that's pretty much standard for
yes.
For
So
most patients.
often an abused person becomes an abuser. It's common.
So even if people don't have a mental illness, if they're subjected to a high level of violence, especially from their parents, they kind of repeat that cycle. So they learn that violence is a way to manage conflict, and they learn that there has to be, in their mind, a power dynamic with every relationship, whether it's romantic or even friend or family. Somebody has to be dominant, somebody has to be in charge. And then you throw in a mental illness like schizophrenia, where you have delusions directly that lead to violence, like I need to eat somebody's brain to gain power.
Had you watched Silence of the Lambs?
When I was a kid, I watched it actually, but not since then.
I think he'd watched it.
I think he's watched it, probably.
Because the third one doesn't he eat the guy's brain at the end of the third? Was it the third one?
Yeah, he cuts it into tiny little pieces. Yeah, fries it in the pan.
Yeah. Perhaps he was inspired by Hannibal.
Most definitely.
And was Hannibal Lecter, was he a psychiatrist himself? Did I get that
I
right?
believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
You're not going to turn that way, are you?
I'm not that hungry, don't worry about it.
So how, like in America, this guy would have been put in Supermax in his own cell. He wouldn't have been able to get out or access anybody.
What was his charges?
Murder. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He would have been classified so dangerous. He would have been in Supermax.
Yeah.
If they let him out, he would have been like triple cuffed and everything. This is an interesting difference between the two systems. That it seems like the people here, it's more humane in the UK, but people like this guy slip through the cracks and take advantage of that.
Yeah. Well, one distinction that we really have to make is hospital versus prison, right? So this
Okay.
happened in Broadmoor, so he's not technically in a prison.
Because it says here he got a manslaughter diminished responsibility instead of murder.
Yeah, so that was for the first one. Let me just double check my information. Yeah, no, actually, sorry, you're right, Jen. So he was up for a murder trial, but he put forward a diminished responsibility, so they accepted that. So he was charged with murder, but because he pleaded to diminished responsibility, the prosecution accepted that. So you're right, it was manslaughter rather than murder.
What age is he, and how long will he remain? Will he remain in prison for the rest of his life?
So in March 2005, he got diminished responsibility, and he got a whole life tariff with a he got a whole life sentence with a minimum tariff of 15 years. So I don't know exactly how old he was, but I think roughly in his late 30s or 40s.
Oh, so he's got a long way ahead of him potentially. So there could be a lot more brains.
So next, Rocky Bennett.
Yeah, Rocky Bennett is another case that I have researched. So this is both because I made a video for him and also because I was actually taught about it during my training as a registrar, because it was quite a really high profile case, which reflects really poor care within a medium secure unit. So Rocky Bennett is a man who was of Jamaican origin, and he had a long history of violence and offending. He had previously assaulted patients and nurses on various secure units. So he's a dangerous man. And what had happened is that during one of his admissions, it was in October 1998, he had an argument with one of the other patients. So he was a black man in a almost exclusively white secure unit, and he was the victim of some racial abuse from some of the other patients. And he had an argument with a white man over using the phone, and this white man used racial language against him. They got into a bit of a scuffle. Both men hit each other, but Rocky was punished, even though the other man started the problem in the argument. He was punished and he was moved ward. He was moved to another ward, and he quite reasonably felt this was completely unjust because he hadn't started the fight. And he went to another ward, and then he punched another nurse, and then he was restrained and he was put on the floor. But it was a really prolonged restraint. So the nurses, I think because he was, quite a dangerous big man, lots of nurses sort of piled on him and kept him down on the floor in a prone position. On top of all that, it was found out later that he'd been given a much higher dose than is usual of medication to calm him down, like a sedative, which might have affected his breathing. And basically he died during this restraint. So the restraint went for over an hour. And I think they didn't even know that he was dead for some of that time. So they were still lying on top of him, minutes after he'd died, several minutes afterwards. And they didn't even realize until they suddenly realized he wasn't moving.
Like the Floyd case.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it gets even darker because I think the hospital tried to cover it up to a degree. So after this had happened, they didn't phone his family that evening. They waited till the following morning. There's absolutely no reason to do that. You should obviously inform next of kin immediately. And they initially said that he died from a breathing problem. So they didn't tell the family the context, but that only lasted for a short period of time. I think probably it was the decisions of the people that were there on shift as opposed to, the hospital. But yeah, so there was an inquest into his death, and it uncovered institutionalized racism within the mental health system. So, for example, Rocky had asked the managers on a few occasions in the past that he wanted his kind of cultural, his cultural context to be taken into account. He tried to arrange like Jamaican themed kind of events, but he was just kind of dismissed by the hospital manager, so nobody took him seriously. And then this led to an inquiry about the racial injustices in the mental health system in general, and it kind of revealed that black men in particular were at much higher risk of being brought into the mental health system via the police or via the criminal justice system. So during court trials, as opposed to, through A&E or through GPs, like most people are. And also they're much more likely to be medicated rather than given psychological therapy. I think the problem with that is it causes deep distrust, I think, in some ethnic communities. So a lot of patients that I see they have this fear of the mental health system and of psychiatrists because they don't see it as going for help. They see it as, if we tell them that there's something wrong with me, then they're going to section me and they're going to medicate me and lock me up.
One flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Yeah.
There you go.
Tyler Hadley?
Yeah, this is quite a story, this
Oh
one.
dear.
Killed both of his parents.
Yeah. Tyler Hadley is an extremely shocking case. So he is somebody who, at the age of 17, he killed both of his parents, and he had a house party. So this is all in
Mad.
Yeah. So this was in a city called Port St. Lucie, which is in Florida. So he killed both of his parents, and then he threw a house party with his parents' dead body in the house. And he wasn't actually that popular at school, and he invited.
Surprised.
No, before all of this, yeah. So he invited loads of people to his party, and his house kind of got trashed. Lots of older kids came to the party, trashed his house. He didn't seem to care at all.
And nobody found the bodies.
They did eventually.
This is where we're going.
Yeah. So he didn't seem to care about his house being trashed, which everyone thought was a bit odd. He told everyone his parents were away for the weekend. And then his one room was locked, his parents' bedroom, and his best friend was at the party. And he told his best friend, the party gone on all night. In the early hours of the next morning, he took his best friend to the side and told him what he'd done. The best friend didn't believe him. So he showed him some blood stains in the garage. The best friend still didn't believe him. And then he took him to his parents' bedroom, unlocked the door, and the two dead bodies were there. Yeah.
Imagine being the friend.
Yeah, well, the friend told the police.
Yes,
how had he killed them?
So he told his friend in detail what he did, and what he did was he beat them to death with a hammer, but it was quite pre-planned. So he'd actually hidden their phones so that they couldn't ask for help. Then he told his friend that he stood behind his mother while she was at the family computer. He beat her repeatedly with a hammer, and then his father, who was asleep at the time, this is in the afternoon, his father, who was asleep, came over, heard the commotion, and then he sort of turned on his father as well. But the reason that I sort of researched this case and made a video about it was because I think there's a lot about Tyler's background and the way he was treated by his parents that it doesn't excuse his behavior in any ways, but it kind of explains it. So I'll break it down for you. So his mother had depression, and he apparently started showing symptoms of depression at the age of 6. And I would argue that you can't really be depressed when you're that young. You can certainly have moods, and I've got kids, and they can be moody and they can be sad, but I don't think you can be clinically depressed because your personality and your presentation hasn't matured yet. But he was put on antidepressants by the time he was 10.
Wow.
So he was on Lexapro, which is escitalopram, an antidepressant, when he was 10. By the time he was 15 or 16, he'd already changed antidepressants another 2 times. He was on 3 different antidepressants.
This is the problem of America. They get you onto these things, and then you're addicted to them. And he was also, if I remember from what I read about him, he wasn't liked very much by other children.
Yeah. So he's already an outcast, already an outsider.
Bit of a loner,
given 3 antidepressants. And then on top of that, he was given, he had a thyroid problem. So I think that's actually reasonable to give him medication for that. But on top of that, he was given an antihistamine for anxiety. He was short for his age. And as you say, he was kind of bullied. And his mother's solution to that was for him to inject growth hormone. What? So yeah, to make himself taller. And he also had bulimia. So my theory is that even though his parents potentially had his best interests at heart, I think they medicalized him from a young age, and they inadvertently gave him a message, which is, you are defective, you are different, there's something wrong with you. So I think he carried this for most of his life, and he started becoming sort of separate from his parents, started arguing with them a lot. He'd had an argument with his mum shortly before because she banned him from his phone for whatever reason. So I think it's like all about a massive inferiority complex, feeling medicalized, feeling marginalized, being bullied at school, having an older brother who was like good looking, athletic, who was really popular at school. So all of these things, I think, in combination, again, don't explain his actions. Well, they don't excuse his actions, but they certainly explain it to a degree.
Well, sport child syndrome. Is that a real syndrome?
No, I don't think so. But we can make it one. We can call it.
Yeah, make it work.
Do you know anything more about his older brother and his, his relationship with him, or what happened? Like, where was he when this went down?
I do know. I think his older brother was at university at the time, and I think his older brother was completely
he was away.
Shocked. Yeah, he was away, but his older brother was completely shocked. Like, had no idea, had no inkling that his younger brother Tyler would do anything like this.
Yeah.
Wow.
And was he on his meds when he committed these crimes?
So he'd actually taken 3 ecstasy tablets before he did it.
Ecstasy?
Yeah.
And he would have been drinking at this party as well, I assume.
Yeah.
So the
he's got
combination of everything.
Cocktail of things.
But it is, as you'll know from being an ecstasy kingpin once yourself, ecstasy doesn't cause you to be aggressive or violent, right?
No,
It makes you
no,
sort
it's
of love-
lovey-dovey, isn't
yeah,
it?
exactly.
Perhaps it was something that had something else in it that wasn't ecstasy that might have triggered him.
Yeah, or maybe it was interacting with his other multiple
combination.
medications.
Yeah.
Mm.
So many
Sounds
things in
like
his
the worst
system:
party.
growth hormone, triple meds, and pills. Yeah, anything. That's so sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all those kids then, was he like bullied or anything? Was he?
Yeah, I think he was bullied when he was younger, but I also think he was kind of desperate to be popular. So there were reports of him just being sort of really silly and crazy at school. And I think there's a fine line between kids laughing with you and laughing at you. And I think kids were probably more laughing at him, but he wanted them to laugh with him. And even the party itself, like he invited as many people as he could on Facebook. His house got trashed. It's kind of, to me, it reeks of desperation of wanting to be liked.
Was he tried as an adult?
Yeah.
What did he get?
He got a life sentence as well without, it was initially without parole. And then he got resentenced later and he does have parole. I'm not sure exactly what his tariff is, but he's up for parole at some point.
Do you think he regrets it?
Apparently, during the trial itself, he was completely emotionless and didn't show any kind of remorse. But that was a long time ago. This is 10 years ago. So I'm sure he's had time to reflect upon it now. So he must do to a degree now. Yeah.
Mm. So I found the Stockholm Syndrome quite interesting.
Yeah.
That I read this morning. So this lady, 1 minute, Patty Hearst, she got kidnapped, didn't she?
Yeah. So once again, another case that
A very high-profile case, and a lady I've actually had dinner with.
Oh, really?
Yes, an interesting character.
Patty Hearst?
Yes, I had dinner with her in San Francisco when a film was made about her, and she ended up marrying her bodyguard.
What year was this?
This would have been probably around about 2006.
The film Bodyguard isn't based on it, is it?
not her specifically, but
You know everybody, Matthew.
yes, the Hearsts are a very interesting family because there's Hearst Castle, and you look at the megalomaniacs of that family, and
Where's the Hearst Castle at?
that's just near San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
And
How did you find her then? What was she like?
I think that she is somebody who doesn't take responsibilities for what she actually did. The story is, you probably can tell more of the rationale behind her, but this was a woman who was from a very, very wealthy family. They were billionaires. They owned a media giant. They still do. And she was at university, and she wanted to get attention for herself. So she got involved with these people, the Symbionese Liberation Army.
It's a left-wing urban guerrilla group.
She got involved with people like this, which were quite the antithesis of her wealthy family, and they allegedly kidnapped her. Whether she was kidnapped or not is debatable. And at the beginning, they made videos, and there weren't televised cases of this type at this time. This was the very first real one of that standing, and the first videos was mummy, daddy, please help me, come and get me. You'll have to do what they want.
Did she ask for a ransom?
They asked for something like 200 million or something. It was something. It was a crazy sum, and then they demanded that they feed all the homeless of California. There were all sorts of crazy demands that were, the things that would not be able to be done. And then it became, Mummy, Daddy, I hate you, and I'm changing my name to whatever. Tanya. And then they went. These people. They got her more and more involved, and then they ended up robbing banks. And she shot at people, and people died, and I think one person died. And eventually, she's convicted, and then ultimately she's pardoned by Bill Clinton in the end.
She even defended her captors during their criminal trial.
Yes,
And those the Liberation Army, who were they?
They were a left-wing pressure group. They were, sort of the typical sort of, it was the hippie days of
What was
California.
the first word of the liberation group?
Symbionese.
So what does that mean?
I'm not sure what I don't know what their meaning was, but they were far left, and they were, you know, sort of communist. I don't know what other views they had, but you know, the parents ultimately ignored the police, and they did try and feed all the homeless people, and there were riots, and it all became completely crazy, this story. But in the end, you know, the justice authorities didn't do much to her. They took it out on these other people, and they all got very harsh sentences, and she didn't.
Can we Google Symbionese Liberation Army, see what that means?
So can I ask you, Matthew, do you think this is like Stockholm Syndrome, or do you think she identified with them?
I think that she wanted to make a protest against her very wealthy family, and that was the excuse. But she is the most famous person in that syndrome.
Yeah.
She is the poster child, I would say. But what would you say of whether she had that or not?
Yeah.
I, as someone who has met her, would say this is a lady who was very spoilt, and she just didn't get what she wanted, so she thought she would annoy her family by doing something completely the opposite of their way of life.
Well, I generally thought she had Stockholm Syndrome, but I don't have the inside story. I've never met her. So
Shall we read it?
Oh, you could go ahead. Got it in your hand.
Symbionese Liberation Army. The United Federated Forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army was an American left-wing organisation active between 1973 to 75 that considered itself a vanguard army. What's a vanguard army?
You can click on it.
Hold on. In the context of the
Gonna be
theory of
on Wiki all day.
Leninist revolutionary struggle,
Yes, it is.
vanguardism involves a strategy whereby the most class-conscious and politically advanced sections of the proletariat or working class, described as the revolutionary vanguard, form organizations in order to draw large sections of the working class towards revolutionary politics and serve as manifestations of proletarian political power opposed to the bourgeois.
I would say that they were more like a cult.
Do you want to read it?
They were a cult who sucked in people like her, because people like her were useful to them, because she was a high-profile person and she got them the media attention they wanted.
The SLA.
If they recruited just an ordinary middle class or working class student, they wouldn't have got the press attention they got. But by having her and her antics, where she frankly committed some terrible crimes. She robbed banks, she terrorized people, and people died. And just because of who she was, she ended up with a pardon. And
so what was she like at dinner? What did you have?
I was fascinated that she'd married her bodyguard, it was a film. There was a film which had been shown earlier in the evening, which was about her life, and I can't remember the title of it, but I shall send you the link later. And
Most definitely.
yes,
So had she seen this film?
she was
that day?
watching I was watching the film because the person I worked for at the time funded a film festival, which is the oldest film festival in America. It's over 30 days, and it's 300 independent films, and many big films that have started out that build, say, people like Eli Roth, who makes a lot of the horror films. That was one of the first places he showed his film. In fact, he was at that screening, I think. No, this lady was, she's an arrogant person. I just thought she had no remorse for what she'd done, and because of who her family were, they own the Hearst Media Organization, which is everything from magazines like Town and Country in America, which is the American equivalent of Tatler magazine. And, they're able to get what they want, and they got her a pardon. And I don't think what she did was excusable in any form.
Again, money talks.
Yes.
So the SLA was considered a terrorist organization by the FBI and American law enforcement, and the pursuit and prosecution of its members lasted until 2003, when member Sarah Jane Olson was sentenced for second-degree murder During its active years, the group committed bank robberies, murdered police officers and civilians, attempted bombings, among other violent crimes.
Sarah Jane Olsen. Have you heard of her?
Daughter of Norwegian-American parents, a member of the SLA.
Steeples probably knows her.
I don't know her. No, I've managed to avoid meeting her yet.
She was a bomber.
Yes, I don't think I.
Yeah.
Don't think I particularly would have a desire to meet her.
No. No.
She possessed explosives with the intention to murder and did second-degree murder. She got sentenced to 14 years.
But there are lots of films about this, and they are worth watching. It's very if people are interested in that story, it's it's got all the ingredients. It's got it's got terrorism, it's got murder, it's got bank robberies, it's got wealth, it's got everything. And a lot of political angles to it. With it, the power of these people made the justice go a different way to what it would have done if she'd just been an ordinary woman.
They accidentally released Sarah for 5 days.
Did they?
Oh, there's loads on that one as well.
So talking about bombers, moving on.
Hold on, what is Stockholm Syndrome?
Oh, yes.
So, Stockholm Syndrome, I'm glad you asked. It's actually, so it's very rare, is the first thing I'd say. It happens in about 5% of all kind of kidnap scenarios. So it is when the victim identifies with the captor. So it's can either be very positive feelings, sometimes romantic feelings, but crucially, they also buy into their ideology as well. And it lasts much, much longer beyond the actual kidnapping event itself. So what happens is the psychological theory behind it, and it is all theoretical because this happens so rarely that it's quite hard to kind of study it in detail. But the theory is that when the victim is in a situation where they're genuinely in fear of their life for a prolonged period of time, could be days, could be weeks, and they believe they're going to die, and if the captor is deliberating about whether to kill them or not, then when the captor changes their mind and allows them to live, they kind of the psychology of the victim swings the other way, and they're really extra grateful. So they perceive even slight gestures to be very, very kind. So even letting them go to the toilet or giving them food, they perceive in their heads, and they say this afterwards when interviewed by police, as their captors being exceptionally kind towards them. So they form these really positive bonds, and they don't want anything to break those bonds. So if anything threatens that bond, like the police, like judges and the court system, they actually act against the system to try and protect their captors. So that might involve like lying on behalf of them in court cases. So Patty certainly defended some of her captors as well. So
was that her defence then, that she had Stockholm Syndrome?
I don't think it was used as a formal defence, but it was certainly one of the mitigating
But it was used, this case was used as the main example of that. Yeah. But I sat between her and a journalist who had covered this case, and he had totally the opposite view and said that this woman's making it all up.
So are they usually romantically involved in these cases?
I wouldn't say it usually happens, but it certainly does happen sometimes. Yeah. So the victim will have romantic feelings towards the captor, even if the captor's not interested, and even if it's months or years later. So it's very strange.
So in the shootouts then she was involved in, were people murdered as a consequence of her bullets? Was that traceable, or how did she get charged with? What was she charged with? So
you might know.
I can't remember. If I'd known that you were going to talk about her, I would have actually read a bit more about it, because it's so long ago now. But she was pictured wielding the gun.
Yeah, I can tell you what I did.
That was one of the key images of this whole story.
Her in a bank.
Her with a gun going.
So I can tell you what I do know. So she was captured allegedly captured in February 1974. She was released in April. And that same month in April, as Matthew was saying, she was involved in this bank robbery, and there are images of her sort of shouting, swearing at people, shooting guns up in the air. I think her defense said that she was under duress and that she thought that she had to do these things because her life was in danger. But the next month, in May 1974, there was an incident where the leader of the SLA, who's a man called William Harris, I believe, he stole some small object from a sporting store. And then the manager challenged him, and they got into a scuffle. Then his gun came out of his belt and flew across the room. Then Patty Hearst was in a car, nobody knew this at the time, on the other side of the road, and she ran out, grabbed the gun, and started firing up into the air. And then there was like a little police chase immediately after this. And then a few weeks later, she was involved as a getaway driver robbing a bank, and there was a big shootout, and they went to the headquarters of the SLA, and definitely a couple of the SLA members were killed during that shootout by the police. So
that was quite a prolonged episode as well, and there was a big standoff. I recall of what I saw.
You have to, or I think logically, she could have escaped at any point at that time. You could argue that she was doing the first bank robbery after duress, but the other incidents, it seems like she was under her own voluntary control, so she wasn't.
Which is why I question whether she actually had any syndrome at all, or she was just an angry, spoilt little rich girl who thought that she would rebel against her wealthy family and make an example of them.
Well, I suppose theoretically, either of those could explain her actions, right? So it could be cold and calculated that she wanted to rebel, or it could be Stockholm syndrome. It could be that she actually identified with the SLA because of the experience she went through.
And she had her education when she was at UCLA, or I think it was, she'd obviously started to associate with people who were quite different to her previous upbringing, which had been, living in this, wealthy situation. And the family, they are a very odd family. They own an entire valley where they have all sorts of strange little houses that look like sort of Swiss chalets. Oh, wow. And they have body doubles of all of them. And when you go to visit,
they have body doubles.
Yes, because they're terrified of being kidnapped because of their wealth. They are a very, very strange family, and you can see where she got her role. You can imagine how she came to be a very strange person, because her upbringing was very curious.
So don't spoil your kids, I think, is the moral of the story.
Yes.
So when you go to their house, do you meet the body double family first?
Yes. You don't know who you'll meet. You don't know who you'll meet. You don't know who you'll meet. You could be meeting anybody.
Are you sure you had dinner with the actual?
Oh, no.
Yeah. How was she apprehended then? Did you say there was a standoff?
I'm not sure how they actually did they arrest her at that house. I think that's probably where she was probably arrested.
I'm not fully sure, to be honest. I do know there was a series of crimes and that she was wanted.
Yes, there was a big standoff, and I think they must have been during that. But I may be wrong.
And her parents had taken her back in. They're
all the family are very dysfunctional people, and there's a lot of very dysfunctional families in that part of the world. There's so much money there,
and she's an actress. We forgot to mention that. So she's been in films with like Johnny Depp,
and then she married.
Really?
And she married
films
her
with Johnny Depp. Did you say?
Yeah. She's been in a film with Johnny Depp.
And married the bodyguard.
Yeah.
Do you know what film it is?
Cry Baby, I believe, is the name of the film with Johnny Depp. I think. I'm not 100% sure.
Seen it, James? You're a film buff.
I wanted to mention Citizen Kane was based on.
Yes, that was the grandfather. Yes,
which is considered the greatest film ever made.
Is that a media film about newspapers? Is it
Orson Welles? It's about a megalomaniac, and it's based upon that family.
Is he running like a newspaper or something?
Yes, he's a newspaper. They're newspaper tycoons. They're an American equivalent of the Murdochs, basically.
Right.
And they own all sorts. It's the Hearst Media is the name of the company, but they own Town and Country magazine is one of their big titles. They have TV, they have radio, they have everything really.
They don't own Get Surrey.
And I don't know if that's quite on their agenda yet. Could be.
Right.
Yes, a London nail bomber being our last one today.
Okay, London nail bomber, is another interesting case. So I did a series of high-profile ex-patients of Broadmoor, and he's one of them. Although, as I'll come to, I don't think his time in Broadmoor is actually really that significant to the whole thing. So he's called David Copeland, and what he did is on 3 successive weekends in April 1999, he set off nail bombs in London. You probably heard of it at the time. It's huge news back then.
Very popular.
Yeah. So he set off, the first one was in Brixton in a trader's market, and I believe that was found by some traders. They didn't know what it was, and they moved it to in front of an Iceland supermarket, and exploded. Didn't kill anybody, but it injured quite a few people. The second one was the following weekend, and that was in Brick Lane, which was a big sort of Bangladeshi community, and that's relevant. I'll come back to that. So first one was sort of ethnic black communities. The second one was around Bangladeshi communities. And the third bomb, which was another week later, was in the Admiral Duncan pub, which was a gay bar in the West End. And he killed, I believe, 3 people. All 3 of that were during that third bombing, and injured 140 over the 3 bombings. So the reason I was mentioning the kind of backgrounds is I think it's all to do with his deep homophobia and his deep racism. So this man, David Copeland, he struggled with his own sexuality, which I think is very relevant. I think he had like this internalized kind of hatred towards himself, which he sort of projected onto other people. And he was a massive racist, so he was a member of the BNP. And he actually told police afterwards, after he was caught, that what he'd hoped is that he would spark a race war. So he wanted the immigrants to sort of have a backlash, and he wanted white people to vote BNP and BNP to come into power.
Did he get some of this from Charles Manson?
Did he get the idea from Charles Manson?
Yeah, it sounds very Manson-esque.
Yeah, I don't know, quite possibly. But so there's a few things that were wrong with his mental health. So he had masochistic dreams from when he was a young kid. He saw his GP for depression when he was about 21. So I think there's so many things that are kind of brought into the mix. I don't think his upbringing was actually that bad. There weren't any particular issues, but his inferiority complex, his uncertainty about his sexuality, he struggled to get a job, which he blamed on immigrants, which sparked off his sort of racism. As I said, he identified with, and I think was a member of the BNP. Throw into all of that, you get some depression. He was also using drugs and alcohol. So he did what he did. And then he went to Broadmoor, where he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. But crucially, even though he went to Broadmoor, it was like pre-remand. So he wasn't there for long-term treatment. He wasn't on like a long-term hospital order. He was just there for a remand section. And he was overheard saying to one of his mates on the phone that he's going to fool the system. They'll think that I'm crazy. I'm pretending to be crazy, and I'll get let off with like a short term in Broadmoor, and I'll be released on the streets. But nobody believed that. So even though he got diagnosed with schizophrenia, he wasn't found to have any sort of psychiatric defense. So he was thought to be criminally culpable. So he ended up in prison.
Just a very hateful person.
Yeah.
And because of his own failings, he blamed other people.
Yeah.
And then
absolutely.
That was why he took out his anger, I guess.
Yeah. And he got a life sentence with a minimum tariff of 50 years. So that's a really significant sentence. And it actually got extended. So he attacked another inmate in June 2019, I believe, with a shiv in prison. And so he got 3 years added on to his sentence.
So do you have to see this then where people are fearful of their sexual orientation and they commit crimes against that group?
Yeah.
Like, didn't Nielsen have elements of this, Dennis Nielsen?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. I do see it sometimes in my patient groups, but not that often, because it's usually driven by some sort of psychotic.
Was the killer in Earl's Court, the one who went to the pubs, and he was killed gay men because
Wasn't that Nielsen?
No, this was another one. This was more recently. This was in the 1990s, and it was on a program the other evening I was watching. I can't remember his name, but he killed at least 6 people, and one of them, he was so angry with them, he killed the cat and placed the cat in a very sexually graphic pose, and it was very, very much about
what how was that
he
program on.
Yes, it was that newsreader, the I can't remember his name. It's
Not Piers.
it was an ITV.
You've watched it, haven't you?
Is it Colin Island?
Colin Island was
Yes.
the name of the killer. Yes, you're correct there.
Yeah.
Island.
Yes,
That was a good program.
Yes, he killed 6 people, and one of them was an American. They were all completely random. I mean, he would go and do whatever he did with them, and then he would strangle them, and they would be tied up so they couldn't defend themselves. And it was all from the same pub. And nobody seemed to, the police didn't seem to catch on to this till far too late. But he was exactly the same in that he, as the nail bomber, and that he was repressed about who he was, and he was angry about who he was, so he took it out on people who were open about who they
So
were.
they're confused about their sexuality.
Yeah. So there's a psychological term for it. It's a defense mechanism. It's called displacement. So it's people who, exactly what we're talking about, they often grow up in environments where their sexuality is not accepted. So they grow up in homophobic environments with, siblings or parents that won't accept them for being gay. So they internalize this hate, and they're hating themselves, but instead of taking it out on themselves, they take it out on
innocent people.
How was he apprehended?
I'm not fully sure, actually. Do you know?
I don't know. I suppose was there something to do with letters that he'd written, and they were able to work out his I don't know. I may be getting this wrong, but
There's a letter thing as well amongst killers. What's the psychology behind that? We saw the Unabomber
Yeah.
with his letter campaign, and then we saw
He wanted to get caught, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I think, I'll go back to your first question. So
Okay.
I think that a lot of people that commit such acts of violence are massive narcissists. So the one that jumps into my head immediately was Anders Breivik. So instead of writing a letter, he wrote an entire manifesto. And I think it's more about attention than anything else. And they feel that they're extra special, they're above the law, and they do things for attention. So sometimes if they haven't been caught yet, they write letters because they want to sort of tease the police and they want to just show off their intelligence. But somebody like Breivik, he knew he was going to get caught. He wasn't trying to hide his actions, but he believes that he's so important that other people want to hear what he has to say. So he thought he was a voice against Islamification of Europe. So it's all about narcissism.
well, going back to Colin Island, he was calling the media and saying, this is who I am, and I'm going to do it again if you don't come after me and you don't find me. That was the fascinating. He didn't like it when he wasn't getting the media attention.
Yeah.
What about
The same with the Zodiac Killer. There was
Zodiac Killer as well.
These people, they crave the attention, and when the attention is turned off, that makes them even more annoyed.
Isn't it 9 times out of 10 they
Yes.
could have got away with it had they not
if
been
they
doing
hadn't
these
been
teasers?
so greedy for
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah, like Jen says, like you see some serial killers, they're not getting caught, and they eventually just give more and more clues to get caught. Was it Kemper? His IQ was so high he would have never been caught, and he like basically gave himself up towards the end of it to stop
Well,
it.
Dennis Nielsen, he called the Dino Rod people
Yeah.
to come and clear the drains.
Yeah.
So what's the psychology then of a prolific killer who's accelerating his kills,
Yeah.
but at the same time is giving more clues? It's like they want to kill, but they want to stop it simultaneously.
So I think it can fall into two different categories. There can be the ones who don't actually want to be caught, but as I was saying before, they're so narcissistic that they feel that it's a game, and they want to tease the police or to tease the public to get attention, not from them as an individual because they don't want themselves to be discovered, but just to get attention from what they're doing. So I think that's one motivation for writing these letters. And there's another one which is rarer, which is where eventually they do want to get caught. And I think that they get so kind of obsessed and tied up in their way of thinking and their lifestyle of going out and killing people that it kind of consumes them to a degree, and they just want relief from it. So even though this sort of sadistic pleasure builds up and they do feel an element of pleasure, they become kind of addicted to it, and they just want to break the cycle, just like an addict eventually gets bored of taking drugs and eventually at some point has insight and wants to seek treatment. It's kind of the equivalent of that, even though they're evil and they're during the time of their actions, they don't necessarily want to get caught overall over many months. They eventually get tired of it, and they just want the game to be up. They just want some sort of relief. They just want it all to end.
Have any of you guys watched The Serpent?
Yes.
Yeah.
I introduced
Yes.
you to that one, didn't I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, yes.
So
Brilliant.
look at what happened with him then. The serpent kills all these
Yes.
people, completely gets away with it, living happily ever after in France, and then just goes to a country where he knows he's going to get arrested for a murder.
Yeah.
What's the psychology behind
And went
that?
back there, didn't he? In
Yes.
his latter years.
Well, I think that he thought that he wouldn't be caught because remember this was in the 70s. Is that right? Or was it 60s?
He thought he was going to go there and make a bunch of
But he went
publicity and
back
then just
to
outsmart the
France.
system and get released again.
Yeah.
But he miscalculated.
Exactly.
It's a bit a different type of case, but Azal Nadir, the polypec tycoon, he came to Britain to get treatment because he assumed that all the paperwork was 30 years older and it would all faded and would be irrelevant, and that's how they got him. The arrogance is always what gets these people in the end.
Yeah,
in that case, the serpent story, that man was just a very arrogant man.
Yeah.
I asked a multiple homicide murderer in prison, I said, would the death penalty have put you off? And he says, no, it doesn't put people like us off because we always think we're going to get away with it.
Yeah.
Otherwise we wouldn't be killing these people. He was doing it for the mafia.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can we have a quick break?
You can have a wee. I'll keep going. Right. So next one is. Oh, we're not going to go off to that one. We're going to go to Stevie McGrew,
So these are the real life cases.
a potential terrorist with schizophrenia. He suffered paranoid delusions about the Citizens Advice Bureau
Yep.
Oh my goodness, the poor people working in there. He collected the ingredients to make a homemade bomb, though the police raided his flat before he did this. This is someone you interacted with?
Yeah, so this is somebody who I assessed.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think when it was, maybe 4 or 5 years ago now. So it was for a fitness to plead assessment. So I only saw him as a one-off assessment on a so he'd already been caught and been remanded to a psychiatric ward when I saw him. The reason this case really stands out for me was not because of what happened, but what could have happened potentially. So he's a man who had schizophrenia. About 3 years before this arrest, he had these delusions of reference. So he was convinced that cars with number plates from his surname were mocking him somehow.
Car with number plates from his surname were mocking him.
Yeah.
I've never heard that one before.
It's an unusual, unusual
to you, but to me, it's fairly standard. I see people with similar kind of symptoms. Yeah.
Did he want to lash out at those cars?
He damaged one, a Porsche actually. He damaged one with a crowbar, and that's when he was arrested.
Did he smash it in the license plate?
No, the windows actually.
The windows.
The license plate. Yeah. So he gets arrested, goes to a psychiatric ward, and the charges were dropped because he went for
Was
psychiatric
it the case
treatment.
that he just didn't like his own surname?
I think that was just a trigger point for him, actually. So when it came back to the Citizens Advice Bureau, which I'll get into, that was one of the trigger points when they got his surname wrong. So I don't think it's that he didn't like it. He just seemed to be really fixated.
The name was obviously something either very much he loved or hated.
I think the problem with psychosis is you can't really ever understand it.
Or is it just a mixture of love and hate?
Yeah, I don't think there's any rhyme or reason, really. It's just completely random. So he was medicated and he became much better back then. And he was discharged, but there was very poor follow-up, I think, in my opinion. So he was only seen once or twice by a psychiatrist after that, which, to be fair, at that point, he wasn't that dangerous, really. I mean, attacking a Porsche compared to other patients that I see is actually quite low level.
Unless you're the owner of that Porsche and love the Porsche.
Yeah, I'd be saying something different if it was my car. But so he stopped taking the medication because he started getting side effects from it. And he didn't take it for about a year and a half or so, up until the issues with the Citizens Advice Bureau. So
missing a good one here, Jen.
I know.
Yeah, he it's all about his surname. So he started targeting cars that had letters from his surname because he felt that they were mocking him.
And then he didn't like the Citizens Advice Bureau
because they misspelled.
Who does?
They misspelt his surname. He attacked the car with a crowbar because it had letters in it that were mocking his surname.
And it was a Porsche.
That's a very good summary.
That's all right.
So this man, Stevie, all of those things happened. Then he stopped taking his medication, and then he got a phone call out of the blue, which I presume was from some sort of con artist. And they'd asked him about some sort of seminar that he'd supposedly been to, but he hadn't. And this person was asking him for bank details, etc. So it was just basically a con man. But they knew some information about him. They knew his what's that number? National insurance number. Mm. And then he sort of swore at them, hung up the phone, and then he phoned the Citizens Advice Bureau to tell them what happened and ask for advice. And probably unsurprisingly, they weren't really that helpful. It took him a while to get through, and he chased this up for a space of a couple of weeks, and he either couldn't get through, or he was kept on hold, or he was told that somebody would call him back and they didn't. So he was, I think the stress of the situation rekindled his psychosis. Plus he'd been off medication for a year and a half, which didn't help. And he became increasingly paranoid, believing that the Citizens Advice Bureau were part of this conspiracy and they were acting against him. So he started sending them emails. And like you say,
well, you wouldn't get a response anyway from this organisation.
Yeah.
I have enough trouble dealing with the DVLA. I can understand his frustration, but I don't think we all need to react the way he did. By the sound of it,
yeah. So I agree that part wasn't mental illness, but when I was assessing him, I did think that what your experience is probably what most people experience when they try and get in touch with the Citizens Advice Bureau. But anyway, so then the main trigger point was that he got sent an email by them, and as you said, they misspelt his surname. I think they said Mulgrew instead of Mcgrew, and he took this as a personal affront. He thought that they were intentionally mocking him, and that there was this massive conspiracy against him, and that everyone in the office was specifically targeting him. So then he ramped up this kind of campaign of hate against the Citizens Advice Bureau. So he started sending them really threatening emails, like, I will bomb you now unless you respond to this email. You're not safe. I'll be following you home. Like, in the title of the email, let alone the content. And I know this because I got sent like about 300 pages of printed out emails by the solicitor. And the most dangerous bit is that it seemed planned to make a homemade bomb because he collected some of the ingredients and been Googling. Hadn't done it yet because the police raided his flat because of the emails he sent. But he had like...
So it's in his Google search?
Yeah. No, it was in his computer. He wasn't a criminal genius, let's put it that way. He had like... which is apparently one of the ingredients and a few other things. So he got arrested. And then when I assessed him, he was psychotic. So he actually believed. And then what was quite interesting is he had his justifications. So he said that, well, first of all, he said all the ingredients that he bought were legal, which is true. They were legal. And there's nothing illegal about, which is also technically true, I suppose.
Really?
Yeah, you could be a researcher.
I had to Google it when I was researching this case. And
we might want to mute that about what he said about how to make a mute that.
Okay. We don't want to be encouraging people down that path.
We don't want to be tracking the algorithm.
So his justification was that he felt that he had to put those things in the emails just to get attention. So I don't think he was telling the truth, but that's what he was saying. He was saying, I didn't mean it. I wasn't going to hurt anybody. I just thought because they were ignoring my complaint, if I wrote this, then they would listen to me. But he was psychotic, and then it was a fairly happy story compared to most of my patients. He got treated, and I assessed him months afterwards, and he still believed he was wronged by the Citizens Advice Bureau, and he still believed that they were being rude by not answering. But crucially, his psychotic beliefs had gone. So he stopped believing that he had to get revenge. He stopped believing that he was like the target of this campaign.
The work that my writing, I have people who read things that I publish, and they write to you, and if you don't respond to them, they get more and more worked up about it. And he sounds like an example of just such a person.
Love turns to hate,
and they get more and more angry with you, and if you ignore them, it really provokes them. And I've got one that this particular person emails 25 times a day, and the email is sent to lots of very famous people and banks and organizations, and it's totally libelous. And if you ignore the person, he then starts turning up he turns up at places I go to, and it's very strange.
So you've got a stalker.
I've got several stalkers. Yes. I have restraint orders against several people as well.
Maybe if we've got time at the end of this, we could go into the psychology of stalkers.
Yes, please. I don't have a stalker myself.
You've got a stalker too?
No, I don't.
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
How many subs you got? It's coming.
8,500.
Oh, it's growing nicely, isn't it?
Well done.
And if you want to add to
I have one. She's the world expert. She's the world expert
Link in the description box.
She's the world expert on market towns and Marilyn Monroe. And she's
one of your stalkers.
Yes, she's particularly crazy, and she's a well-known gatecrasher of parties as well in London.
So what does she do when she turns up? She just stands there?
She stands and shouts at people.
Saying what?
Just screams and yells that everyone's wronged her, and she lives in a student hostel somewhere in central London, and she goes to the Citizens Advice Bureau of all places. She moans to them and Twitter, and this lady has been wronged by everybody.
Wow.
Yes, I won't give her name because that'll only give her the publicity she wants.
So go on then. What is the psychology of stalkers? Have you had to counsel any or talk to any or diagnose any?
Yes, I have. So I'm trying to think of the details. So I saw somebody in a magistrate's court who had a learning disability, and he was fairly high functioning. So he was relatively independent, like he could travel around London by himself, for example, couldn't manage his own finances. So sort of a mixed level of functioning in terms of his learning disability. And he used to go to a cafe on a regular basis, and I think he basically fell in love with one of the waitresses there. I think he's kind of known in his community, so sort of small area in South London, and everyone kind of gave him a bit of a wide berth because they thought there was something a bit odd about him. So it sounds not too dissimilar to the woman you were describing, but this woman who worked as a waitress in the cafe, I think just showed him some kindness. So she was nice to him. But his behavior, so he lived around the corner and he used to start coming in all the time, more and more regularly. And he'd sort of buy a coffee, but stay for hours. And so business wise, they didn't really want him just sort of sitting there freaking out the other customers. But he wouldn't take the social cues. He wouldn't understand that he wasn't really welcome. So he kept turning up over and over again, waiting for her after work. He didn't do anything sort of dangerous, didn't hurt her in any way, but he just wanted to talk to her, I think. He probably wanted a romantic relationship, but he wasn't a predator, for example. He just wanted her company, but he wouldn't leave her alone. So she got a restraining order against him. He claims to not understand the restraining order because of his learning disabilities, but actually I don't think that's true. I think he did, when it got explained to him by the police. I think he did understand the concept of it, and just carried on this behaviour. So eventually it escalated and he got done with harassment. And
escalated into what?
Not escalated into a crime, but escalated in terms of the frequency of how often he was coming. So he was going there every single day and staying there for most of the day. When he got kicked out of the cafe, he was kind of waiting outside for her, tried to follow her home a couple of times. So yeah, he got taken up to a charge of harassment and went through the courts. And
have you got any stalker stories, Jen, you want to run by
I've
Das?
got quite a few. So I had a stalker prior to me moving to Guildford.
Right.
Still in contact, still get messages on social media.
Yeah.
So it's very present still. Can't get rid of him, changes his number. Every time he gets a new number, I'll get a call or a text. Block it. He'll go get another SIM, one of those £10 SIMs, whatever, top up a tenner.
Yeah.
So he must have a house full of fucking SIM cards, tell you that. And he is just relentless. I believe he does want a relationship of some sort or something.
A lot of it is loneliness in these people.
He is a very lonely man.
And presumably you don't respond in any way to any of these things.
I've stopped, but at one point I was getting so frustrated. I did, and I was like, just fucking leave me alone. But it does nothing.
Yeah.
It does absolutely nothing.
Does responding feed them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
It
feeding trolls?
Absolutely it does. And I think that even if your response is fuck off, leave me alone, even if it's crystal clear,
that makes them worse, I find.
Yeah.
And he honestly, I've started saying to him that I'm married. I'm not, but oh god, well there we go. So I'm not married. Sorry. Start that again. Time's up.
You revealed to him that you were married.
So I started telling him I was married, that I've got a partner, because you can see on my social media there's obviously myself and Sean, so that looks really good. He still won't stop. Still won't stop. So I'm getting really tired.
Wouldn't that just make him jealous if she's got a partner?
Yeah, so there is, not all stalkers are mentally ill, but there is a subsection that certainly are, and there is like there's erotomania is what it's called. So it's a delusion where you believe that somebody else is in love with you, even if they give you quite clear evidence that they're not. It usually happens from younger women to older men, but it can happen in any kind of dynamic. And they're just it's like a delusion, like you'd have in schizophrenia. So they, despite evidence to the contrary, they fully believe in their head that it's true, and they think that if somebody rejects them, that they're either playing a game with them or testing their love, or they're saying that publicly because they're married, for example. So that's not, they think that the person they admire is lying and actually wants to be in a relationship with them.
So they've got to try harder to get them.
Absolutely.
Because it's a test of their love.
Absolutely.
So if someone like Jen came to you with a stalker story, what advice would you give Jen when dealing with that person?
I think the first thing is you have to have a psychiatric assessment of that person. So I'm not saying your person's got this delusion. He might not, but if you can get
it sounds very accurate.
Could we arrange a psychiatric assessment of this person?
You'd have to be able to find him.
But it might be best not to.
Get in touch again.
And the problem is that there is treatment for it, but it involves them having some level of insight. So the biggest decision is, does this person need to be sectioned or not? If they're not sectioned, then they can take medication, but again, they need insight. They have to be responsible for taking it, and most psychotropic medication have some sort of side effect. So there's many reasons why it might not work. If the risk is high, then they'll probably be sectioned to a secure psychiatric unit. I don't know about the specifics of your case, but generally, for a risk to be thought high enough for somebody to be sectioned, there has to be that person's life safety or life has to be endangered. So if they're making really threatening kind of messages, or
they do get threatening
really?
Sometimes. Yeah, the word's been used.
Oh, really? Have you been to the police?
Yeah. That's fun.
What did the police
Several times.
say?
They've done absolutely nothing.
Really?
And because I'm dealing with Devon and Cornwall, being that he's down in Devon, because I originally tried to go with Surrey Police. They said it's not a problem, go to Devon and Cornwall. Devon and Cornwall Police are a pain in the arse to get hold of. So...
Do they spell your name right at least? Say your name right. Surname.
You don't want.
And have you got proof? Like you mentioned
messages,
that
yeah, I could read off a few now.
with that word in it.
What? Yeah.
Okay.
I sent
Well,
it all, and I
that's
sent it
quite
all over
clever
to my
evidence, isn't it?
mother to keep hold of, just in case my phone disappears or whatever.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's black and white evidence. The police definitely should act on
they've
that.
done
shouldn't they?
absolutely nothing.
Well,
I
one
gave
of-
them, his phone number, but they said, all they said is we've tried ringing his phone, and it's not on. I said he's got about 20 SIM cards. No, I can't recall. I've got a block list like that on my phone of his numbers.
And do you know his address?
Roughly, yeah. So
the police. It sounds like to me the police really should do something.
I've got
They
his
should
full
pay him a
name.
Visit.
I won't reveal it, obviously, but
It's one of the ones that attacked me, harassed me, actually attacked me in the Westminster Magistrates Court during a trial of another man called Viscount St. David's, who offered a reward to kill my friend Gina Miller, and we ended up both with bodyguards and all sorts of things.
so you've got a bodyguard.
I do have.
You're going to run off with him?
No, I'm not planning on that. I'm not planning on. He's got a very nice girlfriend who I don't. He's quite a happily partnered person. But no, this man attacked me physically. He kicked me with a police officer standing next to me in the courtroom.
Did he just know you had to be at that public location at that time? Is that how
No,
that
because
person...
it was in the middle of a trial of a man who was this man Viscount St. David's was sentenced for harassing myself and Gina Miller. He only got a 12-week jail sentence because he committed his crime via Facebook. If he'd written a letter, he would have got probably 8 years. But this friend of his, who is also in litigation with the owners of the Sherlock Holmes Museum of all things, and this individual, he kicked me in the courtroom, and the ridiculous thing was that there were no cameras in the court.
Is it quite a
The
hard
security cameras have been turned off, so the police did nothing about that on that occasion. But I do have a 5-year restraint order against the man. He's not allowed within 200 metres of me. And a couple of years ago, I was at a party at a very smart house in Kensington, and it was a bar mitzvah of someone's child, and him and his wife walked in, and I said, "Excuse me, you have to leave." And he said, "We're having a great time at this party." I said, "You either leave now or the police arrest you." And that time, the police took it very seriously. So, with these people, you have to draw a line somewhere, because like this man with the Citizens Advice Bureau, it escalates from sending angry emails to, turning up and actually doing something. And one of the ones that writes to me 25 emails a day, it began with how angry he was with a member of his family who is a very prominent person who I won't name. And then recently he's now he's claiming he's going to be making a film alleging that this person murdered various people, which is totally libelous. And this is sent to hundreds of people. We're talking editors of newspapers, very famous people, and we're all copied in on this, and nobody responds. And you have to eventually realize that these people can escalate, and it sounds like that man was a prime example. In your case, this man hasn't done anything yet, but you have to be very cautious, because
and I do
they can snap, and when they snap, it's I got kicked by the man. That was, but he could have had a knife. You never know and that's why I ended up having a bodyguard. And my
so
friend
your advice
Gina
is to get bodyguards.
in my case, it was extreme because Gina had taken Brexit to court and had won, and as a result, there were far-right groups like the BNP outside the court, and there was the EDL, and there was this crazy woman from the Society for the Protection of English Heritage, this old lady. She stood up and started saying, "You cannot sentence this man. He's a peer of the realm. You're a nobody," to the judge, who was called Lady Arbuthnot herself, a very nice lady who did a lot of good. And, she took us aside and said, "I'm very sorry, I can't do more for you. we can give a restraining order of 1 year against the Viscount, who had a dog called, by the way, charming individual. He blamed his problems on drink as well. I think he's somebody you could do with assessing, to be honest. And he, the judge said, I can say 1 year of restraint. And I said, well, that's not enough. You should fine 5 years. And she was brilliant. And with these people, you've got to eventually say you've got to somehow stop them. Another one connected with the same lot. She's even banned from Co-op.
Wow.
For harassing customers. She's banned from Waitrose Kings Road. She's banned from all police stations in central London.
Where does she shop?
Who knows? But she's a very strange woman, and it's ridiculous. And these people, eventually you have to say enough is enough.
Which begs the question then, male versus females, who's doing the stalking? Because Jen and Matthew talked about male stalkers.
I've heard male and female. The female ones I actually find are a lot worse because they've tended to be more obsessive.
Would Jen typically get male stalkers, but someone like Robbie Williams would get female stalkers?
Yeah, absolutely. I think overall more men would be. There are more male stalkers than there are female stalkers.
There's more male than female.
Yeah, because. I think men are more insecure overall, so they take rejection personally. They feel more entitled to relationships than women do in general. So yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to get Chet Sandhu as my bodyguard now. Have you met him?
I think I've seen him on possibly one of your episodes before.
Premiering as we speak, that one.
Oh, he is. Oh God, yeah.
Sean, I have to ask: have you got a stalker, or have you ever had a stalker?
Not that I know of properly. I've had weird situations, but not persistent all day long messages. Someone's outside my house every day of the week. I've had little bits of things here and there, but not a concerted campaign of stalking. Like trolling, yes, but not like in your face stalking like these guys have got, like showing up at.
I had one. She's an American lady, obsessed with Brexit, very pro-Brexit, the opposite of me, and loves Nigel Farage, and I'm not particularly a fan of him. And she decided to take it upon herself to stalk myself and a Daily Mail journalist. And she would turn up at restaurants. She would. My friend made the mistake of saying she was going to a party because she writes about such things, and she turned up at all these places. And this lady she doesn't stop, and you can't get rid of them. They just carry on, and the common theme I think with them is they're mostly lonely.
So how do you get rid of them?
I mean, I don't think there's much you can do outside of the psychiatric system or the police system. So in your case, it sounds like the police are not doing their job.
I just keep persisting trying to get hold of them.
The problem with the police.
Crime reference number from when I lived in Devon. I reported it then. And so
the problem with the police is they're under-resourced, and they don't take something seriously until something bad happens.
Yeah.
Because if you go to the police and say, "Oh, this man's sending me messages," and they'll just say, "Well, block the number."
So extreme where he contacted my ex-boyfriend at one point. Yeah, and orange paint thrown at my front door. We installed that Ring doorbell. This is back when I lived in Devon, so it was face-to-face interactions. But then obviously when I moved to Surrey, it was, it was just telephone and messages and social media. So I'm just trying to...
If it's a logical person, you think after time, if you get nothing back, then you just stop. Just because what's the point of putting in so much effort?
It does go quiet for a little while, but then it will just be like bang, bang, bang. No, I think the longest it's gone quiet for is probably only about 3 months in the last 2 years.
Comes in waves.
Yeah. And it would be like a happy Christmas, and then it would be like a message after message. Why, Jen, are you not speaking to me? Please speak to me, Jen. And I'll just read through it and don't reply. So best thing I can do.
Yes, they do go from being very friendly, and then when
you stop, it goes, what have I ever done to you? You're a fucking slag. It gets very nasty sometimes.
Nasty. With this particular Viscount, he the abusive message he said was about £5,000 to the person who kills the, as he referred to her, or when she was actually from South America, and it was all that kind of thing. And in court, his excuse was, I was drunk when I did it, and the judge said, you sent that message at 5:49 a.m. You can't have been drunk at that hour unless you're a serious alcoholic, and in their case you need help for that. And then it was, I found God, every excuse possible. And it was he'd been let down by the system, and he'd been bankrupted, and it wasn't his fault. And they always find some justification for this, but these I think generally they're very lonely people who have I don't know what you diagnose it as, but they have the ability to snap, and that's when it gets dangerous.
Because I think the victims do feel sometimes that it is their fault. I think that's quite often the case.
Are Matthew and Jen giving off vibes?
Am I giving off? I do get a lot of people approach me on the train who are very odd. Every time I'm on the train, stop it. There's always someone who will come and sit next to me, usually a male, and he'll just start chatting. And there was a guy, he was only about 21 the other week when I went back to see my parents, just came and sat by me, started chatting and asking if I was single. And I was like, no.
Was that when there was other seats available?
Yes. And I tracked weirdos.
Maybe you should try and look less approachable.
Yes, less like
maybe
a siren.
A facial
more,
tattoo.
Shall I wear that
helps.
mask like that? What is it? Your fave demon wears.
Mask. Wear a demon mask. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Well, that might attract more of them.
Yeah, they probably love that. So yeah, I'll have a fig. Shave my hair off.
Right, next one.
Oh, so I didn't know where we were from my toilet break. So we
just finished the man with the Citizens Advice Bureau and the misspelling of his name.
Oh, fantastic. So next, Reggie Wallace. For some reason, I've heard of that name.
That's a fake name.
Oh! Is there
so
someone out there called Reggie Wallace?
I'm sure there's probably quite a few people out there called Reggie Wallace. I'm probably about to...
He might be worried about his surname.
So yeah, the reason that this man sticks out to me is because he's one of the most difficult and challenging patients that I've treated in hospital over the long term. And also there's some interesting aspects to his background of why he acted the way he did. So he's a man who had a litany of offences. He was lots of assaults. He was a drug dealer from South London, and he had at one point captured and tortured one of his ops, I believe is the phrase. So like a rival drug dealer, he kept him awake for like 4 days, burnt him with cigarettes, stabbed him, urinated into his wound. So just really horrible offences. But this man didn't go to police, presumably because he's a massive drug dealer himself. There was sexual assaults against his own stepsister. What? So he would deal crack, but he would exploit women to build up these drug debts and use them sexually for him and his posse inside of his flat. And he went to prison for that a couple of years before I met him. And when he was in prison, he was already quite paranoid. He was very paranoid about other rival gang members being in the prison. But on top of that, he developed a psychosis. So I think he is separate due to the stress of his situation. So he started having beliefs that were out of touch of reality. So for example, he believed that other people in the prison were committing voodoo on him and were trying to shrink his genitals. So that's what he actually believed. And he believed that the prison warden was in on it as well. And then he was given antipsychotics, which he took in prison, and he still remained a little bit paranoid, but his psychosis resolved, so he wasn't having those bizarre beliefs. Then he went back into community, stopped taking his medication, didn't turn up to any of his appointments. There was no sort of legal restriction. He wasn't like on a community order, but he had appointments that he didn't turn up to. Then when I saw him, his index offence at that point was that he attacked a random stranger on a bus because he believed that this man, he was a mistaken identity. He thought it was another drug dealer from his neighbourhood. So he attacked him quite badly, just with his fist, but beat him up really badly. Then got arrested, then got sent to prison, and then, didn't get sent to prison. Then he got transferred to our psychiatric unit. So he was one of my patients for about a year or so. And he was just really, really hard work because he was just like he was really intimidating. He was about 6'4", had like a facial tattoo, really big man. And he was just very, very anti-authoritarian all the time. So he would not stick by any of the ward rules. Like, for example, you're not allowed certain possessions like razor blades. You have to use them and then give them back for obvious reasons. He would always argue with the nurses, have his music blaring out really loudly all the time, would argue with the patients. It was just a nightmare to be around. And again, his psychosis returned when he was in prison. So he thought that other patients had been planted there to spy on him from rival gangs. And I was a registrar at the time, so I was like a middle grade psychiatrist. But my boss, the consultant, he thought that the consultant was also a drug dealer in disguise, which doesn't make sense because he's like a sort of mid-60s white man, not a drug dealer from South London. But in his psychosis, he.
Oh, you never know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
Definitely.
So he was treated with antipsychotics, and again, the psychosis resolved. But the reason that this case kind of struck me was that I was a bit judgmental, and I still am, because he was really difficult to be around. He was just very aggressive, would constantly argue and shout and swear. But the psychologist delved into his background. He just had such a horrific kind of upbringing. So his own father was really abusive, and his own father broke his arm when he was a 6-month-old baby. So he wouldn't stop crying, and he wouldn't shut up. So he just sort of threw him around the room basically, and his arm snapped. So I had to remind myself that had happened, because it's quite hard to equate the man in front of you who's like really aggressive and belligerent all the time to somebody that was once a victim himself.
How do you detach?
I'm not really sure. I think from the case that I do one-off assessments for medico-legal work for the courts, it's not that hard, because you only have to be in a room with them for about an hour or 2 hours. And then you have to go off and write the report, but they're not a big part of your lives. And you have to separate what they did from your psychiatric assessment. So my job is not to decide whether they're guilty or not and what punishment they have. That's purely up to the judge. My job is to see whether they've got psychiatric illness, what the diagnoses are, whether they're criminally responsible. So you got to, in your mind, detach the two things. Yeah.
Can smoking crack create a psychiatric illness?
Yeah, absolutely. So drug-induced psychosis is something that I see relatively frequently. In fact, last time I was here, I was telling you about that Wu-Tang Clan member that cut off his own penis. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Wu-Tang Clan?
Yeah. You know, the rap group. The
Yeah,
Wu-Tang
of course.
Clan.
Oh.
Gravel pit.
Gravel Pit, yeah.
I also met them.
cut it off, didn't he?
I also met them
never
in
knew.
San Francisco.
Oh, yeah?
Yes,
Split it off, didn't he?
He's met the Wu-Tang Clan.
I've had.
Oh, here we go.
They taught.
Was this on the same tour of
Yes,
Hearst?
this was at the
Did
same
you meet
time.
Hearst?
Yes, and they taught my elderly relative how to rap.
Wow.
And they came to London, and she said, "Where are you going to stay?" And they said, "Oh, we stay at the Carlton Tower Hotel, because it's got bulletproof windows, because it was subject to a shootout by because it was an Arab-owned hotel, and the Israeli terrorists tried to shoot out the windows, and nobody thankfully died. So they had bulletproof windows, and they said, well, she said, well, I live across the road, so we occasionally meet when they turn up in London. We have dinner there.
Wow.
They're an interesting bunch.
Do you want to recap and tell Jen what that guy, the Wu-Tang guy, did?
Yeah. I should say he's an affiliate member, so he's not one of the original Wu-Tang lineup.
Okay.
I don't want to get sued by the Wu-Tang Clan, but he's called Christbearer. That's his rap name. So he suffered from a drug-induced psychosis. I think it was roughly about 10 years ago. He was having a hard time in his life anyway. Like he'd had a custody battle with his kids against his ex-partner, and he had just been smoking, I think it was crystal meth rather than crack. I think it might have been crack as well, for like 3 or 4 days straight. He was at a party, got a bit drunk, didn't really know anybody at the party. He had this fixed delusion that the cause of all his problems was his penis, because he'd fathered these children and wasn't a good enough father to see them. So he convinced himself that this was the problem. So he got a kitchen knife and cut his own penis off, and then jumped off a second story of a building.
What, and killed himself?
No, he didn't kill himself. No,
just badly injured.
Just badly injured. Yeah.
Did he get a reconstruction?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And he said in interviews since then that his junk is working fine.
Because I was playing with a castration device on Friday, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I saw your video, yes. And would you say, what percentage of the people you see have been abused themselves?
Good question. So it's definitely a large majority have either been physically, sexually abused, or have some sort of serious social problem like homelessness or grown up in poverty. I'd say definitely over 80%, probably closer to 90%.
So abuse produces abuse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if you're on a drug-induced psychosis and you commit a crime, that's no defense, is it? Because you chose to take those drugs and you put yourself in that state of mind.
So it's quite a sticky grey area. So as you say, if it's voluntary intoxication, then that's not a psychiatric defence because you ingested it voluntarily. And also, if that was a defence, then anybody who did anything when they were, slightly intoxicated or drunk would try and use it as a defence. But there is an exception, and the exception is that if that has actually flipped you into a psychosis, and if you're acting directly on that psychosis, then it can be, the insanity defence still can be used. So if you're just intoxicated, then that's not a defence if you're just a bit high. But you have to be delusional and you have to be reacting directly to that delusion. Does that make sense? So you could be, if you're just hearing voices or just have paranoid beliefs and then you attack somebody, that wouldn't be a defence. But if you believed that they were going to kill you because you were delusional, then that could potentially be a defence. It's not automatic. You need evidence from somebody like myself. And the Crown Prosecution Service gets to instruct their own psychiatric expert who can argue against it. But it can certainly be put forward potentially.
So you started what you said there. You said if you voluntarily take drugs. What if you're spiked and you commit a crime?
Yeah. So if you're spiked and you commit a crime, then that doesn't count as voluntary intoxication. So that can be a psychiatric defence. But the onus is on you to prove it. And I think that's the difficult
rather
bit.
like what we were talking about last week with the RFK case, where the assassin, or who may or may not have been the assassin, went and had some coffee because he'd been intoxicated, and he doesn't remember anything after what happened after having.
And you don't believe it?
Yeah, I do believe he was set up.
Well, he couldn't have actually fired the fatal shot because the bullet came from the rear and he was in front.
There was two shooters. The ballistics showed there was two shooters.
I missed it last week.
But he has always maintained, and he's never changed his story, that he doesn't have any memory beyond this standing at this coffee urn with a woman in a polka dot dress who has never been identified, though there have been suggestions, and the gentleman did make a case for a certain person, but they've never formally found anything. And obviously something was put into his coffee that...
I think the problem is it's quite hard to prove, isn't it? So you need to have some sort of blood test or urinalysis to show, first of all, that
back then they didn't do things like that. So.
And that's not enough, I don't think. I think you'd also need something like CCTV footage to show that you didn't know that you'd ingested it.
Well, there were no cameras present, but there was a tape recording because the man had left his tape recorder on by mistake, and that identifies 13 bullets having been fired, yet the gun was only capable of shooting 8. So there were all sorts of discrepancies there, but this man has continually maintained he has no memory. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how would you assess his...
Well, the thing is not having a memory of an offence is never a defence for it, because it's so easy to fake, and also it doesn't really affect your criminal responsibility. So if I was to assess him, if he could remember it or not would be irrelevant. So sometimes I do fitness to plead assessments and the person says they don't remember what happened. But if they can still understand the charges against them, if they can still understand the evidence, then they still have to go through a trial process.
But he did actually shoot other people, so he committed a crime for sure. But it's whether he committed the murder is another matter.
I think it'd be very hard to argue a psychiatric offence. It's not impossible, and it depends on the evidence. But
he admits to holding the gun and shooting it. And he had it in his hand, and there was a smoking gun. It's there, but that doesn't mean he was actually the killer. But the interesting thing I found was that he literally claims to have no memory of actually having carried this out and how he got to that room. And he didn't work there, so how was he in this pantry? It's very odd that he ends up in this room when he wasn't a political person. He was an ex-jockey. It wasn't like Patty Hearst who wanted to make a statement. This man just sort of ended up there.
So what would happen, Dr. Das, if all of those cakes were laced with LSD that we didn't know about, and we all participated in a cake, And then we all go to the pub for our meal break, and we all start tripping. And then one of the pub customers, one of us see the pub customer as like someone who's coming to hurt us.
I think this particular pub, it's quite likely to be an episode after what I saw last time, with pensioners arguing over the price of a pensioner special meal.
One of us hallucinates that a pub customer is trying to hurt the group and stands up and knifes this threat to death. What would happen to the perpetrator there?
Well, first of all, I only put quite a small dose in these. So I think it would be it would be up to the defence to prove that all of that had happened, because anybody could take LSD, or not even take LSD. They could say that they've taken it and go out and stab somebody. So the onus is, it's not necessarily about what happened; it's about what can be proved. Yeah.
So the police immediately would do a pee test and a pee analysis.
Yeah, if that's what you're saying that you're hallucinating, you're tripping, then they would do a urine drug screen. They'd probably do blood tests as well, which are more accurate but take longer to get back.
So assume it tests positive then for LSD.
Yeah, if it tests positive, then the defence would have to prove that you were somehow laced. So you would have to have witnesses or CCTV footage to show that I brought in these cakes.
Joe, James, you remember that? Yep, thank you.
So yeah, it's all on the defence really.
And if it was proved that someone had spiked them, then what would happen?
So then if you can prove that it was spiked and it wasn't voluntary intoxication, then you could potentially have an expert forensic psychiatrist like myself come in and assess the case. Then the next question is whether it would. So if it's a murder, there's two potential psychiatric defences. There's diminished responsibility, which would change it to manslaughter, or there's the insanity plea, which is not just murder, it's for any offence, which would completely absolve you of any criminal responsibility. And the threshold...
So being high on LSD was made you insane?
Yeah, so you'd have to prove that... First of all, you'd have to prove that you took the LSD and you were spiked, and then you'd have to prove that either you didn't know your actions or you didn't know the actions were wrong. So if you said that I was really high and I didn't like the look of somebody and I went and stabbed them, then even if you were high, you still knew what you were doing and you knew it was wrong, because you can't stab somebody just because you don't like the look of them. However, if you said I was in a pub and I'd been spiked and I was genuinely in fear of my life, I was convinced that this person was
I saw a dragon flying at me.
Yeah. And I
thought it was about to eat me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I went like that.
Yeah.
To get rid of the dragon.
Is that your scared face?
That might have been the barmaid. The local dragon.
Which brings us back to the case that we're talking about right at the beginning of Nicola Edgington, who I believe, despite the fact that she got a prison sentence for her killing spree, I believe that her symptoms were directly... I think she did what she did because she thought this apocalypse was coming. So she felt she had to kill somebody. So I think she should have had the insanity plea.
Well, going back to pub killings, and my friend actually owns the pub where it occurred, and the street I live was where she was actually living at the time. Ruth Ellis, who, committed a crime of passion. And, what would you say about her case? The last woman to be hanged in Britain. She shot her lover because he didn't want her anymore, and what defense would you say she should have been able to use? Because a lot of people believe her case she was treated very badly.
I don't. So she didn't have. Are you saying she didn't have a psychiatric illness, but she was treated really?
I think there's the possibility she was a bit simple, I believe, of mind, and that could have been used as a line of defense. But she committed a crime of passion.
Yeah. Well, if it's a crime of passion, there's certainly no psychiatric defense there. If you can argue that she had a severe learning disability,
they sentenced her on the basis that she was a evil murderer she had great intent. But I think that case is one that definitely should be re-examined. It's too late to do anything for her, and seeking a pardon for her doesn't really help when you're dead. But no, I thought that would be something that you might like to look at.
Yeah, give me some more details and take a look into it.
So we have a story here of self-harming Miss Pamela Fawn.
Yeah, so again, that's not her real name. I picked this case because it really stands out, because it's probably one of the most prolific self-harmers that I've ever had to deal with. So she was a woman who I saw in prison probably about 4 years ago, and she had borderline personality disorder, which is also known as emotionally unstable personality disorder, and a learning disability. And I think both of those things affected her self-harming. She, like many of my patients, had quite a tragic upbringing. She was abandoned by a mother when she was a toddler, grew up in foster care, had really turbulent relationships with her foster family. And I think she just had this sense of rejection ever since she was a child. So she was rejected by her own family, then later thrown out by a foster family as soon as she hit 16, which I believe is when funding stops. She was treated really badly by men and kind of used for sexual relationships and then discarded, and even by psychiatric services, I have to say. So because a lot of her issues were about social issues and arguments and losing a temper, as opposed to becoming like severely mentally ill, she would go to A&E and not much was done for her. Somebody would sit down and talk to her, and then they would not admit her to hospital. So I think she had this deep rooted sense of rejection. And I think she used to self-harm. So she used to cut herself quite regularly. And I think she did it as a way of control, because she was so used to other people controlling her that it was one of the only situations where she was in charge. And she had a learning disability, which means she had like a pathologically low IQ. So I think in her world, she felt inferior. So inferiority complex is another running theme through a lot of my patients. And because she couldn't quite connect with people and she wasn't clever enough to really fit into society, is another way where she controlled the narrative of what was happening to her. So she was really challenging to deal with in prison. She would constantly cut herself. She was moved from the general location to the healthcare unit, where there's a lot more observation and you're kept in a cell for longer periods of time. And obviously sharp objects were removed, but she was actually quite creative in the way that she would self-harm. So she would like take pens or the inside of pens, and she would like cut her stitches, and she would insert like the insides of pens.
What did she actually do to end up in prison?
To prison in the first place. So she carried a Stanley knife around with her that she would use to self-harm, and she would get into arguments all the time. And she threatened a couple of people with the Stanley knife, but I don't think she's ever actually physically hurt anybody. But she just has this kind of aura of being threatening. And so borderline personality disorder, for your viewers that don't know, is associated with like an unstable mood, explosive relationships, never really being fully happy, not really having a sense of self-identity, so not really knowing who you are, plus self-harm, plus drug and alcohol use. So she had all of these issues going on. So while she was in prison, she would get bullied by other prisoners. They make fun of her for being a bit backward, frankly, compared to most people. And she would have arguments with her mother. So she speaks to her mother on the phone, and her mother would push her trigger points. And after one of these conversations, she would go and self-harm. She would constantly provoke members of staff, like she would just call them names. And I think she'd do this on purpose. So she would use that as a trigger so that she had a reason to self-harm. So as I said, she would insert bits of pens into her skin. Oh. At one point, she would unpick stitches. So she would have her wounds stitched up, and she would like intentionally unpick them. And at one point she put like dirty toilet water onto her wounds intentionally, so they would become infected. So she was really hard, really resource heavy. And I have to give credit to the psychologists on the team. So they came up with a plan. I was really stretched in my time because I had so many other prisoners to deal with, and I didn't have the patience or the resources to sit down with her, but our team psychologist did. We basically made this really detailed management plan of how to assess her behavior. So what we would do is instead of seeing her like once or twice a week, which is what the psychologist usually did, she'd see her every single day, sometimes even twice a day, to give her, Pamela, an opportunity to vent out all her frustrations and kind of act a little bit as a punching bag. So she would let her scream and shout and get this anger out. So that's one thing that she did. Another thing is that she would her phone calls to her mother would be supervised, and they would be limited. So before, she could have like half-hour calls. They were limited to like 5 or 6 minutes every few days. So it would stop her getting agitated. And the other thing that they would do is she used to get bullied when she went to her arts and craft sessions within the prison. So from the new plan was that she had to be supervised and escorted by one of the nurses from the healthcare unit, so she wouldn't be bullied. So we had all these little plans in place, and it actually worked, I have to say, to my surprise. Her self-harm increased from almost daily to about once every kind of month. The worst self-harm she ever did while she was in there, I didn't actually physically see it myself because I was in a meeting at the time, but I saw the aftermath. She just somehow managed to get hold of a plastic knife, and instead of returning it with a meal, she secreted it. And a few hours later, she just kind of opened up these stitches, and she was like, the blood was splurting all over the floor. She got physically restrained and taken to hospital, and I got called. But by the time I got there, because I was on the other side of the prison, she was already in an ambulance. But I just remember that we went to a cell, and it was just like the entire floor was like, there was like a blood about that thick.
Did she have to have transfusions then?
She did, yeah. She had to have transfusions and plastic surgery as well.
I've seen someone do that to their arm. Like this guy, the Scottish bloke I knew, was going out with one of my friends, and he got a massive knife and went straight down there, and I remember the blood just hitting the ceiling. Yeah, in front of my friend, me and my friend. Yeah, it was awful. He had to have stitches, but
was he on intoxicated?
he was always, he's very highly into drugs, drinking. So yeah, he was under the influence when he did it. But they'd had another row, and it was a very turbulent relationship. And yeah, after another row, just went.
Jeez,
it was horrendous.
Had she managed to have a normal life before all of this began, or was she always like this?
I think she was always like this since adolescence. Yeah, and I remember it because even though I didn't see it happen, thank God. Afterwards, all the prison staff were in these like massive hazmat suits. So when I came into the healthcare unit, it looked like I'd stepped into like a Beastie Boys video, because there's all these people with like literally with mops, like mopping up this pool of blood on the floor. Yeah. One of my memories from prison.
And what became of her ultimately?
So I think we did, given the situation, given her presentation, I think she was really challenging. So I think we did a very good job, and credit goes to the psychologist more than me, of containing her self-harm. But the problem is that I don't know what happened to her after she got released. She'd already burnt so many bridges because she'd basically annoyed so many different hostels she'd been kicked out of, family members that she started arguments with. The police wanted nothing to do with her because she was just so much drama. Even she was banned from a couple of the A&Es because she would kick up so much of a fuss. So I have to admit, I have always been worried that at some point in the future, she will take it too far and she'll self-harm in intention to manipulate other people, but she'll actually kill herself. So I'm always sort of, I scour the newspaper sometimes looking for her, for a name, because I think that I'm almost certain that will happen.
Are some people just on the path where they're going to do that to themselves and they're going to die, and there's just nothing can stop it?
I think so, yeah. I wouldn't say nothing can stop it, but I think they need to want to change. They need to have the insight, and they need to go through intensive therapy. You could argue that some medication might help a little bit. Some antidepressants might take the edge off, but I don't think it's going to reverse.
The first part of wanting to get better is admitting you've got a problem, isn't it? Really,
absolutely. And that goes with all psychiatric illnesses. It goes with addiction, everything.
I have a problem. I knew somebody who hasn't left their bedroom in 4 years, and they don't seem to think they have any problem, and everybody around them has tried to help them, but they've lost utterly everything, but they still won't admit they've got a problem, and you know where that will eventually end. And I wake up in the morning and think what will happen, and it's very bad for the people around these people.
Yeah,
and that's why I ask if what became of this lady, because it sounds like she's ultimately on the path to destruction.
Yeah, there's different categories of people that are different types of risk when it comes to self-harm. So generally speaking, women will self-harm more frequently, but less severely, whereas men don't do it as often, but when they do it, it's usually a lot more dramatic. So, for example, when men try to commit suicide, they more often use more lethal methods like hanging themselves, whereas women are more likely to take overdoses. So I think some people will form into the category of Pamela.
Did she have a drug problem?
She used drugs in the community, but I don't think it was her biggest problem by any means, no.
So if someone's got a death wish, then it's not going to be easy to snap them out of it.
No.
It's going to take a lot of work.
It's going to take a lot of work. And the problem is, from a psychiatric point of view, is it's possible to contain that person, put them in hospital and observe them, but at some point you have to release them. Either stay in hospital for the rest of their lives, which is impractical because it blocks up a bed and you're not actually actively treating them, or at some point you have to take the risk and discharge them. And they might seem okay at the point of discharge, and maybe they are, but life has a way of coming back to you, doesn't it? So all their problems, whether it's alcohol or drugs, relationships, eventually going to come back to them. So there are certainly people out in the community who are very high risk, who most psychiatrists have a fear that one of their patients is going to kill themselves.
What proportion of people with a death wish want to go solo versus want to take people out with them?
The proportion that go on like a murder suicide is very small. It's like a couple of percent maybe of all people that are suicidal. So it is very rare, but obviously it garners so much more attention because it usually goes out in a massive sort of killing spree. Yeah.
So the next one is a huge story. A man who tore out his own eyeballs in prison.
Yeah. So this is probably one of the most shocking cases. I talk about it in my book. So his name's, I call him Rex Peterson in my book. That's not his real name. But yeah, that's one of the most intense cases that I've seen. So this wasn't a criminal case, which is most of the medico-legal expert work that I do. It's actually a civil case. So he was about 2 years after he removed his eyeballs, he was suing the prison for not keeping him safe. So what had happened was this man was in his early 50s, I believe, maybe late 40s, early 50s. And he'd never committed an offence before he went to prison. Wasn't a criminogenic, antisocial person at all, but he was in a quite a volatile relationship, and he set a fire in the garage of his partner. She wasn't at home. It was when she was out, but he wanted to sort of damage her property, and then got caught by the police, and then went to prison. And then whilst he was in prison, some of the inmates started spreading lies about him. They started saying he was, which wasn't true. And I'm not supposed to use that word. They started saying that he was a child sex offender. Yeah, he was a child predator, which wasn't true. And they also said that he had killed his girlfriend in the fire, which also wasn't true. I think they were just bored and just didn't like the look of this man and just wanted to make his life difficult. But this rumour started spreading across the whole prison. So the other prisoners started targeting him, as you know. Child sex offenders are KOS, yeah. So they're targeted. So he started becoming, understandably, really paranoid. He was getting threats from other prisoners. I think he got punched a couple of times by random prisoners he didn't know. He got moved to the vulnerable prisoners wing, but the threats continued. And then he became psychotic for the first time in his life because of all this stress, which is really unusual. It's very unusual for somebody to become psychotic in their late 40s or early 50s. Usually it starts in your sort of late 20s, early 30s.
I'm in my early 30s now.
Say that again?
I'm in my early 30s now.
Okay, so could happen to you. You never know.
Could happen. I think she's there.
Just being honest.
Stalker. Oh yeah, that you got that device now for the stalkers.
LSD cakes.
We'll have to put that clip in. Sorry.
That's right. So this guy Rex, he developed this belief that other prisoners wanted to eat his eyeballs because they thought that they would gain superpowers if they ate his eyeballs, and they would break out of prison, so they would smash through these walls. So we had this like really complicated, detailed, delusional belief in his head of what's going to happen.
Imagine if he ended up in the same cell as the Brain Eater.
Yeah, could have.
Bit of
nice bit of
collaboration.
Synergy.
Could have done a collab.
Could have ended up with Superman. Well, not quite Superman.
So basically, he removed his own eyeballs because he thought it's better that I do it myself rather than the prisoners do it. So he was locked in the segregation unit at the time. So I'll just quickly tell you the bit before. So he had self-harmed minimally in the week before. So he'd banged his head against the wall. He'd told a couple of nurses that he felt that people were coming into his room in the middle of the night and like assaulting him in the middle of the night, which obviously is not true because he's in a locked prison cell. So the reason I'm mentioning this is because I think there were signs that he was deteriorating. But to answer your question, he was in segregation, and similar to Pamela, he had like a plastic knife. So he used the edge of that to take out one eyeball, and then the plastic knife snapped. So he had to use his fingers to take out the other one.
And scoop it out.
Yeah.
Gruesome.
Yeah. And all meanwhile, while this was happening, one of the prison officers saw it, called like their colleagues, but they didn't want to go into the cell because at the beginning he was armed and because he was obviously really, really, really agitated. So they called up for people with backup with all the, the riot gear. But by the time they came, like the whole thing only lasted like 3 or 4 minutes. That's how long it took him. But by the time they came, he'd already sort of done the deed.
They teach you how to do it in karate. Bird beak strike, it's called.
Sorry.
Seriously? Bird beak strike?
Don't know where I find him.
I think your eyes are quite soft. I don't think it takes that
But
much.
it
There's
would
an
take-
optic nerve. It just dangles out on an optic nerve.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
must take a hell of a lot to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be pretty unwell, I think. Yeah. But so when I assessed him, this was like 2 years after the event, and he was in a care home because he was blind and he was wearing shades the entire time. But his solicitors were arguing that the mental health team didn't protect his safety because they didn't do a proper assessment, number one, and that the prison officers didn't come in to stop him quick enough, number two. And I actually have to say that even though the outcome was pretty horrendous, I don't think it could have been predicted because his self-harm before it escalated so quickly. There was no signs that he was going to do what he did. And even though he expressed some paranoia, he didn't tell anybody about his specific delusion that they're trying to eat my eyeballs. If he said that, it would have been a different
Could have been
scenario.
prevented.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, in America, if you call someone that, you say they got those charges, you have to produce the paperwork on that person to prove it. And then if you can't prove it, you get it. So that would have been avoided. But sometimes they just run wild and say things and people believe it. And
Yeah.
that's because I can't imagine the stress he must have been under
Yeah.
to not have those charges, but to be, the whole population think you do.
Yeah.
You're just a dead man walking.
What really stood out for me about Rex, he just wasn't built for prison. Like, I know you spent time in prisons. I've worked there. There's a certain way that people carry themselves, and he was just like a timid, kind of slightly older, placid sort of man. And I think they just saw him as easy prey.
They probably thought he fit the profile
Yeah.
of someone who'd done that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I can see that happening.
Because instead of being a hardened criminal, he was like a bit of a
No swagger.
awkward, no swagger. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So how does mental illness lead to violence?
Well, so there's lots of different mechanisms. There is the way that symptoms directly can cause aggression. So we've talked about some of those in the patients we've discussed today already. So people can hear voices, for example, command hallucinations telling you to attack somebody. People can have paranoid delusions when they're psychotic, where they believe that other people are out to hurt them, so they attack them preemptively. So that's the most direct kind of link, I would say. And then you get indirect links. So we mentioned before that most of my patients have some sort of horrific life experience or vicissitudes. So from poverty, homelessness, physical or sexual abuse, drug and alcohol use. All of those factors lead to criminality, and separately they all lead to mental illnesses. So in the cohort that I see, which is a bit of both, so they have factors that lead to both of those things. So it's like an indirect cause. And then lastly, I would say that some people who are mentally ill get exploited. So it's probably a small proportion of my patients, maybe 5 to 10%. But I've certainly assessed some people who have something like a learning disability or schizophrenia, who are completely marginalized and isolated, and criminal gangs prey on them. So I've assessed several cases where drug dealing gangs have befriended somebody who's just a little bit odd, socially awkward, got a mental illness, and they pretend that they're part of the gang, and they pretend to be pally with them, spend some time with them, but they actually just use them. They manipulate them to like sell drugs on their behalf, so they take all the risk, but the criminal gang take all the benefits, the money.
Of course. Sorry, I'm being greedy.
How do you handle violence in secure units?
So in secure units, the first thing I'd say is that violence isn't common. It isn't very common. So it's not like every single day there's a violent incident, but certainly every couple of weeks in the secure units that I've worked in. As you know, I worked in Broadmoor for a short period of time, but most of my work has been in medium secure units. And the way that we handle it, first of all, we have to form a trusting relationship with the patients themselves. So if they are willing to open up to us about their backgrounds and different aspects of their life, they're less likely to be angry towards us. Secondly, we have to kind of know their trigger points. So you have to know the patients intimately. If somebody's really quiet and shy, if their behavior changes, so if they suddenly seem agitated, then that's a trigger warning. Or the opposite, if they're usually quite friendly and gregarious and out in the ward and they're becoming isolated. So you've got to be almost psychic to kind of recognize the warning signs before anything escalates. And then when you actually do have violence on the wards, all the nurses and all the staff carry around these alarms. So you have to scan your thumbprint to get one in the gate, and you're not allowed into the unit unless you've got an alarm on you. So if you pull the alarm, then it alerts all the other nurses in the hospital to where an incident's happening. So they run over and try and intervene. But also we've got seclusion rooms. So that's kind of the equivalent of the antiquated idea of a padded cell. It's not actually padded, but it's like a room where there's almost nothing in there. There's just a mattress, sometimes like a blanket, but it's like an anti-rip blanket, so you can't make ligatures. And you house people in seclusions for the shortest amount of time possible. So it's not supposed to be a punishment. It's supposed to be when they're so unsafe to be on the ward that you nurse them temporarily, usually about a day, maybe 3 or 4 days maximum, generally, when they're kept like in an isolated room. And the doctors and nurses come in every few hours, give them medication, give them food, obviously. So you kind of separate them from the ward for the minimum amount of time possible to try and calm them down. Then you have to release them back onto the ward. Yeah.
In America, you get tased, cuffed here, cuffed there, cuffed everywhere, leg cuffs, and then you get 4-pointed or 5-pointed, which means you're on a slab of a bunk, and if they're just going to 4-point you, they just chain you down naked, 1, 2, 3, 4. But if they 5-point you, they're going to chain your head down and maybe even put a spit hood on you as well.
But how is that helping
and,
the situation?
and leave you there for days, and you're just pissing and shitting where you lay.
Jeez.
Yeah, how is that helping the situation?
That's the American. That's the Sheriff Joe Arpaio approach.
Wow.
No, that is extreme cruelty.
I spoke to people who 4-pointed and 5-pointed. That's how I know.
Did you ever see it happening?
No, because they take them away once they act up, and then it happens to them in they put them in max security.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the prisoners must obviously put up a fight to try and resist that happening to them.
Well, yeah, they've probably done something violent, and then the guards just come in and tase them and crush them down and take them away.
Yeah.
5-point them.
I think the British approach is very different to the American approach. I'm not saying there's no brutality. I think there is. And we talked about the case of Rocky Bennett, who was killed during a restraint. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I think the ethos is to try and be humane, try and rehabilitate, try and treat. Whereas in America, it just sounds brutal, doesn't it?
One of my mates who got 4-pointed or 5-pointed, he managed to sneak a razor blade in his mouth and use that to do something. I can't remember. It's crazy situations. But yeah, go on, next question.
So we were talking about the psychopath test earlier.
Yeah.
Myself and Sean have done it. I think you.
John Abbott did it.
Yep. And who else was it? Alex Reid. So sociopaths versus psychopaths.
Yeah. So I did a video for this on my channel recently as well. So I think the two terms are kind of used interchangeably, but they're actually different. The first thing I'd say is that psychopath is a clinical term. So it's actually a forensic psychiatry diagnosis. So we have, as you mentioned before, the psychopath test. You can measure whether somebody's a psychopath or not. And the reason we do that is because if somebody's a psychopath, their risk of reoffending is exponentially higher than the average criminal, even with somebody with another mental illness like schizophrenia, for example. So it helps us risk assess and how dangerous and what resources we need for the future. Whereas a sociopath is not really it's not a medical phrase. So there's no diagnosis of sociopathy. It's what some people say. So if you ask different people what a sociopath means, you might get different answers because it's not that well defined. Having said all that, the differences are that psychopaths are a lot more cold and calculated. So both of them lack empathy. Both of them can commit sudden, severe, impulsive violence, and they can be quite aggressive. They don't care about the rights of other people. That's what they've got in common. The difference is that a psychopath is a lot more likely to be calculated about it. So a psychopath won't lose their temper at you right now. They might sort of laugh along with you and gain your confidence, and then they'll do something really dangerous or really sneaky afterwards. Whereas a sociopath tends to react immediately to the situation.
Right.
And psychopaths tend to be a lot more sneaky and manipulative. So a psychopath can befriend you. So say in the corporate world, a psychopath's more likely to stab like a colleague in the back to get a promotion, whereas a sociopath is more likely to argue with that person.
So where would you place somebody like, say, Raoul Moat, the man who shot the police officers because he was angry with the police, but he was also, a doorman on nightclubs. He's the brutish.
Yeah. So I think he would probably.
He was a bodybuilder, steroid addict.
There was a lot to that, though, wasn't
Yes.
there? Because hadn't he suffered some kinds of abuses, though, at the hands of the police to do with his...
He blamed the police for his problems.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think he's probably more antisocial personality disorder. So that's like the younger brother of psychopathy. So it is all of those things I mentioned before, like being aggressive, not caring about the law, not having empathy, not knowing the difference between right and wrong. but not necessarily the charm that a psychopath has, because psychopaths are usually really quite manipulative. Whereas from what I know about Raoul Moat, he wasn't manipulative as such. He was just an angry.
He was just an angry, dangerous person who Gaza had to go and try and get him out of the drain. And he said he was going to take him fishing, but he said, "I'm not going to stop." And weirdly, I was in the vicinity, and he drove past me in his car. I was with a police officer. It was a very weird weekend.
Sounds like a lot of your weekends are quite unusual.
And this police officer knew who he was, and if he'd known it was, goodness knows what could have happened. But
are most serial killers psychopaths?
No, I don't think most are. I think some of the high-profile ones are. Ted Bundy is one that jumps out to me as definitely being a psychopath. So most serial killers will lack empathy, will have the things I was talking about having an antisocial personality element, but most of them aren't really that manipulative. So it's the ones that lure the victims in and that charm people, like Ted Bundy did, and not just the victims but also the authorities. So Ted Bundy was giving out interviews and was having a laugh. He was
involved in political parties. He did things that you'd consider normal. He didn't just appear as some sort of deranged, angry person. And that's the difference between someone like him and Raoul Moat, I would say. Yeah,
so you've hit the nail on the head then. The psychopath, is hard to tell that they're abnormal because they come across as so kind of calm and superficially they seem very normal and typical in their interactions. So I think all serial killers will have antisocial tendencies, absolutely, but only a small proportion of them will actually be true psychopaths.
Because everyone has psychopath tendencies, don't they? So what takes it to the point where they kill?
That depends on lots of different factors. So it could be that they have some sort of really bad trauma themselves in their upbringing. So it could be they've either witnessed lots of violence or they've been a victim of violence themselves, or it could be that they just have a low sort of threshold or tolerance for anger. So it could be because they've been humiliated either as a one-off event or more often frequently when they were young. So they've just got a very distorted kind of moral compass. So all of those things.
Well, Robert Durst kind of fits that profile in that he witnessed his mother fall off a roof, or did he push the mother? And that's what he blames where he went wrong. But would you say he was a psychopath?
I don't know that much about his ability to charm or manipulate. I don't think he was that charming as far as I know.
He certainly wasn't charming.
I think he's more antisocial. I think people misuse the term psychopath. They assume it's anything to do with violence, whereas actually a true psychopath's all about manipulation and charm, probably more than violence, actually.
So what about Dennis Nielsen?
Yeah.
Psychopath.
Dennis Nielsen, was he? I suppose he was charming to a degree, actually.
He charmed the men back, didn't he?
Yeah, that's true. But then,
and the only reason he killed them was because he didn't want them to leave.
Yeah,
that's why he kept their bodies, because he wanted them to be with him.
Mm.
I mean, he did get men back to his flat, but that's not necessarily charm. That could just be the promise of sex.
He sounds charming when he's narrating his documentary.
Yes, on his tapes.
Really chipper.
Okay.
Chipper,
isn't he?
Mm. We met the interesting couple who have
all the tapes.
They were given everything by him.
Can we get hold of them?
We have got their email address. Yes,
we're gonna arrange a lunch, aren't we? Or
yes,
I have not heard the tape, so I don't know enough about him. But
the documentary is based on his tapes. It's him narrating it.
Okay,
it's just a fraction of the tapes.
Charles Bronson would be somebody that jumps out to me. That's barn door psychotic. So he's very charming. Like if you see him in interviews, he's flirting with whoever's interviewing him. He's comes across as a sort of likable guy. So that's a typical barn door psychopath.
So say something's traumatic happened to someone then as a young person. Is that just waiting to express itself at some later date? It's like you've got people who've completely normal lives, it seems, then they murder someone. Is it always in there waiting to come out?
It's always in there waiting to come out. I think the problem with answering that question is that people who actually, the number of people that commit murders is very low. And within those people, there's so many different kind of presentations and backgrounds. So to give you a specific example, some people will take pleasure in the act of killing. They will think about it, they'll fantasize about it. Sometimes there's sort of sexual connotations attached to that, and they will take a perverse pleasure, so they plan it. Whereas more people will kill somebody reactively, so they feel like they've been slighted or they're in a relationship that's that's kind of been marked with domestic violence that's escalated over time. So I can't answer your question because it's so different for so many different people. And a lot of people suffer trauma, but only a very small proportion of them will go on to commit a serious crime. And even within them, an even smaller proportion will go on to kill somebody. And I think the way that people react to trauma, it depends on so many factors. It depends on your natural resilience and your personality. It depends on being reminded and triggered by those traumas. So if it's something that if you're faced with a reminder or a similar reminder every single day, then that's likely to build up over time, and you're going to process it a lot less effectively than if it was one random thing that happened that you've completely forgotten about. And it also depends on your environment and the factors, social factors now in your life. So if you're relatively stable, happy, in a relationship, have a decent lifestyle, decent job, then you're less likely to have this pent up frustration and anger, versus if you're marginalized, jobless, homeless, poor. So there's just so many different factors that it's really hard to predict how one person ends up becoming a killer.
Do you think the capacity to kill is in everyone then, because it's a survival mechanism? For example, say a woman is at home, her baby's there, someone breaks in, goes for the baby, she snatches the bread knife, he's a goner. Do you think everyone's just got that in them, whether they've been traumatized or not?
I think everybody potentially has got that in them, yeah. But whether it comes out or not is a very different question. And in the scenario you're describing, things move so fast that people don't have the luxury of deciding what they're going to do. It's all on instinct, and that's more about flight or flight, I think, than about a murderous rage. Some people will freeze. Some people will just react immediately in an aggressive manner.
So who in this room do you think is most likely to kill?
Oh, gosh.
I don't know enough about these two.
John.
Or is the biggest psychopath?
I don't think any of us are psychopaths. I think Matthew's definitely got the most criminal collections.
We don't talk about those.
You've got the stalker, you've got the criminal connections, and you've got the jail experience. So.
Well, I think between us, we certainly met somebody who was potentially a serial killer at that crime conference.
He's probably going to watch this. So we might want to keep mum. We've just been invited back to crime con.
Everybody who I met afterwards, friends of mine, and they all said, you do realise you probably were in a room with such a person.
Are you talking about one person specifically? If you are, I think
there was.
Let's change the subject. Thank you to everyone. This has been such an interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Viewers, let us know what do you think of this eclectic mix of people and the chemistry and the ensuing conversation that has resulted today. And would you like to say anything in conclusion, Dr. Das, to the viewers, and how they can find you, etc.?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly shout out my channel again, if that's all right. So it's called A Psych for Sore Minds. So I do everything that is related to mental health and offending and the crossover between the two. So I analyse some high-profile cases, talk about my ex-patients, talk about criminality in general, talk about individual diagnosis, stuff like that. So go check it out. And I just want to say thank you again for having me on. It's always a pleasure to share some of my thoughts with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And what can people find at the Steeples Times, Matthew?
At the moment, we're covering a major case, which we obviously can't talk about on here primarily, but we do a lot about politics as well. So all the sleaze that's going on at the moment, and we have a bit of fun with other things like horse racing as well. So it's a total mixture, really.
And does Boomer and Jen have a new fashion line coming out?
We do.
In dressing gowns, perhaps?
No, not quite yet. No, we're doing some collabs with some of the guests. So I have one going with Wildman t-shirts.
Ooh.
Sean Atwood, fantastic. Who else was there? Tug of War range, and Daniel Vella.
Sweet.
Is it Daniel Vella?
Yeah.
Yeah. Daniel Vella.
Sweet.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay.
Have you got a message to your stalker, Jen?
Stalker.
We're going to put the clip. We need to put the clip of you here, where you've got the Kaz's castration device.
Yes. So yeah. So I've come across this device today, and let's just say for all those trolls out there,
Timestamp
my
that,
message to my
James.
stalker to stop.
Go away, I think, is the best thing to say to the... That is
You're not
the
gonna
only
get to
thing you
me.
can ever say to these people.
You really don't want Chet Sandu on your ass. All right, yeah. So please let us know what you have thought about today's podcast. And as ever, it is very important that you support all of our guests and co-hosts, platforms. All the links are down there. And we look forward to your questions and comments. If you've got any questions for any of the guests, please put them in the comments below. Take care out there. Thank you for watching. Cheers.
Here at Boomer and Jen, we offer a wide range of organic or recycled clothing. We all know our planet is important. We only have this one, so it's vital that we all work together to slow down and reverse the changes to the environment. Whilst we all know that big industry are having a significant effect on pollution, here at Boomer and Jen, we believe that if we all make small changes, we can do our part. Fast fashion causes detrimental effects to the planet. Not only is nearly 20% of global wastewater produced by the fast fashion industry, but there is a considerable amount of fast fashion ending up in landfill. So let's move away from fast fashion items that are only worn once or twice, and start wearing extremely comfortable, durable, and environmentally friendly clothing and ethical jewellery. Boomer and Jen was founded in a quiet town in Devon in 2018. It is now gone from strength to strength as the world is becoming more aware of the current climate situation, helping our customers to buy sustainable, quality clothing. All of our products are fair trade and registered with the Global Organic Textiles Standard Association. Check us out on organiccottonclothing.co.uk.
This podcast is sponsored by Gadfly Press. We are proud to announce the publication of Britain's #1 art forger, Max Brandrett, The Life of a Cheeky Faker. And from the back cover blurb, Max the Forger is an artist and gentleman whose colourful lifestyle has spanned over 70 years. He has lived under the strict regime of Bernardo's children's homes, been an elephant handler in the circus, lived rough, busked his way from Brighton to Bombay, sold his fakes up and down the country, dined with dukes, socialised with celebrities, associated with gangsters, served time in prison, and donated tens of thousands to charity. And through it all, he has never stopped smiling and loving life and missing his mum. Quote from the book. Mr. Brandrett, I do not see you as a malicious criminal, sighed the judge. But why, oh why, do you continue to use your God-given talent in this way? I just can't help myself, Your Honour. It's like an addiction, I grinned. Available worldwide on Amazon, link in the description box below this video. Thank you for supporting our sponsor.